Yeah, 매일 눈을 뜨면 들려오는 라디오 심장 깊이 박혀 울려오는 스테레오 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 아픔만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let it go 어디가 픽 보면 이 픽 어제 며칠 뭐나 취소해 내가 필요 없어 내가 필요해 그런 놈들 가슴 말아 열어 watching 아니 잘하고 Am I your hero with the pedals 그 노래 말로 Wait I try to get away Wait 이렇게 버린 배로 on the 슬픈 노래가 점점 날 가두려 해 Feel like another sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 mad song 내 가슴에 멍들어 loose They're getting tired of truth They make you wanna dance 그래도 난 네 곁에 Feel like another sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 mad song 같은데 서로 다른 move 엇갈려버린 groove You make me wanna dance 그래도 난 네 곁에 Feel like another sad song 우리 함께하는 지도한 기억 And miss the times we had It's just so yeah we all that 그리워하는 그때가 오겠지 Yeah Every song we feel like Feel like another sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 bad song love song 그래도 누구 새벽에는 다른 춤이 다른 move wanna dance 그래도 난 내가 Feel like another sad song that song 모두가 좋아해주는 bad song that song 같은데 서로 다른 move 다른 매력이 갈려버려 make you wanna dance 그래도 난 네 곁에 Feel like another sad song. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm hasanpiker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic time because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 30th of November. It's Saturday, November 30th, 2024, and I am a little late, and I apologize. It's 11:48 a.m. here in sunny California, Los Angeles, 61 degrees. It's kind of cold, but it's still sunny nonetheless here in Los Angeles, California. Folks, we're live and alive. Are you baiting or watching for real? We are live, we are alive, and I'm not baiting anything. Jealous of the sunshine in LA. It's a blizzard in upstate New York where I'm at. Yeah, coup attempt taking place in Damascus. Don't worry, we got it. We'll do fucking a little bit of the Syria coverage. I know everybody loves geopolitical conflict. That's their favorite shit. Even when it's a goddamn happy day overall. Too much style and wrist. Thank you, chatter. Do you see Iron Mouse on Kai's stream? No, I did not. I saw bits and pieces of it. Anyway, you look so hot, Hossie. Also, thank you for the 90-day reacts. Yeah, potentially. Anyway, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of hasanpiker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And we got a lot going on in the world. Let me start by saying, first and foremost, last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? Absolutely nothing. Hung out with the family a little bit. And by that, I mean I just looked at TikToks. That's it. That's what I mean when I say I hung out with the family. Jimmy Neutron hair. Yeah, I know. I need a haircut. Probably should have gotten one before going to Londonistan, but it's too late now. Anyway, ended the broadcast. Didn't do much. Didn't do much there. What did I watch? Oh, I started watching Penguin, but then I fell asleep. That's what I did. But it seems really good. Colin Farrell is disgusting, which is, I think, good for the character. Maybe, I don't know, but he's just disgusting. He's like a real scumbag, you know. So take with that info, do what you will with that info, you know.
When do you think I'll get my merch? I ordered a month ago. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on with why the merchandise is late. It's annoying. And I'm sorry that it's late. I'm sorry that it's delayed. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. But this is not a customer support stream. You already know. You already know this is not a customer support stream, chat. Come on. Anyway. Hold on. I'm also uploading my latest fitness. Wait, what the fuck? They lightly touch on class politics and Penguin examples of people abusing populist sentiments. That's interesting. I just heard it's very good. Another cock photo? No, it's not a cock photo. It's not. I'm posting a fitness. I'm posting a fitness Instagram. I haven't done it in a minute. And I need to do it. I've been skipping out on my fitness posts for the past couple of days, and I feel bad about it because like I'm always rushing to get on the broadcast. There's like either like a photo shoot happening or some shit like that. But anyway, I fell asleep. I woke up early as always. You already fucking know. Okay. And what did I do? What did I do after waking up early? I'll tell you what I did. I went and I worked out. As always, did some push, did some pull. I didn't ball. I worked out. I lifted, did some push, did some pull. One of the things that I don't want to leak too much, but like there's a content creator that I am potentially supposed to do like a major collaboration with, but that collaboration requires me to be measured. Like my size. A collaboration that I'm doing with a content creator requires me to be a certain size, be under a certain size. And the unfortunate problem is that I measured my shoulder to shoulder width earlier at the gym. And it turns out shoulder to shoulder, I am 25 inches from the middle of my, mid delt to the other side. I am 25 inches wide. So for that reason, apparently I am 1 inch too wide to potentially do this collaboration, to do this thing. And I'm a little sad about it, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to see if I can shave off some inches from my fucking shoulder width. But yes, it is official. I am officially too brolic and too fucking wide to be able to fit into something that I will not tell you what it is yet. Also, is 25 inches wide? Is that thick? I don't know. There's no such thing as too wide. Did we watch a basketball video yesterday? Yes. Why does HasanAbi lose more clothes the colder it gets? First of all, it's not cold here. Bro, that's bone structure. You ain't shaving off anything without cannibalizing gains like crazy. So I would just have to like make my delts smaller, like it potentially to fit. And I don't want to do that. So we'll see. Are you going to commit to this monthly? I need to do less politics shit finally. Yes. Your delts would need to atrophy like wild. Pimp glasses on. I love it. Yeah. These are old glasses that I was gifted that I never actually ended up getting lenses on, and they have transition lenses on them. I have a funny story about that too. I have a funny story about that as well. Are you going to talk about Syria today? Bitch, I talked about Syria yesterday too. Yes, I'll talk about Syria a little bit today as well. God damn, you guys are so fucking horny for geopolitical conflict. It's like So goddamn annoying, dude. I can't have one goddamn day without like constantly covering the fucking the most ridiculous stuff. Oh, also I've been doing this shit too. I've been doing the Therabody LeBron leg warmers. It's supposed to help with your recovery. I don't know if it helps with my recovery. I feel like it doesn't, but I got scammed, bro. I didn't buy it. Mythological bought it for me 2 birthdays ago, or not the last birthday, but the one before that. And I never actually ended up using it. But now I'm using it. You are a crystal mommy? Wait, what? This isn't crystal mommy shit. It's compression. The fuck? Like, guys, it's like saying using a Theragun is crystal mommy shit. No, it's literally physical compression to, you know, push for blood flow. I don't think it works. To be fair, I'm just testing it out, but I don't think it's that good. But I think this is literally the same as like getting a massage. That's what it's supposed to be. Which is not crystal mommy shit. Like massage therapy for rest and recovery is not crystal mommy shit. I just don't think that this is as good though. I use it at physical therapy after tearing my meniscus and breaking my leg. It helps a ton. I don't think it has helped me. They help for me, but it's only like as much as post-workout sauna or hot tub. Yeah. It's really interesting. But like technically this is basically a robot doing massage therapy to your legs. That's it. And that is not actually, yeah, it's not like I'm not going to a fucking chiropractor, chat. I also don't really fuck with cupping either. lenses, okay? Because I was like, oh, these frames are kind of cool, they're interesting, and you know what? I'm gonna get them. I'm gonna get transition lenses on them, and I know that like for a lot of people, they hear transition lenses and they go, oh, you're a fucking boomer. Okay, a lot of people hear transition lenses and they go, oh, you're a boomer. I think it's better, in my opinion. I mean, if you're oh, I saw this one. Yeah, I think it's better, in my opinion, to get transition lenses rather than constantly have to swap out back and forth between your sunglasses that you can't see out of and your regular optics. Transition lenses suck dick. They stay dark for too long. Yeah, they don't actually turn back with ease. That is for sure. But I don't really care. So get RX sunglasses. Yeah, I don't want to swap them though. I don't want to swap them. Anyway, but that's not the main point of the story. Here, let's watch this TikTok. Also boost this. Wait, what? Why is there no sound? Oh. And I got transition lenses. What the fuck? Earlier today, I went and I got my new glasses. They were gifted. And I got... Fuck! Earlier today, I went and I got my new glasses. They were gifted. And I got transition lenses put on them so I can actually see and also be able to go outside and have it turn into sunglasses. You know, real boomer shit. And I walk into my optometrist's office to pick up these glasses, right? And I don't realize that I'm wearing a t-shirt that says, I lubricate my AR-15 with liberal cum. So I immediately had to dive into the bathroom of the optometrist's office and flip the shirt, basically wear it inside out so I could pick up these goddamn glasses. Just a fun little story for you guys. That's it. That's all I got. Happy Thanksgiving, I guess. Are transition lenses too boomer coded? Is that what it is? Am I cooked? Am I unk? Am I old? I got like white hair even. Yeah, I had to flip my t-shirt inside out of the sheer embarrassment of walking into my fucking optometrist's office with a t-shirt that I realized far too late had the lettering, I lubricate my AR-15 with liberal cum. Shouts out to Ludwig for getting me the shirt. The glasses are giving zesty Dahmer. Okay, well, luckily I don't have the long hair anymore. If I did, it would be way worse. And why can't I comment on my own fucking TikTok? What is happening? TikTok on the desktop is so bad. Like, it's kind of crazy. Look at this. Look, I can't even load it and then look at TikTok on the desktop. I can't click on it. It's not letting me. Okay, I gotta just use it on my fucking phone. They really don't want you using this shit on the desktop, honestly. But yeah, that's the situation. You voting for 5 Hearts Under One Roof for best story game? Yes. That's another, that's another fun little story for you guys. Also, yeah, I saw this TikTok earlier. Shit's going viral. I like it, but
presidency is just defined by not really fighting for anything and letting your own friends roll over your legislative agenda. Why?
I think people are being a little too mean, in my opinion, to the pod Johns, to the pod save boys, because they were nice enough to have me on and also like give me an opportunity to say my piece to a shit ton of liberals who apparently had never really considered, had never really personally considered what this would look like a progressive vision for the party. And I do think that we need to do that. It's good for people like myself to be able to sneak into that discourse and present myself in a charitable manner. I mean, it's seemingly very popular. Like, the episode got to number 1 at a certain point yesterday, and now it's like still at top 6 on Apple Podcasts. And not only is it good, but like, I've been getting a lot of normies reaching out to be like, I showed it to my mom. Like, I showed this episode to my mom, and she thought it's a breath of fresh air. Like, for a lot of people, this is the type of commentary that they never actually hear. And it once again makes me feel as though if MSNBC or like mainstream media outlets were regularly churning out my position, that there would be a lot more mass mobilization in that direction. And that's precisely the reason why they don't do it. Because I think people understand what's hurting them. People understand where they hurt. Okay? And it makes me feel as though, when someone is actively communicating what the problems are and demanding more from the Democratic Party, instead of just like constantly presenting themselves as like these docile, pro-compromise individuals, they kind of go along with it because there's no other option for them, right? There's no other option for them at all. There's no other alternative for them. But when they hear someone say, no, this is the way to go, they like it. But like I said, I think a lot of people are being
People come out and
a little ruthless to the Podjons.
I mean, really, like, that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Because Biden has to play by the rules.
No, I know. I know that he has rules. I'm suggesting that maybe his own opponents don't care about the rules, and that maybe Americans aren't really that much a fan of rules. I think it's clear at this point that actually they vote for people who shit all over the rules so long as it makes them feel as though shitting all over the rules is going to lead to their life getting better. And what I'm suggesting...
I just don't think that you understand how the government works.
Okay, let's just take a second here. Let's ask ourselves, has any Republican ever had the conversation we're having right now?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, I don't think that Republicans ever try to back themselves into a corner where they're making all the exact right optimal decisions, right? They're kind of just moving fast and breaking things, and they seem to just pick up voters no matter what they're doing because people are at least appreciating the action as the point. And what I'm suggesting is that maybe Democrats could learn a thing or two.
There's nothing to learn. There's nothing to learn from those cretins.
The Podjons have liberal institution brain. The Podjons are... Okay, I need you guys to understand something, and this is not me like glazing them or defending them because they gave me an outlet or an opportunity to speak my truth. I'm just saying this with all sincerity. In DC, they look at the Podjons, who, you are right, do have institutional brain. But in DC, they look at the Podjons as like the most aggressive, progressive people that you have ever encountered. Like, in the DC bubble, that's how fucking conservative the Democratic Party is. They literally look at the Pod Save America boys as like, the activist base of the party. That's it. Like, does chat not know how the Podjons work for Obama? They're the young progressives from 08, yeah. Like for them, for a lot of people in DC, I'm telling you right now, for a lot of people in DC, they are just like unimaginably progressive. They're like, what are you saying? These are some of the most progressive people on the planet. Like, what do you mean we got to go further left than that? There is no further left than that. That's it. That's the maxed out further. That's the most leftist guy you can be. And this isn't about like the Podjans are defending them. This is to tell you how unimaginably conservative the DC bubble is and how unimaginably conservative the Democratic Party is. Yeah, they were pushing to get rid of the filibuster in 2020 and politicians thought they were insane. They were like, that's crazy. That's not, you're out of your mind. Like you must be crazy. And it's kind of funny to think about because when I say, hey, you know, we have these regulatory agencies, maybe we should use those regulatory agencies against politicians as well that are routinely in violation of the same, you know, things that those agencies are supposed to look at, you know, direct conflict of interest and the like. And the most progressive, the most radically progressive people, according to the DC Democratic Party bubble, will look at me and go, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard. Like, that is the most insane. That's crazy. We're wielding the regulatory bodies like as a weapon. And I'm like, first of all, it's what they're supposed to do. I'm just demanding that they actually do it, like truly, you know, drain the swamp. And secondly, the Republicans do it in the opposite direction all the time. But yeah, ultimately, I'm very fortunate that they even let me on there. So it's great. But do we have a blast off meme chat? Do we have anything here or no? If we don't, I'm just going to rip another. Do you guys have a blast off meme chat? China's new nuclear reactor. It's very cool.
The last things you want to have.
Okay, we'll look at that. Well, maybe we'll watch it. Syrian coup in Aleppo? No way, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. I had no idea. That's a wild. What? You're just now telling me this. I had no idea it was like that. I didn't realize that was happening. Hasan, are you going to go to the UK Turk Kami kebab shop? Yeah, I heard about this. I might actually visit it if we have time, but we'll see. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of Syria. You know, we'll do a little bit of Syria watch. Obviously, the rebel groups that are you know, anti-Assad, so they're the good guys unconditionally. Those rebel groups are I mean, they fucking bouldered into Aleppo and took it pretty quickly, as a matter of fact, like a lot faster than anybody could have thought it would have happened. And it's really interesting. Felix had a funny take on it. We'll get started on that. He said NATO is awesome. Turkey has essentially run an H-1B visa program for prospective ISIS and HTS members for over a decade, and the only thing they've actually gotten in trouble for during that time was buying S-400s. Yeah, it's true. NATO is so sick. NATO is like, oh, dude, are you bombing Kurdish villages into fucking oblivion? Did you just cut off water? Did you cut off water access to like 1 million Kurds? That's fine. I don't care. Okay? That's okay. It's all good, baby. You do your thing. You know, you got security concerns. That's fine. You got security concerns. What are you going to do? You want these fucking Kurds to have water? Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Oh, did you train? People on Twitter are saying the rebels are ISIS. They are. Some of them are. Okay. The Syrian situation is like obviously a little bit more complex than you know, something like Israel-Palestine, where the morality is very clear, at least, you know, maybe the ways in which there is a just and you know, legitimate solution might be complex, but like the morality of the situation is clear. Whereas like in Syria, every side is bad. I mean, the one side that you can say is good is the Kurdish militias, but then even then they've also kind of done some some fucked up things as well at a certain point. So everybody's done some shit, but like the least bad part definitely would be the Kurdish the Kurdish militia forces, which is interesting because they are also backed by the CIA and they've gotten training by the CIA. But for the most part, those guys have been the anti-ISIS forces, right? So they are the anti-ISIS forces, and they were very successful in fighting against ISIS, and they've done a really good job doing that. But the issue here is Turkey is also, by way of NATO, the State Department's operatives here, and Turkey is literally fucking priming, funding, facilitating, arming, training the most militant Islamists in the fucking region. And they have successfully overtaken Aleppo at this point. And it's a very weird set of circumstances because you have the Assad government, okay, done a lot of fucked up shit, okay? Very legitimate reasons as to why people would, try to have a Arab Spring style democratic revolutionary resistance against the Assad regime. But then, of course, as is the case with many of these valid anger and resentment movements that spurn out organically, it's very quickly captured and overtaken by a lot of people who are personally invested in regime change for different reasons. So it's really interesting because on the one hand, you have the Assad government, okay, not good guys. They're not. Okay, it's like, I would say, very similar to Saddam. They're Ba'athist. They're not fundamentalist at all. Just make no mistake. There are differences here. They're still ruthless. They're still brutal. They're still cruel, but they're not like the Fundis. And then on the other side, you have these like Sunni Fundi groups, okay, the Salafist groups, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, former ISIS, former Al-Qaeda. You know, they're always cross-pollinating a little bit. And Turkey's backing those guys. Turkey's giving them weapons. Also on the other side, though, Turkey's doing this at the behest of the United States of America. Turkey's a NATO ally. They get to do that. But on the other side, Turkey's literally cooking the other State Department initiative, which is the YPJ and the Syrian Defense Forces that are like the Kurdish militia movements that have existed and gotten funding and training from the American State Department. So you literally have America's own assets fighting against America's other assets in the region because they're fighting against one another. And it's a really fucked up situation. And then you have Hezbollah, which has defended the Assad regime and engaged with some of the Sunni militias, some of which are, the ISIS and al-Nusra, like ISIS, the Salafist militias. You have the Russian government that is also backing the Assad regime as well. So overall, it's like every regional actor is they're just trying to take a fucking piece of it. They're trying to move the needle in whichever way they can. Okay. Iran is also obviously by way of Hezbollah, and Iran directly is also helping Syria. And if you want to try and understand it from like the perspective of Hamas, for example, during the initial Arab Spring uprisings, obviously Hamas itself is originally a Muslim Brotherhood movement. So they're like Sunni Fundis as well. They're Sunni fundamentalists themselves. In its, as an initial movement, it was a Muslim Brotherhood cutout. So they literally originally were like in support of the Syrian revolution against the Assad regime. So then they kind of had a period of not really fucking with the Syrian government. And the Syrian government definitely never forgot that and was like, yo, fuck you guys for, being along, siding with these guys. Like some of these dudes are ISIS, you fucking piece of shit. And then they were like, well, we don't care. You're being a fucking, stop being cruel, stop being brutal. Even though they originally literally had their headquarters in Syria as well, Hamas, I mean, and then Hamas had to pack up shop and basically move from Syria to Qatar But now their relationship has actually normalized between Syria, and also the relationship between Hamas and Syria has also normalized. The problem, however, is that it's not like Syria is offering a tremendous amount of funding or helping the Hamas militancy against Israel either, because they have their own shit going on. And ultimately, the worst part about it is that the worst thing that's going to happen is, of course, to the Syrian population, as always, they're just going to get fucking, they're being tossed around from one brutal regime to fucking ISIS militants. It's insane. So, yeah, it's a weird situation overall. It's very chaotic. It's really fucked up, and I don't know where it's going to go overall, but basically everything ties together. Syria kind of ties everything together in a meaningful way because they need Hezbollah and Iranian support, but Israel has actually fucking killed and decapitated the Hezbollah leadership in Lebanon, and they punished Hezbollah by punishing the Lebanese civilian population by ruthlessly bombing them and killing them. So Hezbollah conceded and decoupled themselves from the genocide going on in Gaza, but simultaneously they're like licking their wounds, and they have to do a period of reconstruction now. And in that process, they can't actually fucking move into Syria and help the Syrian government defend against the Salafist uprisings or the rebel groups, some of which are secular too. It's not like they're all fucking Salafists either. And also, Russia is too caught up in invading Ukraine and pummeling Ukraine into the fucking ground, as though they're the bad guys in that process, and they can't offer logistical support and even air support to the Syrian government to overtake Aleppo once again, as they did in the past. But also, Russia, it is very important for Russia to not lose Syria, not lose the Assad government. This is why yesterday I was like, I don't want to, dive too far into it. But yeah. And Syria obviously has a bunch of different ethnic and religious minorities as well. So they're probably not exactly fond of the fucking, the ISIS guys taking over Aleppo. And the ISIS guys actually have a lot more media training now, which is kind of funny to say. I know they've separated themselves from ISIS. They've separated themselves from Al-Qaeda. They've separated themselves from Al-Qaeda and ISIS, but they're still fundy overall. So then you have all these like Christian Druze, all these other populations, and even the Sunni Syrians who are like, well, I don't want fucking ISIS. I don't like Assad either, but I also don't know if I want ISIS to fucking rule the area. So then you have this weird predicament where these guys are coming in and they're like, no, don't worry. We have our own press. We have our own fucking guys. We're actually going to be, we're the old Al-Qaeda. We're not going to run this like Al-Qaeda, but we might actually do Al-Qaeda. And if they do Al-Qaeda, it's not going to look good. It's not going to be good for all the populations that live there. It's a, horrifying predicament. So, Syria is an example of non-linear warfare. All sides are shit and allegiances are confusing and constantly shifting. The result is the Syrian people suffering while USA, Russia, Turkey, and others get to play with their weapons of war. Yeah, I do also, in a weird way, find it interesting. Like, I do find it funny because, like, everybody always says I'm like an unconditional dick rider of the Turkish government and that I'm an Islamist fundamentalist, but the American State Department is on board with the Islamist fundamentalists in this situation, the fucking Al-Qaeda guys, and they are not directly funding and facilitating the actions of the Al-Qaeda guys, but they're doing it by way of Turkey. Turkey's a NATO country. Turkey also is bombing the Kurds, which many of my naysayers will say, Hasan, you love when Turkey bombs the Kurds. I don't. I actually very actively criticize that all the time. But also simultaneously, I'm not exactly fond of like I said, the former ISIS guys and the former Al-Qaeda guys coming in and fucking shit up. And they're being backed and trained by Turkey. So I guess now all of my naysayers, now that the American State Department is on board, is going to say these guys are the moderate rebels, actually. So yeah, the Kurds are good. Yes. So it's a weird situation, and we'll see. We'll see how it develops. As a Kurd, I don't think America gives a shit about us. They just use Kurds against ISIS because they were not fundamental, that they were most ready to fight ISIS, and now just use them as a chip to reign in Turkey. Yeah, I've said this many, many times over. The rebels are almost entirely led by ex-ISIS members who have ethnically cleansed Kurds on multiple occasions, and Assad is incredibly cruel. Exactly. No good sides overall. None of the major players are doing good shit. So yeah, my new optometrist, his name is Bashar al-Assad. There it is. You know, I have an announcement. I've been talking quite a bit about my new optometrist. His name is Bashar al-Assad, okay? The Lion of Damascus. Oh, I will not be playing the song. Are you fucking kidding me? People are already up my ass.
Their descent on Aleppo has been blistering in its speed, taking the Syrian regime and the world by surprise. Opposition fighters now control much of the city, and they're vowing to take the capital, Damascus.
What is that? What's that patch? What is that? Huh. That's... I don't know. I don't know what that patch... Maybe it's Red Scare? Y'all... It could be the Red Scare. They could be Red Scare listeners. They could be fans of Red Scare, the podcast, honestly. I don't know what it is. It just, I don't know. I don't speak Arabic. I can't read Arabic. It just like looked weird to me. I've only seen like patches like that on guys that don't have the best opinions, you know? Yeah. Maybe he has a helmet. He takes it off. He's like, remember who you're fighting for? And it's a photo of Dasha inside his helmet.
Next.
Stop doing purity spirals. I think it's kind of funny to see American and Western media literally look at these guys going Allahu Akbar, who like openly have supported, but also on top of that, like engaged in what they consider to be global jihad. And I don't mean like jihad as in normal struggle. I mean like global jihad in the way that Americans presented. It's these guys that have done that and want that. And it's kind of funny that these are the good guys, the guys that actually have done that. And the guys that don't want to do that at all, those are the guys that want to do the global jihad.
So far, they've met little resistance, skidding cars in one of the main plazas in celebration. And in the advance...
Most of the rebels aren't ISIS, though. That's not what I said. I never said the rebels are ISIS. I just said that across the board, when people talk about the Syrian rebels, like, it's identical to the Mujahideen structure, okay, in Afghanistan, in the lead up to the Afghan Civil War, in the lead up to the USSR intervention. This is exactly what happened, okay? That's what you said. No, I didn't say that. I actually said there are secular rebel forces as well. And I also, you know, but a lot of the larger motion, a lot of the larger movements are coming from the Turkish-backed, Turkish-backed fundamentalist, former ISIS and former Al-Qaeda militants in the area. Okay, their leader is literally a former. I mean. But they're not the prominent ones. They fucking absolutely are the prominent ones. What are you talking about? Come on, dude. Incoming Hassan, you can't use Afghanistan politics as a template to analyze Syria. Yes, you're not even wrong about that. I don't think it's a one-to-one comparison. I just think that America's intervention and involvement in the region is, quite similar. Wikipedia says ISIS is HTS's opposition.
Symbols and statues of the Assad dictatorship are not being spared, toppled wherever they once stood.
Yes, for the record, in the interest of fairness, they are not currently Al-Qaeda. HTS is not currently Al-Qaeda. It's just led by a man named Jelani, who is formerly Al-Qaeda. They officially cut ties with Al-Qaeda, but there's a lot of cross-pollination.
War was dormant, at a stalemate, but not anymore. Aleppo is a huge prize for the rebels, as it was a major center of power for the regime.
To see the entire city fall in 24...
They have purged most Al-Qaeda members as well. I don't think I would go that far. Their leader has purged Al-Qaeda members from HTS. They're trying to pull moderate for unity. I don't think I would go that far. Their leader is also former Al-Qaeda, and I don't think that they have reformed or anything. I think that Jelani has said he no longer wants to do global jihad. He was mistaken. He does not want to fight the West. And I think the reason why he says that is because he's getting funded by the Turkish government. He's getting help from the Turkish government, a NATO ally, and that is a way for the American government to not directly fund former Al-Qaeda militants that they still consider to be on the terror watch list, but it's actually a cutout operation. That's why NATO is very important. That's how NATO works. You get your NATO ally to do the dirty work for you that you would normally want to do directly, but you can't do it directly because then it's like, whoa, what about the rule-based international order? Like, what's going on? It's kind of weird. Why are you giving these guys direct funding and money and weapons and training? I don't really get it. And then they can say plausible deniability. Plausible deniability, we're not actually directly funding them. It's actually Turkey that's directly funding them. And it's weird because ISIS has also duked it out in a certain, like, because of the infighting between ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and also HTS, even given their not, I wouldn't say ideological differences, but given the power vacuum that was created in the region due to this instability, they have at times fought one another. It's like ISIS also operates within ISIS has literally fucking blown up targets inside of Turkey. So while at the same time, Turkey is like looking at all these fucking Salafist militias and going, great, let's train them. Okay, let's give them weapons. Some of the other groups that fight with one another from time to time in the power vacuum also end up fucking attacking Turkey as well. So it's a little bit more complicated than just these guys hate these guys. They never actually fucking align with one another on anything. That's why I gave you the example of the Kurdish militia forces that are also backed by and offered logistical support. But like literally, they are the American militias on the ground, okay? The Kurdish militias are American forces on the fucking ground, basically. They were most successfully utilized against ISIS in the region. That is before we even talk about like ISIS's inception. There's a lot of American intervention and involvement in ISIS's inception as well. But that's besides the point. At this, in this analysis, that has no, that's unimportant. Anyway, let's continue.
4 hours, as we did yesterday.
The Kurds are not backed by anyone. That's completely untrue. The Kurds were originally backed by America, but once again, The United States of America loves to give Kurdish militias weapons and training and then literally leave them out to die in the hands of the Turkish government very quickly after they're done using them. So you're wrong on that front as well. Not only are you wrong, I have literally had someone who went and fought in Rojava on this fucking broadcast, a good friend of mine. His name is Brace Belden. So not only are you wrong, but also you're so wrong that you're, denying reality, but also I have a more personal understanding of what exactly took place there. Okay? Kurdish people, Kurdish militias in the region are America's greatest weapon. They're a stateless people. It's understandable. They have an understandable desire for having a state of their own, 35 million in diaspora. Americans love going to them and going, hey, you guys have reasonable demands. You want to make a state for yourself? Well, guess what? We're going to offer you weapons. We're going to give you training. Go fucking, and then we're going to sick you on whoever the fuck we want to destabilize the area a little bit, or even use you as a group that will engage in a cleanup job to take care of our former problems with ISIS, for example. And then once we're done, you're done. Once we're done, hey, peace. Have fun. That's the American attitude, usually. They'll go, hey, we gave you the weapons, we gave you the training. All right, now fuck off. And then the Turkish military comes in and just like fucking starts bombing villages. That's usually how it goes with the American involvement with the Kurds.
Today is, beyond dramatic. It's like an earthquake in the scale of the last 13, 14 years of the Syrian crisis.
It is uncertain when this lightning attack will end.
Can you give one example of when they went somewhere on the U.S.'s order? Wait, what? You're making the SDF sound like mercenaries, but I'd like an example of where they went that they weren't interested in going already. Okay. I think one of the things that people refuse to understand is that something that I always talk about is the valid concerns that people have. Okay? That's why I brought forth the understandable desire of Kurdish people to have their own nation state. Okay? 35 million in diaspora. So they have an understandable desire, which is why they're aligning with America, even if they don't agree with America. Okay? I'm not saying that these guys are being utilized as a mercenary that is being directed towards whatever America wants to. America just understands that they can use the Kurdish militias in their just cause or in their understandable desire for, building a nation state to its advantage to use it against America's other enemies in the region or to engage in destabilization. This does not mean that America goes, hey, Kurds, go and fucking pack these people up. Okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. I've never said that. It's more so a age-old colonial ambition, which is to use sectarian infighting that is organic and naturally occurring in the region or any sort of instability to your benefit. As a matter of fact, I've even brought forth the reasonable and very valid concerns that many Syrians had with the Assad regime at the time that turned very quickly into something that maybe wasn't so reasonable or wasn't so honest in terms of, these ISIS and Al-Qaeda style groups basically taking advantage of that instability. So that's it. Same with Hong Kong. Like, I totally understand why you would not want additional draconian measures implemented. Okay. Especially if you're a young guy in Hong Kong, you're like, oh, fuck, I'm terrified of the Chinese government coming in. Okay. You're not immediately thinking, oh, we're going to have more high speed rail, maybe even better, maybe even more housing units or whatever. You are understandably frustrated because the Chinese government is pretty fucking restrictive. Okay. That's just the truth. So you might have a real interest in protesting against this intervention. Okay. But that doesn't mean that other states that have an interest in destabilizing won't use that valid protest to their own advantage. What I'm describing is so commonplace in the entire region of the Arab Spring that what's his name wrote a really good book about this in particular. It happened in Brazil as well. It happens all around the world. The guy, Vincent, yes, thank you. Vincent Bevins wrote a book about this. He wrote Jakarta Method as well. But he wrote another book recently about specifically this. I believe it was called, yes, If We Burn is the name of the book, where he talks about how protests happen naturally and organically when people are frustrated with their governments, and then foreign actors will take advantage of that, or nascent fascist movements and nascent reactionary movements, oftentimes even backed by foreign actors, will then go in and co-opt the protest to turn it into something different. Okay? This has happened time and time again. This has happened in Syria. This has happened in most of the Arab Spring uprisings. And there's a reason why like America, for example, doesn't see Sisi in a similar fashion to the Assad regime, right? Because there was a real popular uprising backed by the Muslim Brotherhood, and it was squashed very violently. But it was squashed by our guys. It was squashed by our friends, our allies. So there's not much stink about that sort of thing. Whose responsibility is to make concessions to prevent this sort of divide and conquer methods from working? Anyway, let's continue.
It started just a few days ago with the rebels quickly moving through the countryside. The people here can't believe how suddenly it's changed.
We suffered greatly in the refugee camp, complaining to God. But when I returned yesterday and today to the village and found it liberated...
Wait, people want to cancel me for what Jank said about trans people? That's funny. Good luck.
It was an indescribable joy.
The landscape here has been pummeled by artillery with smoke and the sound of shelling echoing across the horizon. The opposition, backed by Turkey and led by the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, say the offence has been launched to stop government airstrikes on its territory in northwest Syria.
We in the Military Operations Department stand up to our responsibilities to put an end to the transgressions of this criminal regime and protect our people.
The attack shows the weakness of President Assad's regime.
Bro, that's the quickest way. That is the quickest way to get a fucking ankle injury, okay? How are you not gonna fucking zip it up all the way, dog? You're gonna break an ankle. 100%. They also compared your platform and Christian Walker to Bonarelli Bonerbox laughing with Elon Levy. Yeah, talk to me when Christian Walker has done propaganda for a genocidal state and paid for a genocidal state to do genocidal propaganda. Yeah, I think there's levels to it, right?
The attack shows the weakness of President Assad's regime as its allies fight in other wars, with Russia bogged down in Ukraine and Iran and its proxies weakened in the conflict with Israel. Syria's dictator has been left exposed. Syrian and Russian jets are now launching heavy counter-strikes. This is the aftermath of an assault on central Aleppo. The ground is covered with blood. For the last few days, opposition fighters have been virtually unopposed, but President Assad's government says it's temporary and is vowing to push them back.
These fighters have reignited Syria's civil war. A loose coalition of jihadist and secular rebels whose lightning advance poses the biggest challenge to President Assad in many years. Their prize, Aleppo, Syria's second biggest city, retaken by the government in 2016 and now back in opposition hands. Last night they tore down a statue of Hafez Assad, founder of the ruling dynasty. His son and successor Bashar has used chemical weapons against his own people. And this victory comes after almost 14 years of fighting, with hundreds of thousands killed and millions of refugees.
It's also kind of funny because, like, on the one hand, like, Turks fucking hate the Syrian refugees. Like, they fucking hate all of the Syrian refugees, and they automatically are like, oh, if you're a refugee from Syria, like, you're a fucking Islamist fundamentalist, you're a Sharia guy, okay? You're you're Mr. Sharia, okay, and you came to tarnish my secular nation of Turkey. But then also at the same time, they celebrate the rebel groups that Turkey funds and trains. Very interesting predicament.
I am back in Aleppo for the first time in 8 years, says this fighter. 8 years of the Assad family and their criminal machine. This was a statue of the president's brother. A rerun of the Arab Spring by the looks of it. But jihadists are once again in the vanguard here, some of them previously affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Their leader is widely designated as a terrorist, but to many living in these battlegrounds, he's no worse an option than President Assad.
We enter Aleppo as liberators, God willing, to end the oppression.
Interesting how some Syrian anti-government militants mix Islamist slogans with pan-Turkish symbols like the Grey Wolves flag, signaling Turkish influence. Erdogan prioritizes pressuring Assad on normalization, refugees, and countering Kurds over direct confrontation with Iran. Yeah, so that's the other part of this, is that there's a lot of Turkic brigades involved in this as well. And biat sadece Allah'adır. So there's also, dude, it's when you, anything that Turkey is involved in is going to be literally incomprehensible. Okay? Anything that Turkey is involved in is going to be incomprehensible. Because on the one hand, Turkey is normalizing relations with China and is engaging in economic development with both China and Russia. Okay? Turkey has economic partnerships with Russia and economic partnerships with China. On the other hand, some of the Turkic brigades that they have actually, that they've actually funded and actually offered logistical support to and actually trained are literally the Uyghurs in Xinjiang that the Chinese government declares separatist Islamist fundamentalists that must be violently purged. So, and also on the other side, some of the groups that they're funding and training that are involved in the opposition to Assad are directly fighting against Russian interests in the region too. So Turkey, while it is a NATO ally and basically the American State Department utilizes Turkey as as an outsourcer, a subcontractor that is one step removed from the United States of America, so they get to do this kind of stuff like with direct involvement, for example. They're still working at the behest of the United States interests in the region. Yeah. I think, this is also true. Turkey might, I'm not entirely certain, but I think Turkey is the only NATO nation that has actually successfully shot down a Russian fighter jet. So there's also that as well. There's that little situation. It's truly truly fucked on every angle.
Of the people. Advise all our brothers not to enter people's homes. It is essential that there are no violations.
The Syrian government says its army has made a tactical retreat.
What is this? Russia, Ukraine is losing ground. The European continent is divided. America is preoccupied with domestic issues. All of our historic enemies are out of the picture. War Monitor says Russia stabbed in the back by Turkey. Who would have thought? Dude, it's a very weird situation because, like I said, it's not like it's a weird situation because Turkey once again is not only at the table but is directly the table. Okay? Yeah, this is the least nationalist Turkish man. Yeah, Turkey is not only at the table, Turkey is the table once again.
To prepare a counterattack, but it's clearly abandoned both weapons and ammunition in a hurry. And Iran's pledge.
Yeah. I'm wondering how a lot of people who are my naysayers because of my anti-NATO position, I wonder how they're going to fucking square the circle, you know what I mean? I really do feel bad for them because they have to assume this weird stance now where they're like, no, actually the fucking former Al-Qaeda ISIS rebel groups that Turkey is funding are the good guys in this process. And Hasan is critical of Turkey's involvement in this, but that goes against my previous programming that I said Hasan is unconditionally pro-Turkey. Perhaps they just won't talk about it at all because it doesn't suit their purpose.
Of military support could mean little when both the regime and its affiliate Hezbollah are still reeling from airstrikes launched by Israel. Though Assad also has the Russians on his side, and their jets have now bombed Aleppo for the first time in 8 years. Devastating Russian firepower drove the rebels out in 2016, and any distraction caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine may prove short-lived. Some of these rebels are backed by Turkey, which says it wants to protect Syrian civilians from the Assad regime. But nobody really controls these groups, and they're rapidly advancing
Yo, dude, it's Evil Brace. It's Evil Brace. Oh no. There are Brace Beldens. There are Brace Beldens all around for those with eyes to see. Oh no. Is Dark Belden.
Through small towns and villages towards the city of Hama, where an earlier uprising against Assad was brutally suppressed. This afternoon they captured Aleppo's airport, thumbing their noses at President Assad pictured above the main door. Syria's leader is thought to be visiting Moscow.
The HTS has stated they don't support Gaza, etc. Wow, I'm shocked. Wow, that's really interesting. One must ask the question why so many of these Salafist groups who are supposed to be the Islamist fundamentalists that are quite literally presented as the Hamas alternative by Western media seemingly always find themselves not at odds with Israel, but directly in coordination with Israel. Yeah, they're against Israel's enemies. Okay. This doesn't mean that the Assad government has offered like a tremendous amount of support to Hamas, by the way. They have not. They have not, or historically they have done more, I think. But in the last couple of decades, especially since the civil war and Hamas's initial support for some of these groups that were rising up against Assad, made Assad go, "Oh, you guys are fucking fake friends." But yeah, when people say like, it's a very weird situation because people will be like, oh, dude, you're a Zionist if you fucking if you say anything bad about Assad, like you must be a Zionist. Like these guys are, Assad has been so helpful to the Palestinian cause. And it's like, I don't know if that's true. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a lot of people, this was like a very hot button issue. And there's a lot of people who were very invested in what took place in Syria. But, I assume those guys are going to come back and pop off quite a bit on every side of this conflict. But
where he's no doubt urging Vladimir Putin to come to his assistance. The rebels also filmed themselves releasing jubilant prisoners from one of Aleppo's jails, in what is an astonishing revival of Syria's long-running revolution. In the last few days, these fighters have ended the last 8 years of government rule here, forcing one of the world's most repressive regimes into retreat. That regime is responding predictably tonight by opening fire on protesters in Daraa.
It is pretty crazy that they're like, it is pretty crazy that the coverage of of former ISIS and Al-Qaeda militants is like so positive, Yeah. Yeah. Rafat said Assad is a maniac, as all Israeli leaders. Yeah. Shouts out to Rafat. Rest in power. Assad is as maniac as all Israeli leaders, he says. She's a piece of shit. Her call for free Syria, all while supporting genocide against Palestinians, makes her worse. Ignore.
Province. Though remarkably, the city of Hama now seems to have fallen to the rebels without much of a fight. And there are even reports of clashes in Damascus, the capital itself.
Wait, did you say the Syrian rebels were ISIS fighters? Oh my God. Oh God, I can't wait for that American Enterprise Institute twink to come after me to be like, yeah, these former Al-Qaeda and ISIS, some of the Syrian rebels, and it's not just my statement, it is just objective fact, also reiterated by fucking Channel 4, are yes, former Al-Qaeda and former ISIS militants.
Well, joining me now is Fouad Syed Issa, who's a Syrian activist and founder of Violet, an organisation which supports human rights and refugees in Syria. Fouad, I know you're in touch with people in Aleppo and other cities in Syria. What are they telling you about what is going on the ground?
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, our team in Violet arrived to Aleppo.
Once again, I am offering nuance to the subject matter. I am not in favor of Assad either. I'm not saying that the Assad government has been good. I'm not saying that at all. They are brutal, repressive, very violent, okay? Popular mobilization is often utilized by actors that don't have the same interests or don't have a genuine emancipatory interest at all and just simply want to take advantage of the chaos.
This morning, and they start their response from the early morning when it's all under rebels' control, the Syrian rebels' control, and many attacks happening from the morning with aircraft, the Russian and Syrian aircraft to Aleppo city, and it's a very crowded city around. I mean, 1 million of people are living in there, and the people are scary from this bombing and chilling in the area. Our humanitarian teams, Violet and the other teams joining the city, trying to help the people and to provide the immediate needs as the food and the water, because the people were stuck on their houses for 3 days, and now they need the immediate help.
I'll come back to the humanitarian humanitarian issue in a second, but there's fighting beyond Aleppo as well. What are people telling you?
I think the things are changing very, very fast. The news from some minutes that they also take control on the Hama city, the third city in Syria, and there is fighting happening in Damascus now. The things are just going very fastly, and there is something happening in the area then. And also all of Idlib city and Idlib also governments are under the rebels' control today. And also Aleppo city with the airport and also the castle, then everything around the area is getting under the rebels' control. And the people are start like to just understand the situation in this moment.
And so then on the humanitarian front, which is clearly what your organization is trying to help on, you know, millions were already displaced since the civil war began in 2011. So what conditions are people now living under?
I mean, there is two ways to get the results from this fighting today. One of them are having the people back to Aleppo and to their cities, because there is around 4 million displaced people who's living in the Turkish-Syrian border, where they displaced from Damascus, Aleppo, and Hama city, and they could be returning to their houses if the things going well. The other way is more attacking on the area from the Syrian and Russian aircraft, and that will put us in a very huge we can say earthquake of displacement, new displacement, because there is also around 5 to 6 million in this area. And if the attacks like continue for some days, as we have the experience before, most of those people will displace to the borders and then will try to also be refugees in many countries around the world.
Yeah. And a lot of people in the international community had really sort of forgotten about what's going on in Syria. And I know the international relief effort hasn't been anywhere near fully funded, has it? What's your view on that?
Yeah, unfortunately, the funded for Syria are getting down all the time from the whole government. And the issue is like those people are living in the tents from around 10 years and need the immediate support. In every winter, we're coming to very worst scenario all the time. But the news today, if it's became in a better situation, that would help the people, the civilians, to get back to their cities, to their houses, and that could be a really great way supporting the Syrian, as well as we still need an immediate help and emergency response for the people who's getting attacked in the Syrias, in Aleppo and the other Syrian cities.
Fouad Said Issa, thank you very much for joining us.
Today, the Israeli military said it launched a strike on military infrastructure at the Syria-Lebanon border that it claims Hezbollah was using to smuggle weapons. The Israeli military is also warning displaced Lebanese residents from returning south to more than 60 villages, 3 days into a fragile ceasefire agreement. But Israel is still fighting Hamas.
By the way, this chatter they keep saying HTS isn't backed by Turkey. You are talking about the Syrian National Army, which isn't involved in this conflict. HTS is not formally backed by Turkey. They have refused to collaborate with the Free Syrian Army that is backed by Turkey. And on top of that, they have actually fought against one another. Having said that, however, they have also fought against Kurdish militias at the behest of the Turkish government. So you're both right and wrong. You're definitely wrong when you say the Syrian National Army is not involved in this at all. You're wrong about that. And not only are you wrong about that, you're so wrong that, I mean, direct media coverage of this that's happening is openly saying that the Turkish-backed forces are also absolutely involved in the overtaking of Aleppo. It's just that the HTS movement is the most prominent one, and I think is like the most media trained one, I guess. So they're the ones that are getting the most play. So you're not correct.
In the Gaza Strip. An Israeli strike killed at least 20 people, including World Central Kitchen employees. The Israeli military claims one of the men killed was an October 7th attacker. Deborah Pata is live in Jerusalem. Deborah.
Yeah. There have been moments where they have been opponents to Turkey and also aligned with Turkey.
Good morning.
It just you sound downplaying Assad's crimes and horrors. Wait, what? No, I'm not doing that. You're hearing that because that's what you want to hear. I have maintained the position that virtually every side in this, with like some exceptions from the Kurdish militia movements, is you know, objectively not very good guys. They're very bad guys.
A very good morning. Well, this is the second time World Central Kitchen workers appear to have been killed in an Israeli strike. The last one was in April, which killed 7 staff members. In a rare admission of guilt, Israel called that attack tragic and unintentional. Today's early morning strike ripped through the vehicle, which appeared to be part of a convoy transporting food supplies. Strewn among the twisted metal, onions and potatoes. An eyewitness told CBS News that when 2 rescue workers came to recover the bodies, they were killed in a second hit. Among the dead, the much-loved Azem Abu Daka, who ran the World Central Kitchen in the south. Across much of Gaza, nothing has changed in nearly 14 months. Palestinians still face relentless Israeli bombardment. Abud's brother was killed in a strike in Nusayrat. He was just walking down the street when the tank fired, the young boy said. His blood was spilled right here. Abu Khalid Shraim's wife was killed in the same attack. Hunched with grief, he wept over her body. Goodbye, my precious.
I wonder if CNN will talk about this. Yes, they will, because it's happening. Yes, of course they will. They will talk about it with very different terms. They will talk about Syrian people that are being killed in this, Syrian civilians that are being killed in this, especially with like bombing campaigns coming from Russian forces and Assad's regime, as real human beings, like the real human casualties, because they are. They just will never extend that same kind of coverage to the Palestinians, because the Palestinians are being killed by good guys. So that's why you don't see a lot of the same style of coverage when it comes to the metric ton of horror that Israel's unleashed upon Lebanon and unleashes consistently upon Gaza, the people in Gaza.
He sobbed, "Forgive me." Everyone here lives in constant fear that tomorrow might be their turn to bury their loved ones.
Oh, he's asking about the World Central Kitchen guy? Oh my God. Yeah, that's the other thing. Israel also killed 3 more World Central Kitchen aid workers and then claimed one of them was Hamas and also did October 7 or some shit.
And if Palestinians are not dodging Israeli bombs and bullets, they are searching for bread amid a hunger crisis that grows worse by the day. On Friday, as starving people thronged outside one of the few operational bakeries like this one, a woman...
Does all of this benefit Israel? I mean, I don't know. In the grand scheme of things, I think, despite Assad not being... despite Assad not being a... despite Assad not necessarily being very helpful for Palestinians, he's still not in the orbit of Western control. Like, he's not in the Western sphere of influence. So I think ultimately he presents a danger. If you are unstable and so close to Israel, right? You got fucking borders with Israel. Israel has overtaken parts of your country and permanently annexed it. That is not in America's interest. It is, however, in America's interest to destabilize your country and use the popular uprisings against you because you're a brutal fucking autocratic regime, and use that to their benefit to either constantly have you in the grips of destabilization and civil war, or completely pack your shit up like they did in Iraq. And it's a bullshit, Assad is not stabilizing Syria. You're completely wrong on this issue. That's not what I said. But Assad is not in the sphere of Western influence, so it is a dangerous prospect for America's desires in the region, because he could, at a certain point, become a threat to Israel. And he is a threat to America already, given the fact that he collaborates with the Russian government. He collaborates with the Russian military invasion of Ukraine. Okay? So even though Assad has not been helpful to the Palestinian cause and has actually directly had the very same Hamas leadership that once worked outside of Syria, like had offices in Syria, have to leave Syria and go to Qatar after the original revolution, Assad has never really turned around and offered any kind of like serious logistical support to the Palestinian cause. They are, however, aligned with Hezbollah. Hezbollah has defended the Assad regime in Syria in a very brutal way, as a matter of fact. So I guess they are kind of a part of the acts of resistance, if that makes sense, but not really. Like, they're aligned with the Iranian government, they're aligned with Russia, they're aligned with Hezbollah. They're not so openly aligned with Hamas, but those relations have been normalized since 2021, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if it was like 2021 or 2022 when they formally normalized their relations once again. Hamas and Assad, I mean.
And 2 children were crushed to death by the desperate crowd. They'd had nothing to eat for 4 days, a grieving relative cried. Bread is often the only food Palestinians can access, and even that, the World Food Programme says, is slipping out of reach.
The Israel Defense Forces told CBS News this morning's strike was targeting, and I quote, a Hamas terrorist involved in the October 7 attack. They say they are examining the claim he was a World Central Kitchen employee. Michelle?
Oh, that's cool. Okay, got it. Well, if they say so. If they say so, then that is what it is. Yeah, that's the other part of the story, which is that so like Syria will only act as an active resistance member if they get something out of it, kind of thing. I mean, it's more complicated than that, because like, you know, they're too busy with their own shit. Russian foreign policy is so much better than the US. Wait, what? Where is this guy? Where did I miss it? What happened? Someone in the chat said Russian foreign policy is much better than the US. No, Russian foreign policy is very similar to the US foreign policy. They're just a regional actor and not like as significant in the global stage. But as far as like Russian foreign policy goes, if you think that they're not also aligned with Israel in many respects, despite the fact that they also are very much interested in undermining American power in that region, and therefore sometimes find themselves aligning with Iran, for example, I don't know what to tell you. But, you know, Russia and Israel are like this, okay? They are. Russia might... Bro, it's like Turkey, okay? It's exactly like fucking Turkey. Turkey says a whole bunch of shit. Erdogan will come out and be like, I'm going to fucking invade. I'm going to use the NATO force to invade Tel Aviv. I'm coming for you, Benjamin Netanyahu. I call you Benjamin Satanyahu. You're basically Hitler. That's what he says, right? But then they still fucking do trade by way of hiding the actual routing. And they still continue to do trade with Israel. They still continue to fucking use the Azerbaijan pipelines that go into Israel that actually allow the Israeli grid to power itself. Okay? So most of these people have incomprehensible views if you're looking at it. Like most of these state actors do not have like a very well-defined framework. Like I think America very obviously is pro-Israel unconditionally. But if you were to look at a country like Russia, or if you were to look at a country like Turkey, which is a NATO nation, as the second largest NATO military on the planet, okay, yes, while they simultaneously craft trade deals with Russia and they constantly talk a big game about how pro-Palestinian they are, they're not actually all that pro-Palestinian when it comes to economic interests. And even the fact that like the FSA and other Turkish-backed militia movements also taking advantage of the lack of support that Russia or Hezbollah could ever offer to the Assad regime, like they moved in collaboration with the HTS movement to overtake Aleppo. So Russia is allied with BRICS and Iran against the US and NATO. Oh my God, he said BRICS, dude. Yeah, I'm bricked up too, brother. You know. India. BRICS is simply countries that are leveraging their BRICS is just leverage. It's just trade leverage for countries that are not immediately in the fucking immediately in the Western sphere of influence. That's it. It's not like ideologically bound by anything. It's just a way to hedge your bets against America if America decides to, you know, turn off the money faucet or something.
More now on the situation in Gaza, where an Israeli strike has killed a Palestinian man suspected of involvement in Hamas's October 7th attacks last year. Israel also claims that the man worked for the charity World Central Kitchen. Well, the US aid group has just issued a statement. Let me read it. We're heartbroken, they say, to share that a vehicle carrying World Central Kitchen colleagues was hit by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza. At this time, we're working with incomplete information, they say, and we're urgently seeking more details. World Central Kitchen had no knowledge that any individual in the vehicle had alleged ties to the October 7th Hamas attack. World Central Kitchen is pausing operations in Gaza at this time. They say our hearts are with our colleagues and their families in this unimaginable moment. That's the very latest there.
Turning now to the Trump transition. Canada's Prime Minister flew to West Palm Beach, Florida yesterday to meet with...
Everybody's kissing the ring. God damn, he looks like shit. Yes, I know Biden bought a 100-year war. I know. He exited Nantucket Bookworks, carrying the book The 100 Years War on Palestine by Rashid Khalidi, according to a photo taken by a fellow pool member. I saw the photo. I posted it on my Instagram. It doesn't mean anything. He's just doing a fucking photo op. Bibi met with President Erdogan at Turkish House, New York, encouraged by the improving ties between our nations. And this is September 20th, 2023. We are committed to advancing bilateral relations in trade, economy, and energy. Thankful for our security services cooperation in preventing attacks and saving lives. Looking forward to reciprocal visits to foster this renewed partnership. That was, right before October 7th. Russia and Ukraine have a special relationship with Israel since Soviet times, but things have changed in the past decade. Israel is currently arming Ukraine. Russia is not selling weapons to Israel, and more Russian safeguards in relation to Israel are being removed. Last few months, they started intercepting Israeli missiles for the first time and so on. Yeah. But I think that historic relationship is still there, especially when you consider how many of the Israeli population is also former Russians or currently Russian. Like, there are Remember at the time remember when I talked about how like there are people out there who are both pro-Russia and pro-Israel, and it's like not as unique as you would think. The people who are pro-Russia pushing Z and also pro-Israel, those people exist. And they're not just like random people in Republican Telegram groups, right? That have been duped by a WhatsApp group and the messages they see there. It's actually a shit ton of Israelis and a shit ton of Russians as well. So the idea that, you know, a major percentage of the Israeli population being Russian is not significant in this analysis is silly. Of course, it's very significant. You called this months ago when the embargo was first talked about? Yeah. Yeah, this is shipping data and satellite imagery indicates that a tanker onboarded oil at a Turkish port and shipped to a terminal in Israel. Yeah. I mentioned this months ago when I was talking to Jeremy Scahill. And because of the pressure that the Turkish government withstood from, you know, popular uprising, popular mobilizations against the Turkish government for continuing trade with Israel, they basically turned around and hid that they were trading with Israel. Yeah, shipping data and satellite imagery compiled by researchers for a Stop Fueling Genocide campaign supported by the Progressive International indicates that a tanker shipped crude oil directly from Turkey's Ceyhan port to a pipeline near Ashkelon in Israel. The port is the last stop on the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline, which is crude oil being transported from Azerbaijan to Israel. The oil is then shipped from the Heydar Aliyev terminal at Ceyhan to Israel, according to almost 30% of its crude oil imports. On the 10th of November, amid global protests against Turkey's role in facilitating the shipments, the country's energy minister denied that any oil tankers bound for Israel had left Ceyhan port since Ankara began its trade embargo. But the new research suggests that the crude oil tanker onboarded Azeri crude in Ceyhan in late October and then turned off its tracking signal, only reappearing several days later in Sicily. Using satellite imagery, the researchers were able to track the boat docking at an oil terminal near Ashkelon, Israel. So they turn off their tracking signal, or another thing that the Turkish government does, and this is even more insidious. As far as I understand, what the Turkish government started doing is, we're not trading with Israel, okay, because we've implemented this trade embargo against Israel in aesthetics. So what they do instead is they change the target, even though they still are docking in Israeli ports. They say that it's actually trading with Palestine. So they change the destination to Palestine. Like they make it seem as though they are trading with the West Bank, but instead they're actually trading with Israel. That's another way that they try to hide the data. So if you look at the actual trade with the West Bank, with like occupied Palestinian territories, it increased dramatically after the trade embargo was the aesthetic trade embargo was kicked in. It's this is how it works. This is how people do it. This is how people maintain their important relations. What? What the fuck is this? Alleged sex tape of streamer Destiny and Nick Fuentes services online. What? I doubt that this is real. That's the most insane thing I've ever seen, dude. This is too much. No, like, I mean, I don't even want to think about that. Why, fuck. Ban whoever linked it, please. I don't think that is, this is, what the fuck is this? What? No. Stop. Stop linking that. Mods ban that. It's unsubstantiated rumors. Stop. It's not Fuentes from fucking Tristan Tate tweet. It's revenge porn. It's fucking revenge porn. Leftists fucking suck. Yeah. That's ridiculous. You're next, big boy. Yeah. You want to see how hard I fucked your dad's ass last night? Is that what you want to see? Your next big boy. Yeah. I mean, if you want to see my fucking meat that bad, you know, I posted it the other day. You don't have to look for revenge porn, okay? Here, I'll pull it up for you. There it is. Here you go, dude. You can make out the outline and fantasize about it, okay? Dumbass. Say you're next, big boy. I am a big boy. Oh my God. 198,000 likes, 30,000 bookmarks. Yeah, it is a progress pic, but it's a progress pic that turned into a cock progress for some reason. Penile progress. Anyway. Yeah, from progress pig to progress dick. Anyway, where was I? Don't you cringe at that? No, I don't give a shit. I grew up very, very fat. I love when people objectify me. It's really funny. Whenever people say like, the only reason why people watch you is because you're hot. I'm like, thank you. Thank you for saying I'm hot. You know? That's cool. It doesn't work in the same, it doesn't hit the same way when you do it. When you objectify a man in a patriarchal society, it doesn't hit the same as objectifying a woman. Okay? There needs to be a pre-established historical context and historical oppression associated with it. When you objectify a man, you're just basically fucking saying that a man is hot. You know? Anyway. Marine shipping data revealed that the Sea Vigor tanker arrived at the Haidar Aliyev terminal in Ceyhan on the 28th of October and was recorded as heavier after departure. As the terminal is the last point of the BTC pipeline, and almost exclusively exports crude oil according to marine traffic. The researchers say this indicates the tanker likely onboarded Azeri crude. Okay. What is this? Cavernacle has this pro-Israel group is absolutely unhinged video. We might watch that later, but according to port logs, the tanker arrived in Sicily lighter in weight, suggesting that it offloaded its cargo between the two recorded stops. Using satellite imagery, researchers were able to identify the tanker docking at the EAPC terminal near Ashkelon, Israel on the 5th of November. And this is simply just the tip of the iceberg. The evidence for Sea Vigor is the tip of the iceberg in relation to the ongoing trade between Israel and Turkey. Middle East Eye previously reported that the advocacy group Oil Change International, which authored a report tracking oil shipments to Israel up until July 2024, said its data sources show multiple shipments from Ceyhan since May. Why do you think that Turkish people are more pro-Palestine than Azeri people? Because Israel gave weapons to Azerbaijan and the Azeri forces in Karabakh. And also, it's a very, very important, reliable trade partner. Israel and Azerbaijan have this trade partnership with pipelines that go through, the logistics that go through Turkey as well. And no, it's not just Islamists in Turkey that are generally more Palestine. That's pro-Palestine. That's not true. It's not just Islamists in Turkey. There are, however, definitely Islamists in Turkey who are very pro-Palestine, but that's not the only group that is pro-Palestine. Most of the you know, there's a lot of there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people who are also leftists, even Kurds. Like there's plenty of other groups. It's the only time you ever saw the only time you've ever seen flags flying for PFLP and Hamas at the same time in Turkey, with the TIP and, you know, the Turkish Worker Party side by side with some of the Islamists. There are, however, a lot of secular, educated, you know, Turkish liberals who are not rabidly anti-Palestine, but certainly anti-Palestine. It's something that I actually criticized quite a bit in the beginning. In the beginning of the Israeli genocide in Gaza, where a lot of Turks were like, "Oh, you want to fucking defend Palestine? How about you go there?" That's what they were fucking saying, because they're so anti-Arab, because of you know, resentment for the uprisings against the Ottoman Empire, collaborations with like British and French imperialists, Syrian refugees. There's just a lot. Anyway, I don't think you have to pick a side in this. What, in Gaza? Yes, you can. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm anti-genocide unconditionally. You want to do a giveaway? We can do a giveaway. What is the majority sentiment towards Palestine and Turkey? It's pretty pro-Palestine. The majority sentiment is pro-Palestine. Turks are in a weird situation because they don't understand that the country is completely captured by American interests as a part of NATO. You know? But they also hate American interference. That's why they'll be like, "You're a British agent," or "You're an American agent." Like that's something that's like very commonplace. Like Turks will be like, "You're an American asset. You're a British asset. You're an agent of the British." But like the Turkish government and a lot of like the ultra nationalist movements are directly created by the American State Department. Amerikan Nusha, aynen. Yeah, you're a servant of America. It's kind of funny because sometimes they say that to me too. And it's like, dog, what the fuck do you mean? But yeah, the Turkish state there is a reason why the Turkish state presents itself as pro-Palestinian. And that is because of the massive, massive amounts of support from the Turkish public. I haven't heard you say Azerbaijan since COVID, Lamount. No, I've talked about it. Biz bağımsız olduğumuzu sandığımız bir illüzyonda yaşıyoruz. Aynen. Bro, they call you gay in here? Yeah, they do. Why do you have a Cuba flag in the background? Because I love Cuba. Asked and answered. Because Cuba's fucking awesome. So sad that Turks who are supposed to be educated and secular don't know that an extreme minority collaborated with the British, consisting of two large tribes who worked with the British when the overwhelming majority of Arabs in the Levant and Mesopotamia fought with the Ottoman army against the British. Yeah. Which was also mentioned in, which is something that Joseph Robinette Biden is going to learn about, as a matter of fact, if he reads 100 Years of War in Palestine by Rashid Khalidi. Interestingly enough, it was also featured in the book by Rashid Khalidi, 100 Years of War in Palestine. If he knew how to read, he would probably read that book and maybe learn some things. Giveaway's over. The Ottomans were also occupiers that oppressed Arabs and forced their conscription and very likely deaths in their wars. Listen. Listen to me. I'm not going to say anything. Who won? I don't know. I don't know who won. April says. Congratulations, April says. Anyway. So, yeah, this is the situation. This is Turkey's involvement with Israel. Hey, yo, watch yourself. You were doing some weird shit here in Qatar, so we had to kick you out. What do you mean? I've never been to Qatar.
The president-elect, who is threatening to impose sweeping tariffs on America's northern neighbor. Our Weijia Jiang is also there. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Dana, and good morning to everybody.
I'm Arab, and he's soothing people from the Arabian Peninsula. Saudis, the majority preferred the Ottomans. My grandfather fought with the Ottomans against the British in Iraq. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're going to match up, the Ottoman Empire to like British colonial occupation or French colonial occupation, I mean, look at what's going on right now. Look at what's going on in the region right now. This doesn't mean that they were great overall. It's just, I think a lot of people would probably prefer the former rather than the latter.
Two leaders met over dinner at Mar-a-Lago, and it was a meeting that Canada sought out, according to the Canadian Broadcasting Company. Now, earlier this week, President Biden warned that these tariffs would be counterproductive, but President-elect Trump insisted.
Do you ever get tired of lying? Oh, God, class war is an instrument. Lying on your back while you get hit from chat's mom? Okay, stop with the debate.
They would protect U.S. manufacturing and bring even more companies to America.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's visit to Mar-a-Lago comes as President...
Easier to kiss the ring. Where's Assad now? People are saying he's in Russia. I don't know.
Elect Trump threatens to impose a 25% tariff on imported goods from Canada and Mexico. Trudeau has warned against the move. Both North American allies are weighing retaliatory tariffs on U.S. products. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum spoke by phone with Trump on Wednesday, but she said the issue did not come up. From world leaders to tech giants like ex-CEO Elon Musk, who spent Thanksgiving at Mar-a-Lago with the Trump family. The line to meet with Trump is long. On Wednesday, Trump hosted Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg at his Florida resort for dinner. Trump's incoming deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller.
We'll see what comes of that. And Mark, obviously, he has his own interests and he has his own.
I can't believe Cenk tweeted what he tweeted yesterday where he's like, oh, the establishment has failed. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how the fuck. I don't know how we. I don't know what to say about that. Watch the Jose video. It's very good and not too hard on TYT or anything. Yeah, I'll watch that later. What is this? Oh, that's funny. I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. Dude, to say that the Donald Trump administration is not the establishment is so crazy. Like they already ran the country. Okay? Not only did they run the country, but they didn't do a great anti-establishment job at it. It's like no different than saying, oh, Donald Trump is going to fucking... it's no different than saying Donald Trump is going to drain the swamp. Just give your Twitch channel to Cenk. He owns you and is the left. He is the left. He is. I'm not. I'm not the left. Did he say other? It's not just that the establishment candidate lost. It's that their media is mortally wounded. Yeah. Fox News, on the other hand, not the establishment media, it seems. Good video I saw on how people get radicalized into reactionary positions and then can be de-radicalized. Okay. The source of their strength was not insipid politicians like Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden. The source of their strength was their propaganda machine, the mainstream media. Now online media is strong enough that their oppressive monopoly on American mind has been broken. Now we're in the jungle. They hate that. I love it. This uncontrolled marketplace of ideas is where I'm home. I'd rather be the populous woods than in the establishment prison. Is this whole meeting the new president-elect at their residence thing kind of weird? Is it more common than I realized? It's unique because we haven't really had a situation like this before where a former president who has already like established relations with these other global leaders before has lost an election and then won it again. So that's the reason why it's like it's both unique, but also it's not unique because it's Donald Trump. I think it's more so like, has it happened before? I assume it has happened before. I don't know enough. By the way, why does this have Groper Cleveland? Why does this have 68,000 likes? What do you think, dude? Because it's on Twitter. It's on Twitter. You say anything right-wing on Twitter, you're going to get a lot of love. I thought we established this. Right-wing, he is the left. I think he's booming out, okay? He's just like, he has spent so much of his time duking it out with establishment Democrats for understandable reasons, because the Democratic Party is a direct pathway, a direct hurdle in front of any sort of leftist mobilization. and he sees them as his immediate enemy. But while I also understand where he's coming from on that front, I don't have the same optimism that he has in terms of this misplaced optimism that he has in terms of like the Republicans winning. They're going to fucking put, I think the Republicans are going to put the left in jail, you know? I don't think the establishment has been defeated. I see the situation as more uniparty than anything else. I see it as two sides of the same coin, with one side being far worse than the other for sure. But the side that is far worse than the other is not the Democratic Party. The side that's far worse than the other is the Republican Party. It's not like the Republicans hide their rampant corruption. Like, things might change, but not for the better. Things will change for the worse. That's the way I see it. I see it as like Donald Trump centralizing power even harder than previous Republican administrations have at the behest of corporations and the wealthy. And maybe he'll, throw some populist crumbs here and there in the process. Like, one thing that he actually changed was the messaging around deficit hawking and the messaging around social safety nets. Like, he was like, I'm never touching Social Security, for example. Right? That's new for the Republicans. Now, does that mean that he's not going to touch Social Security? Probably. He probably will touch Social Security as long as it's like in the interest of corporations. Lawyer up? Why? See Joe and Mika from MSNBC? Yeah, fascism has always used anti-elite rhetoric. They contort leftist critique into opposition to parasites, both unworking elites and unproductive poor people, reducing leftism to an aesthetic. Producerism? I don't know why he says this kind of stuff. I just don't like. I've known this man for my whole life. This is my uncle, so I just can't. I don't see him becoming like a right-wing grifter, but I totally understand why people who are unfamiliar with him or know his like perspective at all see this kind of shit and arrive at that conclusion. Maybe I'm on the copium train, but I just don't think he's like. I don't know. I just don't think he's like. I'm too unk-pilled. I'm not a. Like if he was not my uncle, if he was like some random content creator, I'd be like, he's going down the Jimmy Dore route for sure. Like, that's what I would think. But knowing him personally, I don't think he's doing that. But only time will tell. Does that make sense? Just don't turn against us abolitionists like he has. I mean, the funniest thing is, like, if he's ever heard me talk to an abolitionist like Lolo or whatever, or even yourself, Cinemarxism, he would probably understand where I'm coming from a little bit better. But I also don't see any valid reason to single out abolitionists or anarchists in general to be like, those are my enemies, like to portray myself as like more moderate and more rational than they are. I have my disagreements. But I still understand that people like yourself are directly at the forefront of moving American society in a positive direction. I'm never going to fucking cast aside people that are. I'm never going to cast aside people, even if I have disagreements with them, on as long as they are fighting the good fight. This is one of the things that I have tried to maintain as a position, to actually create a big tent within some semblance of like anti-capitalist movement in this country.
Own company and he has his own agenda, but he's made clear that he wants to support the national renewal of America under President Trump's leadership.
It's a drastic change from Trump's first term when he...
You shit on anarchists all the time. What are you on about? Yeah, except I have a fuck ton of anarchists in this community as well, so I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Like, I've literally housed anarchists in my house, and I'm friends with them. Yes, I'm making jokes, but of course you're fucking anarchists, so clearly you don't understand the concept of jokes. You're about to be like, this is an oppressive hierarchy. Humor, especially when considering the ableist nature of those who cannot actually comprehend context and nuance, and humor devoid of tone indicators is actually... Humor devoid of tone indicators is actually an ableist reinforcement of unjustifiable hierarchies. We do not democratically agree on a humorous quip.
clashed with big tech companies and even sued several of them, alleging censorship.
We're going to hold big tech very accountable.
This time around, a long list of Silicon Valley billionaires poured money into the Trump campaign and flooded social media with congratulatory notes when he won. Chris Lewis is a tech policy expert who worked for the Obama campaign.
I think they're engaging in smart politics. I think what the public should see is that folks who have access often get preferential treatment from a Trump administration.
Elon Musk even scored a position advising the incoming administration as head of the newly created Department of Government Efficiency. He and Vivek Ramaswamy, who's a Republican businessman, will be heading down to Washington next week. At least they're planning to meet with House Republicans to talk about their plans to slash regulations.
Oh, God. Trust busting is when you look corpos bust in your mouth. Yeah, yum. Let's do the Jose video that I was watching before. Why the Young Turks push the right-wing propaganda story? This is what I was watching before we got to the Janksgiving. But here, I'll summarize the first 7 minutes. But it's basically talking about the right-wing backed propaganda story about a slumlord in Aurora, Colorado that was under fire by the local government, okay, for having horrifying conditions in its slums. Many of the people that are living in these slums that this company was the landlord over were, undocumented and documented migrants. Many of them are poor, and the story was quickly put together by local news and mainstream media to make it seem as though Tren de Aragua, a Venezuelan gang, had overtaken this Aurora, Colorado's slum apartments by force. Okay. And the Young Turks actually leaned into that quite a bit.
81 charges and was scheduled to appear for a trial on August 27th.
I gotta pee.
And then again on September 5th for another 24 charges related to vehicles. All of these were for just one of the buildings, Fitzsimmons Place. With the building set to be closed by the city in 2 weeks, Baumgarten began to fight back by claiming in the media that the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua had taken over his properties and were preventing his team from performing regular maintenance at the building. This is where the gang narrative takeover first entered the media cycle. And to highlight just how that entered the media cycle, we can look at an article from the outlet Westward, which referenced an August 5th statement regarding the gang takeover from CBZ management that came through a Florida-based PR firm, Red Banyan. A quick look at the PR company shows us that they specialize in helping repair the reputation of people and businesses damaged by scandals, and they hype up their ability to place stories within the media. It does seem a bit strange that the property owner was complaining about not being able to afford to make repairs, but he somehow had all this money to hire a PR firm, As I pointed out earlier, these apartments were a complete mess before the arrival of any of these migrants, and the timing of these claims really gives the game away. If a Venezuelan gang was somehow preventing these apartments from receiving regular maintenance, it's a wonder that they were able to do this for years before any Venezuelan migration wave came in at all. As an interesting point of comparison, Baumgarten owns several other buildings in Denver, buildings, you won't be shocked to learn, that also have numerous health and safety violations. One of the residents of one of the Denver properties discussed the poor living conditions, saying, "What's going on in Aurora, that's essentially what's happening to their properties in Denver. It just hasn't gotten the same attention." By the way, this comment does come from a mid-September article, so I won't blame TYT for not being aware of something that hadn't been published yet. Though all the other details I've shared so far were readily available throughout articles published in August. One of the major differences between the 3 buildings in Aurora and the other buildings in Denver, all in similar states of disrepair, was that in Denver, the city had not stepped in to shut these buildings down. And that might be a reason why there are no news stories about a Venezuelan gang seizing control of them. Baumgarten told this gang takeover story to his lenders, which is how they decided to create a report. Let's go back to the TYT video for that.
Now, the video that we showed you earlier was taken later in August. So even before that incident occurred, there were already concerns about gang violence. There was already a law firm investigating it on behalf of the lender.
The first major issue with this report is that it's specifically about Whispering Pines, not the Edge at Lowry, which is where the viral video comes from. The video really conflates those two properties in an unhelpful way, including mistakenly listing one of the residents from the Edge at Lowry as being from Whispering Pines, and I think it demonstrates a general lack of familiarity with many of the elements of this story. But to look at the details of the report itself, it was put together by the law firm.
Yeah. Not only that it was put together by the law firm, which obviously stands to gain from, lying in this situation. They're trying to build a fucking case, if not a legal case, but at least like a case in the court of public opinion, and massage the narrative that suits the obvious fucking landlords that have hired them. But also, I read Anna's Substack on this. Now, I'm not, I didn't even know that Anna had a Substack, but the reason why I read Anna's Substack on this particular matter is because my mom printed it out because she was confused and knew what my take was on this, and she printed it out. So I'm actually very familiar with Anna's commentary on this subject, and I know for a fact that it was actually filled with falsehoods. Anna Kasparian did something on her Substack when she was doing coverage over this that I've seen conservatives do time and time again. Take a bunch of real criminal cases and compile it together and make it seem as though this was all happening with the Trinidad gang that was all working to overtake this apartment complex. There was, I believe, like 35 different arrests, up to 35. I can't remember the exact number, but there was like 20 to 30 different arrests that had happened periodically over the course of like multiple years. Okay. That had happened in Aurora, Colorado. And Anna had basically compiled all of those arrests from local news to present a narrative that it was actually Trinidad that was, dominating this specific apartment complex to suit the original argument that she had presented, that Trinidad was like dominating this area. I looked into the actual individual arrests and found every single one. I found out that many of the arrests were for, domestic violence or, assault, battery, things of that nature. Now, these are still completely heinous crimes. Many of the people that she presents actually are not a part of the Trinidad gang either. They're just like other immigrants. Some of them aren't even immigrants. And none of it actually showed that this one specific gang had actually taken over the apartment complex. none of the crimes that they were arrested for had anything to do with the Aurora, Colorado apartment complex being overtaken at all. And it, but if you don't dive in to the actual details and investigate it further, you're not going to be able to come to that conclusion. Fox News does this quite frequently. It's shocking when I see it from someone like Anna Kasparian.
Perkins Coy, probably said that wrong. Considering the dates used, we can infer that the report was put together no earlier than the first week of July. It's very clear that crimes have taken place, but it's difficult to parse from this report alone which ones were dealt with by police and which weren't, and which ones can be substantiated at all. Looking at the more obvious crimes, there was a case of assault in November 2023, but it's followed by this interesting line. We have no information on what investigative steps were launched or arrests were made in connection with this violent and unprovoked attack. It seems like something they might have wanted to reach out to the police about, but for some reason they didn't. There are much wilder claims as well, such as child trafficking, but there's no direct evidence of that. The property manager from Whispering Pines says they were told that by a gang member, but that's not really the same as interviewing the gang member. And it's also weird that a gang member would openly discuss their child trafficking plans with the property manager. But that's kind of the whole point of this report. It's not meant to be a listing of definite crimes that have happened that the police have ignored. Rather, it's something presented by a law firm asking the police to look into this without actually figuring out if the police have started looking into this or not. But the TYT video makes a much bolder claim about the validity of this report.
And the report was further confirmed by the Aurora Police Department, which is now denying that there's a problem of Venezuelan gang violence at this apartment complex.
The cops did not confirm the details of this report. The confirmation that's described in this video was actually done by local news, who had requested police reports from around the same time, specifically the report of a housekeeper being threatened. The most contentious claim from this report is about rent collection or extortion, and that's mentioned in the video like this.
The property has recorded footage of gang members knocking on doors without authorization or without any justification, attempting to collect rent from the tenants of Whispering Pines.
Even several weeks after this video has first went up, there is still no firm evidence that to any sort of large scale that this is happening. In this video, the only evidence that's really cited comes from the report. When looking at the report, the only real evidence provided is a story from the property manager and a single image of rent supposedly being collected. The law firm, I guess, might have seen more evidence than that, but none of it made it into the report. One thing that is worth noting, though, is that the man who the property manager consistently identifies as Larry is almost certainly a man named Larry who was arrested by Aurora police back in July. He has so far only been charged with menacing for threatening to kill someone with a gun. This news did come out a few days after the first TYT video, so it's understandable why they didn't know this at the time. But considering this report doesn't actually concern specific police actions that were or were not taken, I'm not sure why they were just so willing to go along with the narrative that this gang is currently controlling the apartment complex and extorting rent from people. The whole rent collection narrative never rang true to me because multiple tenants interviewed in these complexes repeatedly said that they were not paying rent to gang members. The allegations made in the report were a bit of an outlier, and I couldn't quite make sense of it other than my assumption that the report just was not providing full enough information. I believe this hypothesis was confirmed in a November article on the Denver Post. I'll read you an excerpt. Rent was not collected by gangs, said Chamberlain, the current police chief, last week. Tenants told police that some people would bang on their doors and wouldn't leave until the occupant gave them $20, he said. Well, I guess it's possible these people are lying. I think it's more than likely that small sums of money were shaken down by these people by criminals, and that was construed to be some kind of rent collection operation. And I don't want to downplay that someone stealing $20 from you when you're low income can be a real blow, but it does not confirm the whole gang takeover rent collection operation that was being furthered by a property owner who needed some kind of diversion to hide the fact that he had let his property fall into complete crap. Also, one last note about that report. The law firm claims it was conducting it on behest of the bank that had lent the money to the property owners. Well, that same bank would then turn around and sue the property owners, so perhaps they were not entirely convinced of the gang takeover either. The second video that came out in October would repeat this claim that whether it was a few units or an entire apartment isn't an important distinction to be made, but that is very much at the heart of this.
Whether they had been taken over in full or partially, wherever you want to land on that, okay? Whatever makes you feel better.
I'm not even convinced that a few units were taken over, but the whole point of this narrative is that the owner of this property is trying to claim that the entire building has been taken over and he's not able to collect rent from anybody. The local outlet, Denverite, took a closer look at the arrest records of the alleged Tren de Aragua members to provide further details, and only one of those arrests seemed to support the takeover narrative. A man was arrested for entering the apartment of two other residents at the Edge at Lowry and threatened them with a gun. He apparently told the couple to get out and then let 5 men in, and there was a comment about how they run this place, although he used a word I probably shouldn't use on YouTube, and this man was arrested. Although an interesting detail about the couple is that one of them was also alleged to be a member of Tren de Aragua, and he was also arrested because of charges from a separate incident involving one of his former roommates, who he assaulted after refusing to pay his share of the rent at a different location. I genuinely tried really hard to find any evidence of gang takeovers, and honestly, this one case is the best I could find. And this was published well after that first TYT video came up. A single unit that was taken over with the perpetrator arrested by police. Now, I haven't inspected all these units myself, and I suppose there are crimes out there that may have been committed that no one has come forward and provided any firm evidence of, but at the very least, I feel very confident in saying that the property owner's story of several buildings being under the control of gangs is, at the very least, a gross exaggeration. Looking through these arrests, one other interesting detail is that for the November 2023 assault at Whispering Pines, the victim was identified as none other than Zev Baumgarten, the property owner who has neglected these buildings. I should make it explicitly clear that obviously this is not okay. Even though he's been absolutely atrocious to his tenants, that doesn't justify some guys beating the crap out of him. There was a man who was arrested for this assault, and he was identified as potentially being a member of Tren de Aragua. Baumgarten pretty much never does interviews, so we can really only speculate what this assault has done to his perception of what's going on in those buildings, but it is quite possible that the experience colored his perspective somewhat. And I should restate, regardless of any sort of assault, his negligence towards the property, including allowing conditions that increased the incidence of crime there, go back well before the Venezuelan people moved into those buildings. The Young Turks video spends surprisingly little time talking about Baumgarten, but they did have another group they dedicated minutes of their time to complaining about.
For the lefties who are watching this, who are concerned, oh my God, please don't report the truth because it's going to paint migrants in a negative light. The migrants are the ones who are victimized by this. So if you care about migrants, if you care about...
It's weird because, like, we did actually, at least on this broadcast, feature the migrants that are living in the apartment complexes quite heavily. And none of them agreed that there was a gang takeover. So in a situation like this, they were all saying, no, this is our fucking slumlord who's like left the apartment complex in a state of ruin. Yeah, if I have, on the one hand, a slumlord who has hired a PR firm that is in legal trouble with the local government, with the local authorities, for the horrifying conditions that he's subjecting his tenants to, so much so that, like, these buildings are condemned. And on the other side, I have the actual tenants who are saying, like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this, like, this Tren de Aragua shit is. Like, yeah, there's gang activity in this area. It's a poor neighborhood. But, like, no, the real problem here is the fucking tenant. Not the tenant, sorry. The real problem is the landlord. Yeah, I'm gonna go with them. Like, the real victims. I'm not just gonna fucking bring up the victims of this story to drive home a narrative that actually undermines the victims.
About immigrants, you should not want them to live under these conditions.
If you're pushing back against the demagoguing of immigrants, I just did that. That's how you do that, okay? But if you say, in order to push back against that, I'm just gonna pretend that no immigrant has ever committed a crime and that those gangs aren't here and they haven't taken over anything, you sound ridiculous.
Hearing stuff like this makes me wonder what portion of this video comes out of concern for the residents and what portion is being created to push back against annoying people on the left. I'm not saying it has to be one or the other, but it seems like a bit of both are clearly at play here. As someone who is annoyed by people on the left, I understand that impulse. And hey, sometimes it's important to push back against annoying figures who are making it tougher to operate in that space. But when it comes to genuine concern over these residents and how they're being victimized, I've already described a lot of context that was left out of that story. And more importantly, there was no mention whatsoever of what was going on in Fitzsimmons Place, the third property supposedly taken over by a violent Venezuelan gang. If you truly care about the residents in these complexes, I don't know how the story of Fitzsimmons Place can be ignored. So let's go into some detail about that. Fitzsimmons Place was declared a nuisance attracting criminal activity by the city in September of 2023. The city described how crime at the property had gone up 30% since 2019 when it was purchased by Baumgarten. One interesting fact about the nuisance notice is that it has a list of the many crimes that took place at this property in the preceding 12 months, including several before the arrival of any Venezuelan migrants to Aurora. And all of these crimes were before the supposed gang takeover began. The city would insist that crime is not the reason this building would eventually be shut down, but this notice does serve as firm documentation that this has been a long-standing problem at the property and isn't the product of recent immigration. And I really shouldn't have to say this, but if you're claiming that your story is about the crime affecting these people and the only criminals you seem to be talking about are the Venezuelan immigrants, you have more in common with the right-wing media when covering this story than you realize. By mid-August, before the viral video went live, Fitzsimmons Place would be shut down, leaving nearly 200 people without a home.
She says for the past 3 months, she's always paid her rent on time, but has had continuing issues with lighting in the kitchen and issues with the front door and pest control problems. Also, half the month of August nearly gone. Doesn't give her family much time to find permanent housing moving forward.
Listening to the stories of these residents, it's really heartbreaking. They were paying $1,600 a month to live in apartments that had serious problems. Speaking to CBS News, one former resident said,
"Our hot water is turned off every week. We have to boil water to take a warm shower, and there's a lot of rats."
Although many of the residents described,
yeah, the crime is out of control, by the way, in this situation. Yeah. It's crime on top of crime. It's crime compounding on crime. The fact that they, like, not only are these conditions horrifying, but they were paying $1,600. Sometimes upwards of $2,000 a month. Yeah.
Is
this in Los Angeles? No, Aurora, Colorado, my friend.
Lack of safety in the community, it's very tough to find anyone supporting the gang narrative presented by the property manager. In fact, following the evictions, the former residents of Fitzsimmons Place filed a class action lawsuit against Zev Baumgarten and his business partner. Notably, it's not the city they were going after or the police department. They blame the property owner for the problems in their building. A civil rights attorney spoke to local news about the issue.
They didn't have any excuse until it was leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning this building. Only just about 2 weeks ago did the Baumgartens and
Yeah. We also, obviously, on this broadcast, interviewed a HasanAbi head who was a former local council member in Aurora, Colorado, who had actually visited these slums before. So, you know, when you actually look at the real victims in this story and also the real local administrators in this story, you get a very different picture than the story presented by the fucking landlord. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm not saying don't feature the landlord's perspective in this at all. Yeah, it's still newsworthy to you know, say this is how he is defending himself. And it's also worthy of investigation. But if you hyper focus on what the fucking landlord is saying when their building is being condemned, if you hyper focus on what the fucking landlord is saying as he's in the process of having his goddamn building being condemned, yeah, and not necessarily like feature the actual residents, then you might as well just be doing pro landlord propaganda at that point.
Their companies hire a public relations firm to start pushing this narrative that the building was taken over by gangs, and for that reason they had to cease property management operations. But the reality is they had ceased operations long before this news leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning the building.
By the time the viral video came out, Fitzsimmons Place was already old news. And it's hard to say a gang has taken over a building that has been completely shut down. But realize when people are talking about apartment buildings that have been taken over by gangs, of the 3 of them, 1 of them isn't even open anymore. But while we're on the topic of Fitzsimmons Place, those 81 charges I mentioned against Baumgarten from the city were conditionally dismissed. Baumgarten waived the right to a speedy trial and must now reimburse the city up to $60,000 to secure the property. He then either has to sell or lease the property to a new owner, or bring the building back up to code to resolve the many issues it's facing. This needs to be completed in the next 6 months. Although the delay in the trial must be some kind of relief to Baumgarten, it seems strange to me to take that agreement because it seemed like the perfect time to present all the evidence of a gang having taken over a property because of the city's negligence. But instead, he is spending a significant amount of money to secure the building, possibly even more if he decides to bring it up to code, or he'll have to sell the property. If this deal seems a little too generous for the guy, well, I'll have a little more on that later. There is one section of the video that does come close to understanding what might be happening here.
Some of them are saying, no, the gang violence isn't the problem. The real problem is the landlord. But both things can be true, guys. The landlord being neglectful and not taking care of the building could actually attract more crime. That usually happens when gangs or criminals see a building kind of falling apart. They see it as an opportunity to come in and take over. And so I don't see that as, oh, well, it's one or the other. It could totally be both.
What bothers me in this video is that it really dismisses the claims of many of the tenants that are trying to highlight how the property owner has completely abandoned them. The tenants are trying to get people to understand that this isn't a story about crime, or at least it's not a story specifically about gang crime. And the reason that this story made it into the headlines isn't because gang violence is out of control in these buildings, it's because gang violence is being tied to an immigrant community so a property owner can scapegoat them to hide his own negligence. And that's the frustration being created by this video. Instead of focusing on the bigger problem making the lives of these tenants miserable, attention is instead being redirected to the more salacious story of a Venezuelan gang. That's probably why the tenants have been vocal after the fact, trying to change that narrative. But instead of highlighting the many stories of the tenants of these buildings, we instead get clips of Cindy Romero in the TYT video. Honestly, I'm not too interested in digging into the details of this lady because she's a private citizen. But what's more important than this specific tenant is the
only tenant that has actually gone against the overwhelming majority of the tenants that have said it's not the fucking gang activity at all, it's actually this like shit-ass landlord, was someone who was personally handpicked by a right-wing council member, okay, and was given a new apartment. Okay, just so you understand, this woman is like, do I believe her narrative that she has been somehow victimized by these guys? Absolutely. I do. I 100% do. Do I believe that there are, gangs, including but not limited to Tren de Aragua, documented gangs born out of American citizens and gangs born out of undocumented citizens operating in this area? Of course I do. I do. But it is impossible for me to contend with the narrative coming from one person when there is an overwhelming amount of narratives that disprove that person's argument. If she were to talk about her own individual and personal experiences, then that's fine. That's understandable. She has every right to do so. But if she's going to portrayed this as like some broader narrative of undocumented migrants like overtaking a facility in its entirety, and she is this standalone person. And on top of that, she's gotten a new apartment from a right-wing fucking council member who like masqueraded as like saving this person from the treacherous grips of Trendaragua. Like, I get why. I get why she would have this narrative. What is this? Guess who's a hypocrite and is going on an anti-Semitic stake and kick stream? Ain't no fucking way. First ever steak poker night? Exclusively on kick streaming? No. Full circle. We literally started our friendship shitting on Kick and stake.com and crypto casinos. Look at us now. They'll just clip you and put this on their sub. Please just leave it. I mean, dude, what the fuck? I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason for this. Yeah. I'm glad that Ethan is appearing on non-anti-Semitic platforms like Kick. Holy shit.
Context in which she's being presented to us. And to understand why she's being presented to us in a specific context, we have to talk about a certain Aurora City Council member named Danielle Jurinsky.
Damn, Jose's done a thorough investigation into this, like, respect. He's bringing up everything that I fucking also covered.
Although she isn't mentioned until late in the TYT video, she does make an uncredited cameo early on.
The governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination.
This is so wrong, I'm tempted to call it a lie. Although it could just be that no one really bothered to look up where this imagination comment comes from. Let's look at the full context of the quote here, though. This actually doesn't come from the governor, by the way. It comes from one of his spokespeople. According to police intelligence, this purported invasion is largely a feature of Danielle Jurinsky's imagination. That kind of changes everything, huh? He's not talking about everyone. He means the aforementioned council member Jurinsky. She is described later in the TYT video like this.
Some streamers have decided to smear the city council member who helped this woman who's low income move out of her home into a safe
talking about me
place to live. And they smear the city council member as racist because she is concerned about this crime that's going on. Okay.
Although I can't purport to be an expert on Danielle Jurinsky, I can give you a bit of background on her that will help clarify where she's coming from. On July 28th,
I don't know anything about some random fuck-ass Aurora, Colorado council member. I arrived at this conclusion not because of what she did in this process. I arrived at this conclusion by talking to people who were also on that fucking same council. Instead of just reading Fox News articles on this issue, I actually did do some deeper investigations. You know, whether it be featuring the actual tenants and asking them, or seeing the PSL, like local organizations on the ground, going to the actual tenants and asking who was responsible for their pain and their struggle, or whether it be interviewing council members, former council members, about the current state of the Aurora Council.
was a massive gathering of about 3,000 to 4,000 people in a shopping center parking lot where these individuals had gathered to hear about the presidential elections in Venezuela, many of them naturally being Venezuelans eager for news about their home country. The gathering alarmed some residents, and rumors began swirling on social media. One of the loudest voices was Aurora City Councilor Danielle Jurinsky. Jurinsky had already been vocal in the past about her displeasure for the influx of new arrivals south of the border. She is very much an anti-immigration city councilor. Her post on Facebook regarding this gathering was far more heated, though. In part, it read, "Thousands of these folks took over and completely shut down a part of our city. The police were totally overrun and were forced to get out of the area for their safety. A police car was shot up. This is the United States of America. This is your city. Please, please spread the word. This November's election may, in fact, be the actual most important of your lives, your children's lives, and your grandchildren's lives." The Venezuelans were not, in fact, taking over the city. And after the results of the Venezuelan election came in, they pretty much went home. Police would later clarify that while a gun was fired into the air at some point, a police car was not shot up. They also described how police were there for the entire event and didn't make any arrests, and that there were no reports about rioting or people being attacked or businesses being damaged. To be fair, there was a lot of trash left behind, and while that is a shame to see, it's also something you'd find after a music festival or a large gathering of people. But Jurinsky's comments weren't about littering. They were about a Venezuelan gang taking over Aurora. Jurinsky would later claim that this gathering was organized by Tren de Aragua and that it was some kind of test that they were running. This is the imagination at work in this story. It seems as though her attitudes towards immigrants and this apartment complex takeover were a perfect fit. Jurinsky did not enter to this controversy after helping Cindy Romero move, though. In fact, she very clearly went on record about it at least a week prior to that viral video being shot. Around the time of the gang takeover narrative first appearing in local news back in August, Danielle Jurinsky, along with counselors Stephanie Hancock and Steven Sundberg, also started speaking out for the property management company during a public safety committee at this time. They claimed there was a big gang problem in the city, and they didn't believe Fitzsimmons Place was being shut down because of code violations. Here's some footage from that meeting.
We believe that our opinions are not up for debate. This is our beliefs. The three of us believe that there is a gang problem, a huge gang problem, that apartment complexes and areas of our city are being taken over. This is what we believe.
There was another part of this meeting where Jurinsky mentions the property manager for Fitzsimmons Place was physically attacked at the end of 2023.
And then the property manager was beaten so badly he was hospitalized last November, Mayor, and APD is aware of this.
It's interesting that Jurinsky mentioned this particular assault because it was detailed in that report I mentioned earlier that was sent to the city on August 9th that supposedly details how gangs had taken over properties managed by CBZ. This video was uploaded on August 8th, the day before that letter actually arrived to City Hall, so it suggests to some degree that Jurinsky...
Maybe she just has a real investigative approach and found out about it by herself before this report was put together. Or maybe she's directly working in collaboration with the slumlords. I don't know.
He has been in communication with either CBZ management or the law firm conducting the investigation. Do you remember that settlement that pushed back Baumgarten's trial? The one over Fitzsimmons Place where he's spending $60,000 and might have to sell the property? An interesting detail there is that if you look up the actual agreement, you can see that it was negotiated with a city council member, Danielle Jurinsky. So apparently in some capacity, Jurinsky was involved in hashing out this deal that created the possibility for Baumgarten to hold on to his property. Just another interesting connection between the two. I suppose she could have been representing the city, although I suspect the city manager was doing that, and considering a few days before this agreement was reached, she didn't believe that code violations were the reasons this building was shut down. So I suspect she wasn't exactly holding Baumgarten's feet to the fire on this one. And of course, all of this was happening before that viral video went live, and Jurinsky presented herself as some kind of savior stepping in to rescue a tenant. Jurinsky has affixed herself to Romero and is frequently sharing the tenant's story. In one more recent case, she was literally coaching her on stage while she was speaking at a Trump rally.
The loud music, the destruction, the gunshots.
The PR company Red Banyan also has a history of using politicians for its messaging, specifically when it comes to this gang takeover story. Going back to when it first broke in early August, Republican congressional candidate John Fabricatori was identified by that PR firm working for the property owner as someone who was a representative.
Oh, here's my favorite guy. The fucking ICE agent. Is slumlord synonymous with landlord? Yes. But slumlord specifically operates slums. So like low-income housing, oftentimes Section 8 housing, that is left in dire circumstances because the people that your tenants do not have enough financial freedom to get some sort of legal restitution from you. Fabricatori!
Representative for CBZ Property Management. A quote from a 9 News article reads, Fabricatori said the city didn't want to arrest illegal aliens because of bad optics. And he said,
they always say this. They always say like, oh man, here it is again. The undocumented immigrants getting special treatment. I don't know how the fuck anybody can believe this shit, dude. You got to be a real dumbass to be like, yeah, some of the poorest people in American society also happen to be the most privileged. These institutions that are constantly trying to fucking defend them. It's so stupid. Cherry Court, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs, helping some of the less privileged in the community by gifting them some gifted subs, allowing them to send links if they choose to see fit. You can also subscribe in order to support the broadcast for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Primes are free. I haven't done a fucking call out to subscribe in a while. Gotta remind myself and everybody else that we're doing that. Ads are not back. I'm not doing an ad break.
the property owner had invested in improving the building. Now, I'm not saying anyone is on the payroll for one company or another, but I think there is a confluence of interests going on here. We have a property owner creating a gang narrative in an attempt to deflect responsibility for his own negligence towards his properties, and a politician advancing their own career using anti-immigrant rhetoric. So we have two very self-interested parties using this story to advance their own careers, something that is completely missing from that TYT video. To be as fair as possible, there is a decent amount of pushback that comes from the TYT video regarding how immigrants are being demonized by the right.
And overall, when you look at the crime rates, we've been over this many, many times. I hate to break it to you guys, but native-born Americans, twice as violent, twice as many crimes as undocumented immigrants, and 4 times as many crimes as documented immigrants.
And that's great. I'm glad they did that. But this pushback is incomplete when they also don't show how the property owner is complicit in all of this, and also provide cover for some of the conservative politicians who are exploiting this crisis, and presenting a city council member like Jurinsky as someone who simply wanted to help her constituents. A little over a month later, on October 14th, the Young Turks uploaded a second video on the subject titled "J.D. Vance Interview Gets Tense Over Venezuelan Gangs." And this was not a great video.
The incidents were limited to a handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs.
Fast forward to this past weekend, and you have Martha Raddatz say, no, it wasn't a big deal. It was limited to a handful of apartment complexes.
This is a strange reading of the words that...
Bro, they're not saying only a couple apartment complexes were overtaken. They're saying there were a handful of incidents and issues. No apartment complex was taken over. Why are you agreeing with JD Vance?
That were said. Martha Raddatz is not explicitly confirming gang takeovers of apartment buildings. She tried to clarify that there have been gang-related problems, but then she is misconstrued by JD Vance, someone who has, by the way, gone on record as having manufactured stories to spread anti-immigrant rhetoric.
I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it.
This is one of these moments that just seems like a breakdown in understanding what words mean. Saying something is a problem doesn't mean confirming how that problem is construed by the other party. Even if Martha Raddatz completely agreed with JD Vance here, is that really the extent to which a story can be confirmed now? A comment from a moderator? I'm not even really sure what to push back against here because there's no real substance, yet it's being treated by this video as some kind of grand vindication. I know this is a common talking point that's been circulated in right-wing media, but it's obviously been exaggerated.
The Aurora Police Department put out a press release about the Venezuelan gang members that they had identified and arrested.
When you look at the details of these 10 men who have been arrested, they don't really speak to any sort of extortion scheme.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. She wrote this in her Substack. This is the part of the article that I actually had to investigate further. I never covered it on the stream, but I had to like literally do a live debunking to my mom who had printed out the Substack.
Apartment takeover narrative. Many of the charges involve things like domestic violence, and several men were arrested over one specific shooting. There was a fight that broke out at a party, and there was an instance of one gang member breaking into the apartment that was occupied by a different gang member. While it's certainly conceivable that some residents at these apartments have been shaken down for money or robbed at some point, a robber might have even said they were calling it rent for living there. This is me being incredibly charitable, as it's hard to find firm evidence of any of that having happened, and certainly not to the extent at which it is being alleged by the property owner. In fact, the original video claiming the poor living conditions and violence had nothing to do with one another was part of the problem. And much like the original video, a huge portion of this video is designed to attack the left.
And I love how easily they just dismiss it like it's no big deal. Do we care about people or not? Do we care about people living in poverty or not?
Then the extreme left goes, aha! That's actually the landlord and there's no Venezuelan gangs at all. Everybody's fine. No apartments were taken over and we live in Shangri-La. And when the leftists see this,
like who are they talking to, bro? I didn't even know they were like duking it out in the marketplace ideas like this on their fucking regular broadcast.
picture, they think they don't exist.
I don't understand why this is part of the story. It just reads incredibly petty and meaningless to engage in this sort of thing. But as someone who considers himself to be on the left, I do feel like I need to respond to this. I'd point out that there are a lot of great leftists doing important work, specifically when it comes to this story. There was one underreported one I really wanted to share, and to be honest, it's a huge part of why I wanted to make this video, because this is something that was not widely reported even in local media. This comes from an article in Denverite.
Isn't spreading disinformation considered to be a form of hybrid warfare in the political science context? I don't think this is like a deliberate disinformation campaign, you know. I think it's just like people legitimately becoming more and more disillusioned and losing hope that anything good can potentially happen, and becoming organically more reactionary on a lot of these issues. How do you non-deliberately fabricate a story as a news organization? How do you non-deliberately fabricate it? You just fucking copy the notes of Fox News because you agree with them. That's how you do it.
which provided a lot of personal stories of many of the people who were living in Fitzsimmons Place and how they were struggling to find rooms in hotels after their building was shut down. One way in which the city, I think, is to blame for what's going on is how quickly they shut down Fitzsimmons Place. Although there had been a lot of talk of it being shut down, the actual deadline to shut the whole place down was only a few weeks, and a lot of residents simply didn't have the time to find new accommodations. The city, for its part, offered to pay for hotel rooms for a couple of weeks, but residents were pretty much left on their own to figure out what was going on. Much of the work of helping these people fell on volunteers from groups such as East Colfax Community Collective and House Keys Action Network Denver. The article describes them as a group of anarchists, socialists, students, and neighborhood organizers who helped people get water, food, and arrange for their accommodations, making sure they had appropriate transportation and rooms booked so these families wouldn't be left on the street.
TYT did a few stories around the same period about flash mobs that ran into 7-Elevens and snatched chips and shit, and they literally have Fox News credited for photos with the piece. Yeah, I think that there are significantly more pressing issues that are ruining American society than a bunch of fucking people running into a 7-Eleven and grabbing, chips. That's crazy.
As a quick aside, I talk a lot about leftist politics on this channel, and I see a lot of questions about how people can make a difference in their community. And if you're someone who wants to make a positive difference in your community and you're not sure where to start, look for organizations like these. They provide community support to people in really tough moments of their life. And it's really so easy sometimes to make a positive difference. In this case, it was just showing up with some food and water and helping people get from point A to point B. And while there are annoying leftists on the internet who will say all sorts of obnoxious things, I think the contributions of left...
The La Cienega and Olympic 7-Eleven, it was literally teenagers on bikes. Oh my God. Someone needs to put an end to these teenagers, man. If they do it 3 times, it'll be a felony.
Leftists in communities often gets ignored and minimized. They're out there doing the actual work. And
this is why I don't shit on anarchists all that much, okay? While they do demonstrate record behavior time and time again in online spaces, or some of them do a lot of fucking, some of them are just like objectively annoying. They're at the forefront of this kind of mutual aid.
To me, this is what I think of when I think of leftist activism. This article is an important read as it puts a human face on all of the people, particularly those who were affected by this building that was left in disrepair and then was suddenly shut down. And it also describes how stories of rampant gang violence is stereotyping an entire community. To be a Venezuelan person in Aurora right now is to be associated with the existence of this gang, a gang that is incredibly small and has limited to no influence in the city. As an update on the other 2 buildings that were scheduled to be shut down, Whispering Pines and one of the buildings at the edge at Lowry are luckily staying open, and hundreds of more people won't be forced out of their homes. Even better, a court-appointed third party has taken control of these properties and will begin making long-needed repairs, something that should have been done for Fitzsimmons Place rather than having all the tenants be evicted. At least for the residents of 2 of the properties, there is some degree of justice. To clarify this just a little bit, the court-appointing third party isn't part of any kind of settlement with the city, who had been threatening to shut the places down. Rather, this is because the owner defaulted on millions of dollars in loans and were sued by the U.S. Bank Trust Company, and the buildings are now in receivership. Also, I want to point out that the bank suing the property owner is the same bank that had that report commissioned about the supposed takeover of Whispering.
In my opinion, they're falling prey to propaganda, which is sad because I only knew about you when I started watching TYT. I stopped watching TYT after 2016. I started organizing since then. I've only gone more left, and I refound you during your woke bay era. I've literally done the organizing that Jank argues that the online left doesn't do, which feels disrespectful to people like me. TLDR, I stopped watching TYT because I started reading Franz Fanon. Yeah, anarchists don't shower because they're too busy doing praxis. That's why they don't shower. I'm not going to shit on anarchists that much. I'll shit on them a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of sad to see. Not kind of sad. It's just very sad to see. I don't know. I think this is why I always say, judge me by my enemies. Okay. This is why I always say, judge me by my enemies, because I think it's important to understand that if I have disagreements with people who I otherwise think are, on the same path of justice and truth, and are doing their very best to fight for human rights, fight for emancipation, like, I'm not going to spend a whole bit of time shitting on them, even if I have disagreements, even if they're shitting on me. Okay. For years and years, I have maintained this principle, which is that, like, I don't spend a good bit of time talking about people that are, at the end of the day, doing a decent job, sometimes in combating right-wing sentiment. A lot of people did not understand this. Like, part of the reason why I never really gave a shit about Vosh and rarely ever talked about Vosh, regardless of the fact that he was constantly fucking ripping into me and presenting me as this, like, pro-Russia guy because of my anti-NATO position, which if he was a little bit better read, he probably would also arrive at that if he was ideologically consistent, was not because, like, I was scared of Vush's unimaginable intellectual superiority to myself. It was because I just didn't see it as a productive thing. You know what I mean? And at most, I only fucking joked about the lolicon, goblin porn shit and some of his high notes that I personally do love, because I do think he's a brilliant entertainer when he's not, when he says stuff like, I dropped a tactical N-word to show my interlocutors that I'm unafraid of them, or Tacoma wept. Tacoma wept lives in my mind permanently. I genuinely think it's one of the greatest. It's one of the greatest, like, Aaron Sorkin-esque moments that organically happened. And the fact that it happened because Brace Belden, my famous anti-NATO YPG fighter friend, Brace Belden, was able to trigger him into having that Aaron Sorkin-esque Tacoma Web moment is, like, it's just is Kino. It's perfect. And I would even say, I wouldn't go so far as to say the same about, like, Destiny. A lot of people, I think, in his community think that I didn't really fight back or push back against Destiny because I was terrified of his intellectual prowess. And moments when I had a much larger audience than he did, and still do. The reason why I didn't do that is because I saw him as a nuisance overall, and I saw him as a parasitic force tacked to my hip that was constantly just feeding off of clips that were completely out of context and creating an environment that was like anti-Hasan for no other reason, just being anti-Hasan. Like, that was the major coalition that he was putting together. But, like, the reason why I stopped the I will never talk about Destiny opinion was because he openly came out as pro-genocide and pro-Israel. Okay? There were a bunch of different things. That, like, Destiny and Vosh at different points had at a bunch of different points, both Destiny and Vosh had, like, defended some weird reactionary takes, had weird reactionary tendencies, especially a lot more on the Destiny side, by the way, than Vosh even, before the Israel stuff. But overall, it was like, as long as he's just, actively combating against, like, idiotic right-wing positions and, manosphere dipshits and any number of different intellectual giants on the right, it's whatever. Who gives a shit, right? The problem is he also was seemingly highlighting and platforming Nazis, which I knew about. Okay, fucking white nationalists and beefing up their personal clout on the side, trying to rebrand them advocating that these neo-Nazis were not actually Nazis to his own community in the process, giving their phone numbers to other prominent podcasters in an effort to reignite their career, and taking credit for revitalizing the career of Nazis like Nicolas Fuentes. And also simultaneously defending Israel and being pro-genocide. That was what flipped it for me, where I was like, all right, enough of this, like silence. I will go after him. Now his fan base might say, oh, dude, it's because he grew in prominence or some shit. He didn't, okay? He hasn't stopped coming after me. The only thing that changed on my end was when he became a massive propagandist while still claiming that he was on the left. He became a massive propagandist for something that I consider to be unconscionable. A good part of his content is anti-Hasan shit. I know. So for me, that's, that's where I draw the line for sure. The reason why I brought this up right now is because I usually apply a level of grace to those who I feel are sufficiently anti-reactionary politics, anti-Nazi. If at any given moment I start recognizing that they are not doing that, then at that moment I'm like, okay, no more grace, no more silence. And I apply this standard pretty evenly across the board to people from many different walks of life, and to virtually every single person. A lot of people actually get mad at me for doing that, and maybe even look for some other cynical reason as to why I'm doing it. They'll say, oh, you're doing it for clout, like with the case of Aiden Ross. You're doing it for clout with the case of Asmongold. No, it's because I want to, I always will hope that people have the capacity to change, and they will come to that, they will come to these conclusions on their own. There's a certain respectability that you navigate with that is very liberal and self-serving. It doesn't move the needle on an issue, but you get a release from the exchange. So it's until you deem them bad actors, no matter the evidence. What? Past a certain point, you will never understand how it feels to hear an immigrant comment on reparations as if my people didn't march for his right to come here. It's deeply disappointing all around. There's a certain respectability that you navigate that is very liberal and self-serving. No, I understand the human condition, I think, better than you do. I'm not as sheltered as you are, I think. If you genuinely think that people do not have the capacity to change and become better versions of themselves, myself included, and many people in this community have gone through that process as well. I don't know what to tell you. Now, it's a foolhardy endeavor, and past a certain point, I do actually drop it. You say Asmon will change any day now, Lamau, but like, you know, I think you guys fail to comprehend that, like, I'm talking about being charitable to people who make a fucking living shitting on me, Asmongold included. I'm saying you get a release from changing people and everyone else isn't wired that way. No, I don't get a fucking personal... Oh my God. It's like saying no act is truly altruistic because you're deriving satisfaction from helping others. Like, yeah, okay, no shit, dude. Yes. You got me. Okay. Yes, I do. I do get some semblance of satisfaction from being able to convince people that they're wrong. Yeah, you're right. You arrived at a fucking brilliant conclusion. Does that change the dynamic at all? I understand the importance of solidarity. I recognize that, at least given the current material conditions and the culture that comes out of it, that America is inherently hostile to any sort of anti-capitalist sentiment. So yes, I will try to change people's perspectives and maintain charitability to the best of my ability, understanding that we do live in a white supremacist, homophobic, bigoted, anti-black, anti-trans, misogynistic, patriarchal society, and therefore a lot of people are going to never really examine the positions that they arrive at due to social conditioning. That's it. I get where people are coming from. I myself have had right-wing opinions in the past on certain issues. Here's me talking about trans issues. I saw this older TikTok that I reposted recently. Call me Nancy Reagan. Not this. That just popped up on my For You page, but here, I'll show you this. This is a great example of exactly what I'm talking about and why I'm always
changes in my own
people.
Personal politics, where in some ways I've become, I guess, more radicalized throughout the years, but in many ways, like, way more tolerant. Like, I talk about transphobia a lot, right? I'm a cishet white guy. I had transphobic opinions 10 years ago. Many of my trans viewers even had transphobic opinions 10 years ago. Internalized transphobia is a huge part of this. Why? Because gender is like a very rigid thing that we associate with ourselves. Even though it's socially learned, even though it's an expression, we reinforce that through every facet of society. You can't play with Barbies, you got to play with G.I. Joes if you're a boy, right? You got to wear blue. Even though if you look at FDR, when he was a baby, he just looks like a little girl. Like he's got dress on, his hair is long. Those concepts have changed throughout time, but they become infinitely more rigid in contemporary society, and it's very personal to a lot of people, like what their gender is. So when they see someone break that false notion that gender is actually biological and is very rigid and it is very important to me, what the fuck, it breaks their brain. So that's the reason why, and trans activists say this all the time, the overwhelming majority of Americans and the way that they receive trans people or the way that they think about trans people is just, they don't really think about trans people at all. They just have apathy. You can go in either direction after that. You meet a trans person, they're chill, you start learning and developing empathy for them, or you become this insanely transphobic person like Matt Walsh. And luckily, most Americans are not like Matt Walsh. Right. But why did I describe all of this? It's because I personally went through that journey of like understanding and developing empathy for trans people and became an advocate for trans rights. And I think that everyone is capable of becoming more open-minded and reforming and learning new things, and had changes in my own personal politics, where in some ways I've become, I guess, more radical.
There you go. Chad is basically yelling at you for having a higher threshold. While I can find it frustrating, it doesn't mean that you're wrong. I didn't say it's bad. I said how it's not how most people are socially acclimated. People think you are wrong, but you just process things differently. Yeah, well, here I am making an argument as to why I have this position. That's what I mean. Okay? Online leftists abandon material analysis when they see a stinky gamer influencer that gets on their nerves. Then they use the student politics like an Old Testament weapon. It's a means of fake practice. No, but I also understand where the frustrations come from. Also, you called me a liberal. That's why I was frustrated with you. Okay? But I get why people are frustrated. Why the fuck would you not be frustrated when you see your favorite content creator, who's supposed to be the arbiter of all things woke, all of a sudden offering grace to a content creator who you know is like dehumanizing you actively? Okay? I get it. I know where people are coming from. Just don't call it a fucking liberal tendency, because it's not. You ever just have the stream on but not listen? I think many people in this chat do that. Until their entire content becomes fuck Hasan, you don't respond, and I think that's a good thing. Many examples, it derails your thing. You value every single person that disagrees with the take of yours. Yeah. I will say, however, that, this is why we go back to judge me by my enemies, right? If you spend a good bit of time attacking the left over and over again, and the reason why we started this conversation is because we're talking about TYT. If you are constantly trying to farm an audience to show how reasonable you are, by singling out like radical components on the left, on the extreme left, that you are actually directly at odds with, that you are diametrically opposed to show everyone else how good you are, and how moderate you are, how reasonable you are, then yeah, at a certain point you pass the threshold of no return, where you're no longer a leftist at all. You're no longer progressive at all, in my opinion. You know? Why are you avoiding my questions and shying away from addressing my points? I don't know, because you're probably fucking baiting me. Wait, you didn't actually say anything. You just said, why are you shying away? What? It means your haters say that. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that's what it is. I think that there is, I don't know what, there's no exact science to this. I don't know what the exact point of the point of no return is. I don't know what that threshold is. But just like the Supreme Court justice that once famously said, I'll know it when I see it, when talking about the difference between, you know, porn that was protected by the First Amendment versus things that constitute, what was it? What's the term? I forget. Like gross obscenity. Yes. Things that constitute obscenity that go past the point of just like regular pornographic material that is protected by free speech. I'll know it when I see it.
Pines. I want to include some additional context specifically regarding Fitzsimmons Place that has recently come out regarding when it was labeled a public nuisance in September 2023. In documents that were uncovered by 9 News, a report from a police officer and several communications with city officials show them repeatedly warning the property owners of the growing problem with crime as a result of the poor conditions the building was left in. Numerous recommendations were made to improve safety within the building that simply weren't followed through with. Police even made the offer of helping with security, but there's no evidence that they were ever taken up on that offer. I'm sure to some degree, police could have done a better job of providing safety for any of the people there. After all, several tenants had reported very slow responses to 911 calls. But what these documents do reflect is how the property owners were very much informed on the growing issues within their building and were repeatedly offered solutions and services to help deal with it, and then they seemingly did nothing to address those issues. The documents also make mention of an unnamed gang having a presence in that building, though there is no mention of any sort of elaborate rent extortion plan. The closest they get to that is that apparently after a shooting in October of 2023, threats were made to some residents not to speak to the police about it. And to reiterate, this report only covers Fitzsimmons Place, which was closed in mid-August. I do have one more update about Zev Baumgarten, and this is kind of an odd development. The guy was scheduled to appear in court on October 24th, but apparently the city hasn't been able to find him. Several summons were sent to the addresses registered to him, but they all came back saying that...
Well, when you got the fucking... when you got prominent city council district members on your side, you know, you don't really need to do that sort of thing anyway.
The addresses were not found. They tried sending the summons to his lawyer, but got no response. If anyone knows this guy, they might want to let him know that the city of Aurora is looking for him. And
it is crazy how above the law you are if you're rich. Like, it's crazy. You could just do whatever the fuck you want, dude. God, the American criminal justice system is such a joke.
And he has to appear in court soon. This video was not very fun to make. And it really seems like a piece of bait that was designed for media outlets to further the interests of conservative politicians and a property owner. While I don't think we should never talk about it, period, or pretend like gang violence isn't happening, not providing that additional context, I think, allows stories like these to perpetuate. Another thing that really annoys me in these videos is the ridiculous disparity in power between the two groups being complained about. even taking the video at face value and pretending it's not leaving out important context that would dramatically change people's understanding of the story, you have, on the one hand, the voices on the right, which include Donald Trump and various high-ranking Republican officials who are in the middle of a political campaign to take control of the federal government. On the other hand, representing the left, you have some online leftists. After looking at all of the context of this story, it very clearly appears to me to be bait, specifically to get people talking about the date.
Yeah, that's the other thing as well. When you find yourself in the throes of reactionary feelings, okay, when you find yourself in the comforts of like reactionary thinking, right, you end up falling for the bait over and over again. And this was something that I talked about with respect to Anna Kasparian, when she was talking about like the other hole or the third hole or whatever the fuck that like random nonsensical Daily Wire or not Daily Wire, Daily Mail argument was. Republicans like the Republican media especially like to focus on random nonsensical shit that is not actionable, that is not meaningful, that is silly. Like it's just a simple afterthought, right? And then they try to present the entirety of the left as this thing, right? Bonus hole, I think was what it was, or birthing person as a term, right? Things that are born out of academia or things that are only utilized in hyper-specific medical settings that Republicans like to grab onto and then act as though this is what the left wants. This is the entirety of the left. No, not academic bonus hole. I'm talking about birthing persons, obviously, when I say like things that are relegated to the academic settings or whatever. And when I hear a story like that, I just laugh. I'm like, yeah, that sounds dumb as fuck. And I'm sure when I say that, there are people who get mad. You know, there are people who get mad at me and they're like, oh, that's a little transphobic. Like trans men can give birth too. And I know that they can, you know, in very, very specific circumstances where they can't take HRT any longer. You know what I mean? It's like one out of hundreds of thousands, not millions of trans people have ever actually, you know, done this. And I don't think that this is something that even trans people as a whole are pushing to the forefront of the public consciousness, especially at a time when they're, you know, being dominated by right-wing legislation that is creating a permission structure to basically write out trans people from existence. And I find it ridiculous to hyper-focus on this, even if it is to disparage it, right? Even if it is something that is truly objectionable behavior, let's say, right? I just don't think it's necessary to talk about it at all. And I don't like that there are people who engage in this endeavor without tackling the reasons as to why we're having this conversation to begin with. Okay? As far as this conversation goes, like a great example of this is like trans people in sports. The only reason why we have this conversation is not because of the ethics of it all or honesty or fairness in sports or any of those reasons. The real reason why we're having this conversation is because it is a way to create a permission structure to write out trans people. And it starts with that. But the overarching goals are always to stop trans people from existing, okay? No more HRT, and not like the kind that we all like, not the kind that cis people use, like, balding pills like the ones that I use, which is still HRT, or TRT like Joe Rogan or RFK Jr. uses. Not that kind. We like that kind. We like that kind of, expressions of gender. We like those initiatives, okay? We just don't like it when trans people are using it. We don't like it and we need to stop it and we need to put an end to it. That's the ultimate goal here. No gender affirming care for trans people, right? So I see no reason to spend a good amount of time with people, talking to people that don't even give a shit about, high school athletics. They just don't care. They don't care about women's sports at all. They routinely shit on women's sports. And they're simply using this as a way to find an argument that is that seemingly is more reasonable. Okay. Then there's the people who maybe in good faith try to tackle the problem and offer reasonable critiques to the problem itself and say, hey, you know what? Like trans people are not exactly dominating in the field of sports. And I myself have engaged in this conversation every now and then with respect to like examples of very prominent, very famous athletes that have used hormone therapy and have become legends in their own right, overcoming great adversity, such as Lionel Messi, for example. And the reason why we don't make a big deal about that is because Lionel Messi is a cis man. And at the end of the day, though, most of these people that fucking come at it, most of these people that like talk about this problem or claim that there's a massive problem to begin with, are doing it because they've been duped by others who are transphobic. And this creates a fantastic permission structure to shit on trans people. That's it.
Danger of immigrants. That's not to say that crime hasn't happened in this location. There are countless areas in the United States where crime happens, including apartment buildings. And some of those crimes involve gangs.
I understand, but it's complex to someone that doesn't watch you that often to actually know what your stance is on transgender women and women's sports from an outside perspective, since you don't answer it clearly. No, I have. I have answered it time and time again. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care at all. And I don't have any issue with trans women participating in athletic competition all the way up to fucking professional sports with cis women. As long as there is like a level of regulation where someone isn't just like saying I'm a trans woman now without actually undergoing any sort of HRT whatsoever to simply go and compete against cis women, I have no issue with it. And for the record, that example that I just said, that counter narrative, even that in and of itself is not a real one. It's so not a real one that the only time when people fucking actually come out with this is actually Republican charlatans themselves that are like, we couldn't find a single fucking person that actually wanted to portray themselves as a woman to specifically dominate, female sports. So we became that example. Right wingers do this all the fucking time. They do it all the time. It's so weird. Yeah. Here's the greatest example of this. The Daily Wire show, Lady Ballers, wasn't supposed to be a work of fiction. It originally was supposed to be a documentary tracking the process of a cisgender man that, lied and cynically tried to become try to claim that they were female now so that they could fucking participate in female athletics. They couldn't find an example of that in the real world. And they couldn't even recreate it in the real world themselves. So they decided to make a work of fiction instead. That's how it works. Okay? Because nobody wanted to legally, transition to be able to win some sort of fucking athletic competition. Yeah, Joanna Man is the OG version of this that people treat as though it's a fucking documentary. Alex Novell came after Josh Sider. Oh no, this is the guy who might have some internalized transphobia, right? I don't fully know who the fuck this person is. I've only seen him in like women's clothing a lot, and there's a lot of happiness in his eyes when he's like dressed up like a pretty lady, and there's a lot of sadness when he's not. He pretended to be trans for a fucking year? Wait, really? For a whole year? He dated a trans woman as well?
I'm black. G, follow the science, bro. Trust the science on that.
Since you're a black man now, should you be allowed to say the N-word?
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Wait, did I have this on the docket already? Oh my God. This is the strongest HasanAbi soldier, okay? Straight up. Alex Novell is the strongest HasanAbi head in the game.
I'm black. G.
Straight up. He does this periodically. It's kind of crazy. He drops it in here. Okay, I'm gonna try to censor this.
G, follow the science, bro. Trust the science on that.
Since you're a black man now, should you be allowed to say the N-word?
Nick, culture war never changes in the year 2024. I was a soldier, fighting on the front lines of the culture war. But I did it all for one woman, my baby back home. God, she's so beautiful. You'll get your wish, darling. I'm gonna end this culture war once and for all.
Yeah, I think I do think that dude might be actually trans and is just like experiencing internalized transphobia. Like I would never say that about someone like Matt Walsh, who I think is just like a hateful little pervert and just like hates trans people. But this guy is different. He's giving Steven Crowder. You know, you don't cross dress that much without like genuinely getting some sense of satisfaction out of it. You don't cross dress like that, man. That's it. Like I say this as someone who has at different points done the drag queen shit. You know what I mean? Like there's varying degrees of entertainment that you can derive out of this. Like I feel like when you're doing it in this like incredibly hateful way, there's something else going on.
When I know that I have to go to work, I still get kind of that anxious feeling from the pit of my stomach. But I just go out there and do what I have to do. To me, being a male dancer, it's one of the best feelings I've ever felt before.
Wait, this guy was a male stripper?
By women all the time, I've still been unable to find one that I can see myself having a future with. My heart's definitely open. It's time for the final curtain call and find true love.
This is Josh Sider. What you just saw was a clip from a single episode of The Bachelorette that introduced Josh Sider to the world back in 2015.
How are you? Oh. Okay. Wow. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Oh, good. I was like, I better get some of this. Oh, hello.
Ever since then, he's been desperately clinging to relevance, not unlike many of his Bachelor Nation alumni. First, he came out of the closet as bisexual. And of course, as many Z-list celebrity bisexuals do, he went on a round of podcasts to talk about it.
I am Josh Sider. I was a...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Bisexual invisibility. Once again, bisexual invisibility now and bisexual invisibility tomorrow. Bisexual invisibility yesterday. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bi erasure. We must do it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the bisexual HasanAbi heads, but we must do it. Dude, not all bisexuals are like him. Yeah, it's a joke, man. Fucking calm down. I'm joking. Although there are some fairly prominent examples. Kirsten Cinema. And even Nancy Mace, as a matter of fact, who is in the closet. But
contestant on The Bachelorette. I've also been linked to some other drama going on in reality shows and on social media, and I'm just me, and I recently came out as bisexual.
Yeah, all we have is Aiden from The Yard. That's true. That's so true. Aiden is literally carrying this unimaginable weight on his fucking bisexual shoulders, okay? It is crazy. It is crazy how he carries bisexuality. Isn't Lola bisexual too? Exactly my point, okay? Exactly my point. Buy invisibility now. I'm just kidding. Oh, Jesus.
Sexual, and so we're chatting today.
Now, Josh, you were on the 11th season of The Bachelorette, which aired in 2015. When, back then, did you identify as pansexual, or was this kind of a journey for you?
Back then, I was definitely just like the straight guy, straight male stripper guy performing for women. I am very attracted to men and women. And so I now more identify as bisexual because I'm strongly attracted to...
Like, bro, the only thing that stops this person from being a hateful little bigot is acceptance of his own sexuality. That's it. Like, not to do the classic trope of being like, yeah, it's actually every homophobe is actually a gay man. Like, I'm not saying that at all. Okay, there are plenty of fucking straight dudes that just hate gay people or are terrified of gay people. I'm sure that there's some semblance of like insecurity about their own sexuality or in their own place in the world that factors into the equation. But like overall, like this is one of the very clear cut, very obvious instances where this dude would not have become a hateful little bigot if he just was like, yeah, I accept my sexuality. It's it's a little confusing. It's a little scary to like lean into it, but I have become a comfortable person. Comfortable in my own skin. That's it.
Of men and women.
Then after Monica Beverly Hills from RuPaul's Drag Race broke up with him, Josh Sider faked his own death.
On his official verified Instagram account, there was a very lengthy statement announcing that he had passed. And it certainly made it seem like it was suicide. Well then, in fact...
This is so sad because like who the fuck gave a shit? You know what I mean? So he just like, he was like, yeah, I'm dead. And then nobody actually cared. So he was like, damn, I'm back alive.
In fact, just a couple of hours ago, this popped up on his verified account.
Hey guys, as you can see, I am alive and well. My account was hacked. For the last 24 hours, I've been trying desperately to get into it.
The puzzling part for us, there's a post saying he's dead.
I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I guess I could have, done something besides getting on Instagram to try to prove that I was alive. And it's sad that there was tributes going up, but I'm not to blame for that. I'm a victim too, so that's what I would say.
Nowadays, Josh is still alive. And even worse, he's become part of a greater ecosystem of conservative rage bait that's been growing in popularity since Elon Musk took over Twitter.
Just wanted to let you know I'm completely unbothered by all of the hate that I've been getting in my DMs and the comments. Already know I look better than 99% of the people hating on me. So anyways, just wanted to let you know.
Posts like these, from cross-eyed Zionist detransitioner Maya Poet, aren't meant to actually contribute to any type of conversation about politics or trans rights issues. They're just purely rage bait posts meant to juice engagement on social media. And Maya Poet will admit that herself.
You know what's really funny is like this post. I woke up today and this post had like 1K likes. And then now it's at like 7.2K.
It's so thick.
Likes, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean that one is a unique little demon, okay? The one that's like, what is this? He's so pissed. How to successfully cut off a Rogan
Hillary
rant?
Clinton was...
Okay, we'll do that in a second. Hamas made me detransition is in the halls of greats. Okay? You will never be able to top that. That's it. That is in the poster hall of fame. Yes. I am not kidding. That person, that little freak, Maya Poet, straight up posted October 7 caused them to detransition. Okay, before that, they were like pro-Palestinian activists, trans advocate, all this shit. It is cinema. Where is the tweet? I'm sure someone has it. It's in the halls of greats, man. I'm telling you. Nobody have the tweet? The Peace Poet 99. Tomorrow marks my 1-year anniversary of not wearing a breast binder. On October 7, 2023, I awoke to a siren. I didn't have enough time to squeeze myself into the barbaric breast squashing device I had used to pass as a man. I had only enough time to run to a bomb shelter. I thank God every day for posters like this, okay? I really do. Because this is like new levels of insanity. Yeah. This woman has spent a year shouting Hamas made me detransition and is still not a rich conservative media personality. Skill issue. Yeah. Oh, so fucking good. It's spectacular. Yeah, Tumblr could never, honestly. God, I love this kind of fucking mania.
It's always crazy. Like you never know, like which posts are actually going to go viral and which ones aren't. And I've learned that people don't particularly care about substance on this app. This was just like a shit post I made, and I got a lot of comments. Most of the comments
Are we
were
just
like, "What you'd
just
expect."
talking about your hit posts right now, or we're just regaling us with all of your hit posts?
You can regale us with your hit post, but no, I'm actually just waiting for more people to get into this space so that we can discuss this topic.
Earlier, you're posting a picture of you and Andy, and you said, "What would you say to us if you saw us on the street?" Is that not rage bait? Come on.
No, it's not rage bait. I mean, Americans seem to think that it is like acceptable to uninvite their other family members from Thanksgiving dinner because of who they voted for. So that's kind of like, I try to not allow my spaces to become too much of an echo chamber.
I tried to get Maya to talk to me outside of one of the echo chambers.
The 11 types of transsexuals / low IQ behavior. Oh, man. God, I love this shit. I love this shit, dude. Hey, listen, I'm just invested in, the diversity of opinions. We are so back in the pocket of 2016, baby. It's great. This is why I also love, queer humor in general, because this is unironically the exact, like someone on fucking Twitter screenshotted this and, is using it as a QRT with regular frequency. You know what I mean? This is it's a fantastic, like the steps you take to come up with a title like this. Like, you are so fucking insane, dude. The 11 types of transsexuals / low IQ behavior.
She calls a Twitter space, but she was too busy helping parents whose kids, in her expert opinion, were getting caught up into trans and needed to be saved, presumably, by the cross-eyed crusader against the evil transgenders, Maya Poet.
You know, culture war content, all of this, you know, trans madness. It's so hard to distinguish the pretenders from the true trans that it makes.
Yo, why do you dress like shit still? What's happening? Like at first maybe you're like trying to figure out the expression of gender, okay? And you're like, you haven't really fully gotten comfortable with the look. Okay, so you don't know what the fuck's going on, and that's fine. You know what I mean? It's like early stage. It's all good, right? But like, what's going on now? What's happening here? Why are you dressed like young Sheldon? If young Sheldon was a victim of a car crash, and now young Sheldon's parents are very happy at the prospect that he has started dressing himself. You know, like a Kirsten Cinema type situation. What the fuck's going on? This fit is ass, dude. It's fucking ass cheeks.
One question if trans is a legitimate concept at all.
All they care about is views. They don't care about objectivity or the truth. And so they're incentivized from a money standpoint.
Ah, damn, he's got titties on him, bro. Bro, you need a fucking breast binder, okay? Maybe you can grab her old breast binder. Holy shit, dude, that's disrespectful. The way your titties are protruding, god damn, dude. Bind them shits back a little bit. Holy moly. I feel like it's going to poke me in the eye, dude.
To create rage bait titles that get the public fired up.
Fear-mongering about trans people has become a serious platform that Republican candidates can run on to
Coming from you, that's rich. Listen, I try to hide my shits, okay? I got some memories on me too. I'm fucking stacked up. Y'all know this. It's disrespectful. If I was tittied out, you know, 3:30 p.m. on an afternoon, all the goddamn time, none of you would be fucking paying attention. All right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of as well. Yes, that's why I said disrespectful. Barney Frank looked disgusting, nipples protruding in his blue shirt before Congress. Very, very disrespectful.
actually get elected.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners.
This was so funny. It's like just say you're going to protect trans people. They're our neighbors or something. You had to be like hyper specific. Yeah. If you come into the country illegally, I'm going to give you bottom surgery. And I know her ass was saying that because there were probably some fucking groups that were up her ass. Because I remember at the time when she was running the woke route, people were like, hold up, you were an attorney general. Didn't your office like, you know, do a fuck ton of harm to like trans prisoners or whatever? That's why she was like, you don't understand. I'm going to do bottom surgery to everybody.
Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Didn't you actually suck? What?
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
But it's not just Republicans farming for rage clicks.
I bet you didn't know that Kurt Cobain was probably trans.
Even left-wing trans creators like Lily Tino get accused of rage bait by other left-wing trans creators.
Is she rage baiting? Maybe. I see why a lot of trans people just don't really have a lot of respect for her. How do I feel about her? I don't know. Would I follow her? No.
You, in particular, I would say, are like someone who's faced maybe the most hate out of any trans person on the internet by other trans people.
Yeah, I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I get it. Like, people just have their taste in the kind of content they want to consume. But I do think a big part of it is my voice. I do think that because my content is...
I feel sad. I mean... I don't know. I feel like like if she wasn't trans, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to do this kind of rage bait. But then like when you're trans and also rage baiting, then automatically like you are responsible for every trans person. I feel like it's just it's a byproduct of being like a hyper visible minority, you know? Like it's not my, these are grown ass adults. It's on. Yeah, I mean, she's not my cup of tea. I don't give a shit, but it's just kind of like I see this, you know? She can be a Karen. I don't know why they hate her for being trans and not a Karen. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna fucking be like, you know, I'm not gonna run around and be like, you know, defend trans rights and trans wrongs. Okay, I don't do that for any woman. You understand me? I don't do that for no lady. You feel me? I don't give a fuck if you're a trans woman or a cis woman. That's right. Trans inclusive radical misogyny, baby, is back. Is back on the market.
So grabby, right? Especially the Kurt Cobain video is such a great distillation that trans people saw that video. People have this visceral reaction to me being a non-passing trans person that is so sure of herself. And in some ways, I think just kind of weird. I don't say that as like a good or a bad thing. I think I just have kind of like a slightly different vibe. Like it's not a very normal vibe. I'm kind of tweaky sometimes and I have weird speech patterns. But yeah, I'm just, look, I try not to harbor anger against trans people who hate me because I get it. Like what I do in my videos, when I sit down to film them, like let's take the Kurt Cobain video, for example. That was maybe one of the first that really started getting me a lot of hate from the right, but also from some other trans people, is I made a point about Kurt Cobain possibly being trans. And people got really upset about that, but for different reasons. I sat down, I knew that would upset people. That's not why I made the video though, right? The goal is not to make people mad. The goal is to educate people, right? And in 2024, a big part of getting views on your content is by making them interesting, right? And
nobody will touch us on for 24 hours after that comment. What?
Making them
yeah, except for your mom. Fucking got him.
Vibrant and catchy, right? I'm trying to teach people something, right? About how to be a better person, how to be more accepting, how to be more loving. And in the process of doing that, I am offending some people. I think, generally speaking, it is it's more sure of a bet to make content about controversial things than it is to make content about inspirational or uplifting things. TikTok in particular.
Hasan is secretly a trans man. Yeah.
Prioritizes controversy. What Josh Sider is attempting, and if you ask me, failing to do, is to point out what he perceives to be truths about trans people via this like rage baity act.
Besides farming for rage clicks, Josh Sider's whole point behind his transphobic minstrel act.
Like, I don't think there's an equivalent between someone like Josh Sider, who's like making very clearly hateful content, versus a trans content creator who's like also very clearly making not hateful content, but like annoying content. You know what I mean? I don't even think Alex is making that equivalence here. Okay? I don't think Alex is making that equivalence at all. But I just want to let it be known. Yeah, some trans people are fucking annoying. I know. I have been yelled at by many annoying trans people in the past, and I it's fine. I also understand where it comes from as well. You know, it doesn't. In some instances, it comes from being trans and being mercilessly and viciously attacked, and being made out, like being portrayed as the enemy of all. You know what I mean? I feel like when there's no safe area for you, when there's no safe territory for you whatsoever. Like, yeah, your brain starts breaking a little bit where you're just like, fuck, everyone's out to get me. Everyone's out to kill me. And then you have a hair trigger, understandably. So I'm always very, I'm definitely a lot more understanding of marginalized groups that come at the subject matter in a way that I wouldn't, But having said that, yeah, if one trans person is like not harming anybody, but they're just being fucking annoying, like, holy shit, who cares?
Act is to prove that anyone can identify as anything they want. So by that logic, why can't I identify as someone who works for the Daily Wire? So I reached out to Josh Sider via email. Hi Josh, I'm a documentary filmmaker based out of New York City. I'm wondering if there's a chance I could interview you for a film I'm working on in collaboration with the Daily Wire.
God damn it.
The film will act as a pseudo-sequel to Matt Walsh's What is a Woman, and will premiere across theaters in the US this coming summer. Please let me know your thoughts and when you would be available to film. Thanks again, Alex.
What did she do that was annoying? Everyone just kind of skipped over that part. I've seen some of her videos. She does like TikToks where she's like rage baiting. She does the classic, like, the thing that she does is I think she does setups. I'm not entirely certain, but the Kurt Cobain one is like an example of it. And I think even in certain instances, like, she will make TikToks about like being misgendered or something. Right? Isn't that what it is? And then like we'll yell at, waitresses and stuff that aren't even like trying to misgender her. You know what I mean? Yeah, like she'll be like, "Oh, did you call me a man?" And then like it's really frustrating because it's like, at least in my experience, most trans people are a lot more graceful in situations like that, where like accidentally someone might end up misgendering them, and not only that, but also it's like, how do I describe it? Like, it's like rad lib tendencies satirizing the rage. Oh, the part of it that is frustrating for me, at least from what I've seen, is not necessarily that like this person is being like serially misgendered. It's the fact that right-wingers will weaponize those videos. Does that make sense? Like, right-wingers will be like, "Oh, here's another trans person being crazy and being annoying." You know what I mean? And then they use it to, shit on trans people further.
Novell. It was a long shot, I thought. But less than 25 minutes later, Josh Sider actually replied to my email. I'm 100% in, but skeptical if this is real. Is there any way we can confirm? Thanks so much. I'm humbled to participate in this project if it's genuine. That's the best impression I can do. So obviously I don't work for the Daily Wire. But a year and a half ago...
Well, you don't work for the Daily Wire? I don't know, Alex. HasanAbi fan tricked the Daily Wire into hiring him. HasanAbi Reacts. I like that he also did a HasanAbi Reacts video as well on his account. You kind of did work for the Daily Wire, Alex.
I made a video called I Tricked the Daily Wire into Hiring a Leftist. A few hours after my interview, I got an email from the Daily Wire's internal recruiter with some documents they wanted me to sign. One of these documents was an NDA. Ugh, the dreaded NDA. And I still had that NDA from the Daily Wire, so I sent that to Josh Sider as proof that the Daily Wire was involved in the project. Some people might say that
he said he doesn't want clip channels uploaded their reactions so he can do it himself. Oh yeah, don't. Clip channels, do not upload this reaction. We want Alex to upload this reaction. He's a part of the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex.
I just did was unethical or forgery or something. I don't know. I don't know the terminology. But these are actually the exact same tactics that the Daily Wire has used to trick the parent of a trans woman into an interview with Matt Walsh.
When I see a child who, you know, believes in Santa Claus, and then let's say this is a boy and he says, I'm a girl. This is someone who can't distinguish.
Oh, they can upload? It's okay. All right, never mind. Clip channels, you can upload. Alex says it's okay. I also was thinking about potentially uploading my reaction to my page as well. I really like this video. You fucking killed it so far.
Between fantasy and reality, so how could you take that as a reality?
I would say that as a pediatrician and as a parent, I would say how wonderful my 4-year-old and their imagination is.
I'm just trying to start by getting to the truth, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really uncomfortable with that language of like getting to the truth. Again, in social life.
Why is that uncomfortable?
Because it sounds actually deeply transphobic to me.
Because he's an academic, man. What the fuck? You can't be asking it. Dude, this is the most annoying thing. You go to a fucking philosopher, they're gonna give you philosophy. You go to a fucking person tasked with dense academic literature on gender, and yes, they're going to try to be as objective as possible, as correct as possible. I hated this, like, I hated his, like, chop job that he did on all of these fucking conversations.
And if you keep probing, we're gonna stop the interview.
If I probe about what the truth is?
Right after he signed the NDA, and within the same day of wondering whether my project was genuine, Josh Sider sent me his actual address. Next, I sent Josh all the questions we would be asking him early, so we'd have time to prepare for his big film shoot.
Hey everyone! So I'm back in action today. I have a film crew coming and we're filming for a movie. So super exciting. I can't wait. I think it's gonna be really educational and just really gonna help a lot of people. So any whoosies, bye everyone!
Look, I knew this.
Dude, this is not in any way, shape, or form misgendering this person, but when she's queening out, she's so happy. Like look at the fucking light in her eyes, dude. Okay? It's like just be comfortable. Be comfortable with who you are. Come on. Come on. She's experiencing gender euphoria. Like it's like it's crazy.
A lot of people. So any whoosies, bye everyone.
It's the only time he smiles on
I knew
Twitter.
This footage would be cringy, but I wasn't prepared for the absolutely diabolical levels of cringe that this turned into.
Hey everyone, come on in. Hi.
Hi, what's your name?
Well, my dead name is Josh Sider, but my new name is Jay.
Okay. And when did you first know that you were a woman?
Well, I found out at the ripe age of 36, and I consider myself lucky because a lot of us don't find out until we're 50 or so.
Yeah. Famously, every trans person starts with a dead name. This is just like such a weird pattern that I've observed with transphobic people, is that they are so incredibly pathologically invested in the latest and greatest of trans tech. Okay? they always are so tuned in, so primed.
You're 60 years old.
Okay. What do you think of the direction masculinity is going in this country?
I think masculinity is getting really toxic. A lot of times guys try to mansplain to me, like if I'm using the women's restroom, and say, no, don't go in there.
You got to start skincare routine ASAP? Wait, why? Damn. Is my shit busted? Am I getting old? Is it the glasses? I already have a skincare routine. They read you to filth, brother? Zoom and enhance? Wait, what? You said aware? It's over. Is it over for me? Is it Jover? It might be Jover. Stop it, you're making me gay.
So I don't like it. It's really aggressive.
And is being transgender a fetish or a costume?
It's both. I mean, most of us have autogynephilia, and then we're...
Like that. No cis man should know what that is. Unless they're like deeply in the fucking trenches of combating transphobia. Like, there are trans people that don't know what the fuck that is. Okay?
biological males that dress up as women, so it's a costume.
What do you think of other trans influencers?
Well, I really look at it like a sisterhood. We're all on a shared journey as biological men that are cosplaying as women. So I like to say we're twinsies.
Okay. What bathroom do you use?
I always use the women's restroom, even over the protestations of other women. I just really don't care about what they think.
Okay.
What is it?
And have you ever transed any kids?
I always try to take the opportunity to teach little kids about gender. You got to get them when they're young, because it's a cult.
Okay. How do transgenders change the kids?
We like to use schools, so that's why we don't go to old folks' homes or talk to adults. We like to go into elementary schools and get them when they're like 4 or 5 years old.
Okay, and what hormones are you taking?
Well, I like to follow the science to a T, no pun intended. And the science says I don't have to take any hormones, get surgery, or even transition to be valid.
Okay. Where do you keep all your women's clothes?
I keep my women's clothes in my closet, silly. Do you want to see them?
Sure.
Let's go.
Let's check them out.
Just over here. Now, I have to warn you. It's kind of small because my girlfriend relegated all of my stuff to one side of the closet, and they're all her clothes because I didn't have the extra cash for my own. So come on in here. And these are all the clothes I have, and a lot of them are from my Instagram videos where I try to educate people on what it is to be trans. Yeah.
Got any favorites?
Yeah. So, this is one of my favorite shirts.
Okay, why is it your favorite?
Well, it just really expresses what femininity is all about in 2024, which is to let men take care of women. And there's nothing insulting about a man saying that's what femininity is about.
Yeah, I think after like the fourth fit that you keep in your closet, we move away from pretending and we just kind of move into the territory of being, don't you think? Like, I'm gonna go ahead and say like maximum 5, okay? I'm being charitable, all right? 5. On the 6th one, you're like, okay, maybe I just love this. This is my shit. This picture is when I knew it wasn't a bit. I think it's safe to show, but check first to be safe. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is like, this is, come on. Come on. Can I pass?
Sure. All right. And where do you keep all your makeup?
My make?
Yeah, when you go to Target to get the tuck-friendly bathing suit, as a bit, you don't understand. You don't understand. I got the tuck-friendly bathing suit as a bit, okay? It's just a bit. Calm down. It's nothing serious, all right? It's just a bit.
Makeup is on the counter. Do you want to see it? Sure. Oh my God, there's... Now, I need to warn you about him, Oliver. Now, Ollie has gender dysphoria by proxy. So he has developed gender dysphoria because of my transition. So I'm really trying to help him. And so I've adopted...
Okay, the thing that's like weird about this is that, like, if you're trying to portray yourself as like a trans person, like that right there, the gender dysphoria by proxy, I'm of 2 different mindsets in this. I feel like that as a bit is something that I can that I would hear from a trans person as a joke. So this only reaffirms the suspicion. This reaffirms my suspicion that they are also, you know, kind of not. Yeah, I just I don't think I'm hearing this from a grifter. I'm hearing this from like a trans person making this joke.
Gender neutral speech around him. And this is where all the magic happens and where I get all pretty. So I actually just got these. I really like these. They're my pride earrings.
This is a cis guy, Hasan. You're being harmful right now. I mean, it's very obvious that this person is a hateful little bigot, but also simultaneously, you know, it kind of reads as a desperate plea, a cry for help. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Because
they're all. I mean, he's very obviously transphobic. And he's obviously participating in transphobia and contributing to transphobia, and he's hateful, and he's an awful person. But also, I don't know. It's like it's the Steven Crowder-ness of it all, where you're like maybe a little too invested. You're so unimaginably invested in this bit, in this quote unquote bit, that like it has moved beyond the point of it being a joke and more so has become like a cry for help almost. The correct term is egg.
You know, there's Trans Remembrance Day.
Yeah, I think he's just like he's a hater who's jealous that other people get to live their truth, and he wants to take it away from them because he can't, you know, he can't deal with it.
And then there's Trans Visibility Day, and then there's Trans Week, and then there's Trans Month. And so I always try to represent.
Okay. And when did you first start doing your makeup?
Well, I first started doing makeup at the young age of 36. But again, I really feel like I'm lucky because I have some friends that didn't even start until they're 57. So
yeah,
I'm
this is
pretty young.
Alex brought this up as well. Apparently, this man used to date Monica Beverly Hills and got dumped and is now just glitching out incredible work. Yeah, I saw this and I was like, damn, there's like real happiness in his eyes, you know? Could be a chaser crashing out for sure. But at least in my conversations with many trans people who were very transphobic in their early development in their own personal journey, I feel like I mean, this is not, I don't even know if he is salvageable. And it could just be a cis chaser losing his fucking mind. Or it could be the other thing.
When I started doing makeup, I did get my girlfriend this book, A Straight Girl's Guide to Sleeping with Chicks, because she keeps arguing with me that she's straight, and me and my therapist tried to explain to her that she is a lesbian now, even if she doesn't know it. So I got her this book so she can come to terms with it. Now, it's gotten us in a lot of fights, but I'm trying to educate.
Like, look at all this shit that he bought to just like, for this bid.
Educate her and let her know, hey, stop being a transphobic bigot. So I'm hoping this book will help. So let me show you these book covers I did when I was a man. Big D. It's really been traumatizing for me to look at this cover. So I called the publishers and let them know, you know, hey, look, my manhood doesn't negate my womanhood. And even though I still have my bits and pieces, it's traumatizing for me to look at this book cover. And they refused to change it. So I am actually suing them for misgendering me on this cover. And then I have another one that I did when I was a man, Arrogant Brit, a British bad boy romance.
Transphobia is very common with eggs. I was in such denial I wanted any weapon I could wield against my own identity so I could shame myself to not transition. The dam breaks eventually. The shame that comes with the denial makes so many lash out against people they're jealous of.
And so I let them know, could you call it a bad girl romance now that I'm a woman? And they've been very recalcitrant and they just don't want to change it. So I'm also suing them. And then I have a couple more that I did over here. This is a best-selling book that I was on the cover of when I was a man. I was 26 years old, and as you can see, I was a very attractive man, but I like to say I was an attractive man, but an even more beautiful and mentally healthy woman, and I think that's pretty obvious. I think I need to change.
Hell yeah. My name's Javante, bro. Man, hurry up, bro. I ain't got all that time, bro.
I got you.
Shit.
So, what made you think that you're a black man and not a woman?
Shit, I was watching the news and shit. They said you can change your sex. They said as long as you identify as another sex, it's cool. So I thought, shit, we made up of a bunch.
Yo, this shit goes hard if you're brain damaged. You know what I mean? Like, I'm putting myself in the shoes of someone who watches this and is like, yo, this shit is fucking hilarious, dude. Like, you know, yo, ever since that stroke, my life has been different, dude. Shit's been funny as fuck. Like, John Fetterman is gonna watch this and die laughing. Also, once again, the investment to the I'm trans, by the way, bit, far more effort has been placed on that than this. Just saying. I'm just noticing certain things. Okay? He put a fucking t-shirt on his head and was like, I'm black now. Versus, you know, talk to me when you get to Rachel Dolezal levels, okay? Then it would be a little different. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about?
bunch of different races, why can't I just identify as a different race? That makes more sense than changing my sex. And I already changed my sex, so shit, I changed my race too.
What do you have to say to people who would say that you're white?
Say that I'm white? Bruh, that's racist, man. Anybody that tries to call me white, I automatically tell them they're racist. I ain't trying to hear it. I ain't trying to debate nothing, bruh. Straight racist.
Is being transracial and being transgender the same thing?
Bruh, they're the exact same thing. It's easier to change your race, though. It's harder to change your sex. You know what I'm saying? When you change your sex, you're mutilating your body. I don't got to do none of that. I just tan a little bit, throw on a do-rag, and I'm Gucci.
What do you think about the police?
Man, like Ice Cube and Obama said, fuck the police. I don't like the police. They always trying to keep us down. It ain't our culture. It ain't our family unit. Don't listen to nothing Thomas Sowell is saying. It's all about the police keeping us down, even though
Oh, conservatives, man. They're so fucking stupid. Yeah, don't listen to Thomas Sowell. Yeah. I'm a black guy in the hood, and I hate Thomas Sowell. Yeah, fuck the police. Oh, God. Okay, nah. I don't give a fuck what this person's problem is. He needs to be jailed, okay? Tell a white dude he can't say the N-word one time.
they don't keep anybody else down, just black people.
What is your favorite food?
Man, I eat fried chicken and hot Cheetos breakfast, lunch, and dinner, bruh. Breakfast of champions, bruh. I swear to God. Shit. And I look swole doing it. I bench 327 pounds, bro.
Do you like hip-hop music?
Hell yeah, I like hip-hop a lot, bro. But I do mess with, what's that Irish lady's name? Enya. Only Time. Who can say where the night... Yeah, I like her too, though. But yeah, I like hip-hop.
What do you think about white women?
Bruh, for real, dog. Look who you talking to. I used to be a white woman, bruh. Snow bunnies? I used to be one, bro. I love white women. I know all about them, bro, because I was one. So yeah, I do. I really like white women. For real. I think I might go back to being one sometimes. I'd just be sitting there like, dang, for real. I could just go back to being one and then I could have one. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But yeah.
It's jumping out again. Look at his eyes when he's...
I think I might go back to being one sometimes. I'd just be sitting there like, dang.
This is some of the worst shit I've ever seen on your broadcast. Yeah, it is really bad. Are you really putting your black chatters through this? Yes. We all have to suffer. Sorry.
And for real, I could just go back to being one and then I could have one. You know what I'm saying? Shit. But yeah, I like white women.
And would you have sex with a trans woman?
Bruh! That's nasty, bruh. Everybody knows trans women are just trans-identified men that have gender dysphoria and are mentally ill. I ain't trying to have all them crazy problems calling me 500 times talking about, I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard penis. Man, I ain't trying to date no trans woman. They're dudes, bruh.
And since you're a black man now, should you
I think he just drops the N-word a lot.
Nigga. Bruh, check it. It's like a trans woman using a woman's bathroom. As soon as you identify as it, you get to do whatever you want. You get a free pass, bro. You get all the privileges. Hell yeah. So as soon as I said, started going around like, what's up, nigga? If I'm really feeling it, I say it with the ER at the end. What's up, nigga? I'm black. G, follow the science, bro. Trust the science on that.
Okay, I got the hard ER part at least. Oh no, he did. Oh no, he did. I censored it.
Man, I'm for real still trying to get over that Kamala Harris loss. And you know what I'm saying? Because like me, she's transracial, bro. She's Indian, but she identifies as African American. So I feel like we have so much in common, bro. So I'm just trying to get over that whole thing. But now that the orange man's president, maybe we get the Cheeto man's president. Maybe we get some free hot Cheetos. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, man, it's all good. But yeah, I got to bounce. G, I got a meeting for the welfare office in about 15 minutes. All right, bro, bet. Shit. Bitch ass niggas. All up in my motherfucking crib and shit.
Well, that was cringe. The day after the shoot, I texted Josh a short promo with the Daily Wire's graphics on it so that he could post it on his...
Him saying he wouldn't date a trans woman who's always calling about boners or whatever proves the chaser theory. Yeah, he did date a trans woman. That is already something that he did. He did a black trans woman.
Twitter and Instagram, which he did. But an hour later, he removed it. This is where everything started to take a really strange turn. He started rapidly tweeting and then deleting posts about getting pranked, seemingly getting his story straight in real time. At first, he only mentioned me as some weirdo. But then when the posts weren't getting as much traction, he had to edit it to be some trans activists. Then he started posting about how the Daily Wire were involved and were gonna take legal action against me. Which, by the way, they could have done that last time too, but you know why they didn't, Josh? Because we live in America. Yeah. Everything that I did was perfectly legal. It's not against the law to prank you for a YouTube video, you absolute snowflake. But eventually, Josh Sider realized that the Daily Wire wasn't just going to bust my door down and sue my ass for millions of dollars.
Oh, he did blackface?
Even self-proclaimed God King and Emperor of the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, chimed in to say thoughts and prayers to Josh Sider for getting pranked and crying about it. But Josh Sider had one final ace up his sleeve. He had to be the victim. He had to prove to everyone that he, Josh Sider, is a victim. So he doctored up a text conversation between us to make it look like I threatened him. Lol, you really are an idiot. I can't believe you thought you were going to be in a Daily Wire movie. Maybe I'll send 2 more people back to your house to gut you like the pig that you are.
Oh my God, this guy is so pathetic.
Doing that, to me at least, was incredibly stupid. Because, like, Josh, what do you expect me to do now other than screen record our actual text messages to show everyone that you were being a liar? But everyone already knew that Josh Sider was a liar, so that's not like a groundbreaking discovery or anything. I mean, we're talking about a guy who faked his own death here. He doesn't care about being called a liar or having people flood his mentions because Josh Sider loves that kind of attention. He's a rage baiter. Through and through.
My outrageous videos were indistinguishable from people who genuinely think they're trans women is an indictment on how ridiculous and absurd it is.
Listen, it says a lot about society. Classic. He did the meme. It says a lot about society.
And so I just think that's a sad fact. We need to start dealing in reality, and the reality is men don't magically become women because they want to.
Once Donald Trump takes office in January, he'll pass different laws and executive orders targeting trans folks that will be a looming threat on their daily lives. It feels like this culture war stuff has been a hot button issue for a long time now. But just like actual war, culture war never changes. Rage bait meant to trigger you into a response is powerless if you don't respond to it. And of course there's always gonna be blue checks in the replies and people in their echo chambers. But it's our job not to rage at that, but to dissect it and see it for what it truly is. A circle jerk. And circle jerkers will never stop gooning. That's just their nature. Asking a circle jerker to stop jerking is like asking a bird to stop flying, a fish to stop swimming. or RFK to stop talking like that. It's just impossible, and it's not worth your time.
Banger. Actual banger. Alex Dunn did it again. How to successfully, let's watch. How to successfully cut off a Rogan rant. I love this shit.
2008. Hillary Clinton was more MAGA than Trump.
She's always been a Republican.
But how about that?
Wow.
More MAGA than Trump.
And then
it's
you
all
couldn't believe
a
that if you watched the
fucking
news.
illusion. It's all a fucking illusion. All of them, when convenient, have said the exact same things.
Dragons are real.
2008.
Why is he so mad about the dragons are real shit? Is Alex a HasanAbi head? Yes. Yeah, this video by Dark Matter 2555 is about how this person. Please watch this.
There's some like Republican guy. He's been like wearing dresses and makeup and being like, "See, I'm a trans woman too." And people have noted that like he has new outfits every single time. He's never worn the same outfit twice. And someone quote tweeted, they said, "If a man writes a sonnet about you, he's in love with you. If a man writes 10 sonnets about you, he's in love with sonnets." And he's been doing it for so long. It's not like when some guys just put on a dress and it doesn't fit. Like, it's fit. And the makeups, I could not do makeup even
I love
close.
knowing this. Thank you.
And there's something about it where I just go like, man, I know something about
You're
you
like-
likes
yeah,
this.
you like this.
And you'll never go to therapy and you'll never know. You'll just like do this forever. And then at 20 years in, people will be like, "Hey, are you a trans woman?" Like, this is crazy.
I think you're a trans woman.
It's really fascinating when someone seems so divorced from even possibly going like, "Hey, why am I doing this?"
I love that.
The idea, Donald Trump took it to the Twitter streets to fucking go after the BRICS nations as well. But before we do that, here's a video from Cavernical. This pro-Israel group is absolutely
might be
unhinged.
actually unaware of this, but there are various organizations online that pretend to fight
I gotta
against
pee.
anti-Semitism, but they're usually fronts for like a pro-Israel agenda. Now, obviously, the Anti-Defamation League has been one of the biggest examples of this recently, where it did have some degree of respectability, where its pro-Israel bias, although obvious to a lot of people like myself, wasn't as obvious to everyone because, you know, they apologized for a lot of anti-Arab, anti-Islamic sentiment that they pushed in the past. But it's pretty clear, especially with the last year or so, that they are, you know, completely pro-Israel. Even, you know, saying that Twitter has become a cesspool of anti-Semitism, which they were correct about, only to have a meeting with Elon Musk, who then declared more support for Israel, and then they're saying, nah, Twitter is actually pretty all right. Even though anyone who can tell you who has used Twitter, it's literally probably the most anti-Semitic place on the entire internet. But because there's a lot of people on it who are pro-Israel, including the head of Twitter, Elon Musk, apparently the ADL don't have much of a problem with that. Even though he is allowing and he is actually paying people to be incredibly anti-Semitic, a couple of people on this list in front of us. Now, there's an organization that has been like pretty mask off for a while, and that is Stop Anti-Semitism. And you might be more aware of this one because it seems like they don't even really care about talking about mostly right-wing anti-Semitism, which is the real problem. On this, you have like Jackson Hinkle, right? Who used to be left-wing, but is now a fascist. These people are not left-wing. So when we talk about like left-wing anti-Semitism, who are we really talking about? I can't think of any significant left-wing figure who was actually anti-Semitic. Of course, Stop Anti-Semitism was rabid against Jeremy Corbyn, who, of course, groups like this think is an anti-Semite.
Like, anti-Semitism is antithetical to leftist values. So if you are an anti-Semitic person, if leftist values are born out of a materialist understanding of the world, anti-Semitism is purely, mystical, ideological. It is not like It is immaterialist. It's anti-materialist. You know what I mean? It's just not correct. That's why I get so fucking mad. Like, on top of it being a vicious smear, oftentimes like deployed by people who want to deplatform me, what I get really frustrated with the likes of Myron, for example, from Fresh and Fit, this fucking dipshit, who always is in my replies being like, bro, they're coming after you. Just admit that you're anti-Semitic. Is like, brother, why would I admit to something I'm not? Like, I don't agree with you. I don't know how to communicate this to people. You know what I mean? I just don't know. I don't know how to communicate this to fucking Ethan. And I don't know how to communicate this to fucking Myron either. Myron is anti-Semitic though. Yes, I know. That's my point. Yeah, he is anti-Semitic. And he's like, come on, yeah, just say Jews are coming after you. Just say it. Just say Jews are coming after you. They'll never stop coming after you. It's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck who's coming after me, brother. Okay, I don't give a fuck that like pro-Israeli accounts are routinely viciously smearing me as an anti-Semite. It doesn't change my analysis at all. Okay, the fuck? It's just not right. It's not correct. Yeah, I saw this clip of
every
Fresh not wanting to be not fit to be on the show anymore.
Issue, every ailment in society, you could tie it back to fucking feminism. Every single one. Feminism. Who pushed feminism? The fucking Jews. Gloria Steinem, etc. Who pushed homosexuality?
Yeah, feminism as an invention of Jews is funny. But also, once again, you know, it's the Frankfurt School shit. The other right-wingers like Jordan Peterson that have also trafficked this kind of sentiment supposedly do it in a more masked way, where they'll be like, oh yeah, it's the Frankfurt School that is responsible for all of the society's faults and failures. Both these motherfuckers deny the Holocaust, by the way. Yeah.
The Jews. See, these are the conversations they don't want you to hear. Right? This is what I mean when I tell y'all. I would rather be honest with you guys and keep it 1,000 and say what the fuck it really is.
I think this is like part hate and part like almost like a pathological obsession, if that makes sense. Can we say Fresh? No, dude. They're both cooked. Get the fuck out of here. Like at some point, I think people just like look for answers to these complex problems. And maybe some people are like, oh, I'm just gonna be edgy. Ooh, this is a secret thing that you can't say, so I'm just gonna keep saying it over and over again. And somewhere along the way, you just become this like rabid anti-Semite who genuinely does believe it.
Than having to bite my fucking tongue. I'm not biting my tongue for no fucking Jews, nigs, Asians, Pajeets, stinky Indians. Fuck that shit. Blacks, Arabs, even Arabs, I criticize them. I'm not biting my tongue. I call it like it is. Facts are facts regardless of who fucking says them. Anyway.
Damn, his hairline restoration also didn't fucking work. He's balding again. That's crazy. That's crazy. Didn't he get like a fucking hairline restoration and his shit still fucked up? God damn. He did not mention white people. Well.
Rant over. We could keep going on with this fucking stupid ass bitch. But I'm telling y'all, all the problems we have in society, you can always tie it back to fucking feminism. And then you figure out who started feminism, all the isms, communism, feminism, Marxism, socialism. Who always starts it? The dreidel spinners. So, anyway, we'll continue on.
I just want to say I love all my Jew friends. I love Jews. I love everybody. And I don't hate nobody.
Hey, good. Yo, you salvaged it, bro. You saved it. You saved it, dog, for sure. Oh my God. What's wrong with these motherfuckers, bro? This is. Holy shit. Just the hate spigot turned all the way to the max. That's the racism equivalent of no homo? Yeah. How the fuck is there any sort of content from this? Like, how do you watch this and go, damn, they really spit in here?
So yeah, some bitch try to say, oh, well, like you're so mean. Why are you such a bully? Whatever. I'm like, bitch, why are you on Overwatch? You need to be overwatching a fucking kitchen and overwatching a sandwich for a man who's superior to you. That's probably overwatching your dumb ass whore ass. But you're over here playing with me, running a mercy, not healing me because you fucking suck at the game and you got no fucking awareness because women have no awareness with anything besides how much makeup they got on their face. Oh, which by the way is always too much because it's the makeup for their lack of aesthetics. These fucking sluts. Why not video games? Back in
Facts. WWWWren. Wyron. Yo, we have a real crisis of confidence in our youth, man. We really do. Young men that watch this shit and are like, yo, this guy's spitting facts. Like, your brain is so busted, dog. I don't know how to fucking salvage this shit. It's so pathetic. It is so fucking pathetic. This is cringe as fuck. How do you look at this and interpret it as anything but like a dude crashing out because he's just like a hateful little teenager, even though he's a grown ass man?
the day, when I play video games, Halo 2, if I heard a female in the fucking lobby, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Give that bitch the Timberland boot out the fucking lobby. But now these whores have taken over video games. Like, I'm fucking.
Someone said Wyron Fittler. Is this guy not just a Fed? He was a Fed. He's a former Fed. How many dudes feel that because it's edgy or controversial that it's correct? Many do. That I think is a byproduct of just everything being online, and just only having a sense of community online, and you're increasingly isolated from your fellow man in the real world. This is the type of behavior. This is the only way that you interpret. This is the only way you interpret like interpersonal relationships. Like, you just straight up think like, oh yeah, when someone is behaving like this, that means they're being real. What the fuck? This is terrifying. This is deadass my little brother's iPad background. He's fucking 10. I'm feeling bench PR tonight. Honestly, fuck girls, bro. They're so fake. Yeah, okay, this is a 10-year-old. What do you mean? It's not terrifying. They're fucking 10. Okay? That's just a 10-year-old. I would go so far as to say that's healthy for a 10-year-old, okay? It's a normal part of being 10 and thinking girls are fucking icky and have cooties. Not every single man, not every single boy that thinks like girls have cooties is going to develop into one of these fucking freaks. Oh God. Also, yeah, why is a 10-year-old lifting and worrying about PRs? That is the terrifying part of this, not the fact that he said, fuck girls, I don't care about them. Like, that is the actual terrifying part of this. Short video about young men loneliness. No, I'm not gonna watch that. Okay, but I told my mom I was anti-feminist as a girl when I was at 10 after watching one conservative YouTuber. Yeah, okay, look where you're at now though. You know what I mean? Clearly you grew out of it. That's my point. She was made for the playground. She belongs to the playground. She got cooties. What? A summary of Xi Jinping's governance of China? Yo, you're on crack, dude. I'm not gonna watch that video. It's the way the older teenage edgy values have infiltrated in the 10-year-olds when they should be enjoying their childhood.
Like, I'm fucking shocked. I haven't played in fucking years. Come back. I'm gonna pick this character. Bitch, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Why are women on video games? Why are they even streaming themselves play video games? They fucking suck.
I wonder what that person who praised Myron and hanged up with some certain neo-Nazi and gave certain phone number and is organizing a hate campaign against you. Yeah. I mean, that dude is pathetic.
Every single gamer sucks. Female gamers suck. I fucking said it. They're trash. They got no awareness. Nothing. They suck.
They're saying call Nick, like Nick Fuentes. I do think it's a little scary. I think it's a little scary that there is like a network of these fucking rabid freaks out there, you know? But anyway, let's get back to Cavernicle's video on stopping anti-Semitism.
And that pretty much tells you everything you need.
What part of it is scary? I mean, the fact that there are entire networks of fucking right-wing charlatans out there that do not have any sort of moment of self-reflection, any sort of fear, any sort of any sort of social pressure that they feel from having these sorts of opinions and just like, you know, screaming it from the fucking rooftops. The fact that they can have a sense of community over these sorts of psychotic opinions is genuinely worrisome.
Need to know about them, but they do something every year called the Anti-Semite of the Year. And surprise, surprise, a lot of people who've won it every year haven't been right-wing fascists. They have been left-wing Congress people, and last year, even more like gross than usual, they picked Rashida Tlaib, which we're going to read about in a sec. But this year, they put out a list, one that Ethan Klein would probably like himself, where hasanpiker is the first pick, Cori Bush, John Cusack, and Greta Thunberg. They're the front four. Four left-wing people. Afterwards, an actual fascist, Jake Shields, I don't know who Jess Natalie is, Jackson Hinkle, another fascist, Candace Owens, another fascist, Dan Bilzerian, another fascist, and Bassem Youssef, an anti-Islamist Egyptian comedian. On that list of the anti-Semites of the year, half of them are not anti-Semitic. They're just left-wing critics of Israel. And this is the dangerous thing groups like this do. They conflate all criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism. And of course, what we're seeing recently, and I think even AOC voted for this bill, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism actually includes comparing Israel to fascist Germany, right? So if you do that, that's actually anti-Semitism. And that's something that colleges have wanted to adopt recently, which is just so insane. Like, so insane to say, comparing the terrible actions of an apartheid state to the actions of this horrible fascist state in the 1930s and 40s, that's actually not allowed. And it would actually be racist against Jewish people to even make that comparison, even when, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto and Gaza, you can make a very easy comparison between the two of them. So I want to talk about this today because it is absolutely insane. So here's their list, and I'm going to read you some of their justification for putting these people on. Like, obviously, a lot of them don't need any justification. Like, Jake Shields is just a fascist, right? So is Jackson Hinkle, the other people I said. I can agree that they are anti-Semitic. I cannot agree that, like, Rashida Tlaib last year swept the vote. This year, 10 new Jew haters are competing for the dishonor. Help us pick the top 3 to be announced on December 15th. So for people like Destiny and pro-Israeli people like Ethan Klein, I'm sure HasanPiker would top the list for some bizarre reason. But it says here, HasanPiker, a Turkish-American streamer, uses his Twitch platform to glorify terrorism and spread anti-Semitism. After 10/7, Piker defended Hamas, denying atrocities. Despite violating Twitch's community guidelines, he profits while spreading hateful.
I think it's funny that they're saying I denied murder. Like, I'm saying nobody died on October 7th. Like, that's an insane thing to say.
Propaganda. Cori Bush has cemented a reputation as a staunch anti-Semite for a disgraceful voting record. Ties to Jew haters like who, and support for pro-terror mobs on campuses, again, framing the pro-Palestinian peaceful protest.
Wait, why are they more understanding of Cori Bush's takes? Hours after the 10/7 massacre, she blamed Israel's apartheid policies instead of condemning Hamas. That's like what I did too. Following her re-election defeat, Bush scapegoated the Jewish community, specifically AIPAC, for her laws. She didn't scapegoat the Jewish community. She just correctly called out AIPAC, which spent like what, almost $30 million on that race. Like, that's crazy. I can't believe that that is anti-Semitic.
Test in universities as pro-terror mobs. She also blamed Israel's apartheid policies for 10/7. Following her re-election, Bush scapegoated the Jewish community, specifically AIPAC, for her loss. Is AIPAC the Jewish community? Like, how insane is this? A far-right Zionist lobby group, they're saying, is the Jewish community. Do these people honestly think this makes Jewish people safe at all? John Cusack has repeatedly spread anti-Semitic slander. His Twitter feed is rife with blood libel, conspiracy theories, and vile tropes, comparing Jews to white supremacists. Like, what is this bizarro land where you cannot make this comparison? Jewish people can be white. So you can be a white supremacist and be of the Jewish faith or the Jewish ethnicity. Yeah, sure. As an ideology, usually things like white supremacy don't include Jews, but what we're seeing in America right now, that sort of ideology does include them. And they're actually the heads of institutions in the government, especially with Trump, who push this stuff. Like Antony Blinken, are you telling me that guy isn't a white supremacist, right? And how they're justifying everything that's happening to Palestinians. Of course you can make that comparison. It doesn't make you an anti-Semite to make that comparison about people like Netanyahu, Antony Blinken, who do believe in this Western chauvinist supremacist ideology. Falsely claiming Israel created Hamas, well, that's not false. I mean, I'm pretty sure he probably didn't say that, but yeah, everyone knows that Israeli intelligence did help funding the early stages of Hamas to split the Palestinians against each other. Greta Thunberg has turned her climate activism into a platform for Jew hatred. She's joined the keffiyeh-clad protesters, voicing disdain for the Jewish state. From chanting "Crush Zionism" at protests to targeting Israeli Eurovision participants, her activism now fuels anti-Jewish hostility. So, comparing all of this, comparing these people with the rest of them is so insane. So look, Jake Shields uses his massive social media platform to spread anti-Semitic rhetoric. And the thing is, right, this one is actually more brief and vague, despite the fact this guy is an actual anti-Semitic fascist, where I could tell you off the top of my head so much more stuff he said, but they seem to document the left-wing people the most, because they know the left-wing people have more credibility. The left-wing people are people who everyone listens to, right, about these issues because they make coherent arguments. So they're a bigger target because they threaten the legitimacy of Israel in Western politics more than these fringe figures who everyone can rightly see are pretty much fascists. So that is their, like, you know, insane list. And again, you see how they conflate any criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, which, you know, how does that fight anti-Semitism? You're telling people all the actions of Israel are actually the actions of the entire Jewish faith and various different Jewish ethnicities, right? They all agree with what's going on. They all believe that is the true face of Judaism. And if you say a bad word about, I don't know, destroying Gaza, that means you actually hate Jewish people. So what do you want people to conclude if you put that in their mind? If you're saying that it's actually anti-Jewish people to be against all these atrocities in Gaza, what are you telling people? Are you telling people the real face of Judaism is all these atrocities? And how does that conflation make anyone safer? So if we go on their website, let's look at their past little graphics they made for people who won. So yeah, Rashida Tlaib, I think, is the only Palestinian politician in America. Obviously knows people who've been killed by the Israelis, and this is what they put out about her. She's the anti-Semite of the year. Not any of the other people, not any of the horrible fascists we see in Western politics who are like legit fascists. No, it's the left-wing Palestinian woman. She's the biggest anti-Semite in the world. And again, Kanye West won it the year before. So Kanye West and Rashida Tlaib, they're equally as bad. And of course, you probably have seen a lot of people have actually wrote articles about how they are just as bad. And actually, I saw an article and I read it on...
And this year's anti-Semite of the year goes to Hasan Piker. Can you imagine? We all know it's bullshit, but it doesn't make it any less frustrating. Nah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, it's deeply unserious, and no one will look at this and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe how anti-Semitic Hasan is." No. It's not a real thing. It's literally run by one singular lady in Long Island, dude. Like, there are institutions that do matter in this situation. Like, the closest that this became a thing was when Fox News wrote about it and the digital team, but even then it's like it's negatively polarizing. People do think you anti-Semitic, not gonna lie. No, nobody fucking thinks I'm anti-Semitic. My friends do. Yeah, your friends are fucking stupid. Like, yeah, you got some dumbass friends, brother. What do you want me to say? No serious person. You are never going to find someone who is like pro-Palestinian or legitimately fucking legitimately pro-Palestinian, honestly pro-Palestinian, or like actually fucking progressive that will take that seriously. At most, they'll be like, wait, I actually heard some weird shit about Hasan being anti-Semitic, and then they'll, very quickly understand that that is not the case. Yeah, a couple of my friends who are Jewish conservative friends do. Okay, dude, if they're conservative, yeah, then, yeah. There you go. Is New York City? So what? What do you mean? Conservatives don't exist in New York City? Are you kidding me? I live in Los Angeles. Trust me. I know what it's like to be surrounded by conservatives in a otherwise liberal enclave, okay? A lot of Jewish people here are conservative, I know. No, that's not even true. No. I don't think a lot of Jewish people in New York are conservative at all. As a matter of fact, not even remotely conservative. It's entirely dependent on where you are.
I had a whole video about it. They said Jenna Ortega, for writing something critical of Israel, was actually worse than Kanye West. I'm not even joking. So let's have a look at this quick. I'm not going to play the audio. It's just like some weird song. So here are a few reasons why the Congresswoman is long overdue for the crown. As soon as she took office, she replaced Israel on an office map with Palestine. Is that anti-Semitic? Just saying, this whole territory used to be Palestine before an entire new country was built on top of it. So it keeps on going to say she was barred from entering Israel due to her support for BDS. Like, supporting boycotts on goods and businesses that do business in Israel, that's anti-Semitic. Again, as a result, she shared an anti-Semitic cartoon that depicts an age-old trope insinuating Jewish control. So Netanyahu and Trump are silencing Ilhan Omar and Tlaib. That cartoon is somehow anti-Semitic.
Wait, what? What the fuck what is anti-Semitic about this? Are we now moving on? The pro-Israel groups are doing Islamic tropes where it's like any depiction of someone who is Jewish is instantly anti-Semitic. You cannot draw Jewish people. Like what? just like the prophet, you are not allowed to draw. No cartoonish depictions, please. Like, this isn't to say that there aren't anti-Semitic drawings. Of course there are, obviously. Okay? This is not one of them, though. What the fuck?
Again,
yeah, it's just not. It's not like a Groyper cartoon or you know, one of those like, ooh, these are the puppeteers type shit.
Not. Talib defended the BDS movement and suggested Jews prioritize Israel over the US, invoking the anti-Semitic trope of dual loyalty.
How much you want to bet she didn't do that? She definitely defended BDS movement, suggested Jews prioritize Israel over the US, invoking the anti-Semitic dual trope loyalty. I highly doubt that she actually said Jews prioritize Israel over the US. There is no fucking shot. You want to know why I know that there's no way she actually fucking said that verbatim? Okay? Because Rashida Tlaib is a Palestinian progressive politician. Anyone who is even remotely progressive, okay, knows very well that any kind of inference to that will be cynically utilized. It's not only untrue, but any kind of inference to that, it will be immediately fucking, you know, you'll get a tremendous amount of pushback, even if that's not what you meant at all.
Which,
if you're Jake Tapper, however, you could say that every day. You could be like, yeah, no, all Jews love is Israel. If you fucking criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic, dog. What do you mean? American Jews care first and foremost about Israel. You could say that all day, every day if you're pro-Israel, okay? And it's, by the way, untrue, but it doesn't even matter. People still say it.
Talib didn't do. This organization does it all the time, though. If you're tying being a Jew so much to the state of Israel, what are you saying to people? That all Jews have some sort of interest in the state of Israel, so they're not actually like loyal to whatever country they're in. Apparently, it's also anti-Semitic to vote against Iron Dome funding and also call Israel an apartheid state. She voted against the bill, and the
it's anti-Semitic to not give weapons to Israel. Yo, this is amazing. Excuse me. No, I know I make this joke all the time, but like Estonia immediately comes to mind, and I'm sorry for the Estonian chatters, but it's just such a funny analog to be like, dude, the anti-Estonian hatred that you've demonstrated is unacceptable. Okay? Like no other country. It's so crazy. Like, what the fuck are we doing? It's like, imagine being like, yeah, this year Congress decided to lower the amount of weapons that we're sending to a valuable NATO partner in Estonia. And it's like, do you understand what you just did? You've been found guilty of Estonian hatred.
The bill asserted that Israel is not racist or an apartheid state. The bill also expressed rejection of all forms of anti-Semitism and xenophobia. So again, they're saying she's an anti-Semite because she thinks Israel is an apartheid state, something that is very well documented. It also says here she's an anti-Semite.
They forgot what country they represent. This is the U.S. where boycotting is a right and part of our historical fight for freedom and equality. Maybe a refresher on the U.S. Constitution is in order, then get back to opening up our government instead of taking our rights away. It's absurd that the first bill during the shutdown is legislation which punishes Americans who exercise their constitutional right to engage in political activity. Wait, what? How does this have anything to do with Jews? Yeah, she's saying American legislators that are you know, not allowing, that are trying to fucking legislate away BDS are actually un-American. That's not how shit works in America. And it's additionally funny because she's also in the process of agreeing with a, Jewish person, but what the fuck? You can't even criticize. Dude, I love this. I love this so much because it turns into like everything is Jewish, actually. You don't understand. Like, if you're an American congressperson and you're criticizing your colleagues, you're actually criticizing Jews. That's right. What are you doing? What are we doing? Like, this is such a weird way where it just like loops back around and becomes indistinguishable from like the shit that Fresh and Fit says. Okay? Like, what are we doing? It's basically a handshake between the guys who are like everything in society is Jews. Jews did that, okay? Jews control the Congress. Jews control this. Jews control that. And then you got like a fucking pro-Israel group being like, no, you don't understand. Actually, if you criticize Congress as a member of Congress, you're actually criticizing Jews because Congress is Jewish. What the fuck?
Because she accused Israel of bombing hospitals. This is back in 2023, right? Which we already knew they were doing this. There can be no argument they've done this now. So it's anti-Semitic that she told the truth. And remember, people like David Pakman were also saying this about her. Just absolutely gross shit. And again, she's been vindicated. She refuses to walk back the claim. Yeah, because she was right. She was right. And you're never going to walk back the claim that she's an anti-Semite for saying this, and she was proven right. So basically what you see on these videos is most of the people who win, like Ilhan Omar, mostly they're people who support BDS. Then you have one right-wing person in Kanye West on this list. So obviously, Stop Anti-Semitism is an absolute joke. If you're putting mainly left-wing Muslims or Muslim...
By the way, every single person is still a person of color. I did notice that when I first saw the list. Most are women of color. One actual anti-Semitic person is a bipolar a black man. Just interesting.
People's.
I'm about to be the first white man to win this goddamn thing, baby. Let's go.
On your anti-Semite
finally some fucking representation
of the year list, purely because they oppose Israel.
Also putting a fucking like an out and about neo-Nazi next to fucking Gigi Hadid. Dude. Be for fucking real, dog. That's crazy. Like, she's just a Palestinian. That's it. That is her crime. Okay? Her crime is being a Palestinian. I love that.
Where the only person who's won for actually being an anti-Semite is Kanye West. So what is this doing to people? What is this making people think? The only way you can be anti-Semitic is actually be against Israel. Loads of other stuff, now that's fine. Like, be a Christian Zionist who believes you should support Israel so they can start Armageddon to bring about the end times where Christians will ascend into New Jerusalem and Jews won't be allowed unless they convert to Christianity. That's cool, actually. That's cool. Not anti-Semitic. It's these people who don't like a colonial project like Israel being built on top of their homeland, like Rashida Tlaib, right? So, again, why this is so depressing for like anyone who actually cares about fighting against anti-Semitism is because it feels like we can just never turn back the clock now. It feels like now, because they're conflating all this stuff, like anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, people just don't give a shit and people are just going to say whatever. And that's what these organizations do. If you convince people that being critical of Israel is actually anti-Semitism, why will people think anti-Semitism is bad then? If you're seeing all the news coming out of Gaza and Lebanon, you're seeing 100%. The face of Israel, the true face of Israel, and the whole world is seeing it.
That's the part of this process that is so devastating for people who do actually care about for people who do actually care about combating anti-Semitism, these groups basically make it impossible. They make it fucking impossible. It's so fucking frustrating. They dilute it. It's like claiming Ben Shapiro did this to me once. During the Black Lives Matter protests, I was talking about how if you're wondering where like American domestic police, like American domestic law enforcement learned the tactics of kettling and corralling, they learned it from the IDF. And Ben Shapiro said it was blood libel to claim that the Israeli occupying force had trained American local police departments and taught them some of their tactics that they use on Palestinians in the West Bank. He said it was blood libel. Bro, that's just fact. That is a fact. You can't dilute blood libel by saying factually accurate things are blood libel. Like, that's an insane thing to say. How long ago was that? Back in, I think it was like 2020. I mean, it was when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening. Yeah, and he retweeted someone, I think it was like Neon Ass Taster or whatever, Neon Taster, who said it was blood libel. He retweeted that person, and I replied to it with, what was it? I think it was like, I forget. It was like a Jewish website that covers, I think it was like the Jewish Library or something, that has written extensively about the open partnership between Israeli occupying forces and like American local police departments in the aftermath of 9/11. And I was like, here he is doing blood libel. He's not going to the kick event anymore, by the way. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. See, look, I'm vindicated. For those who are saying he's doing a right-wing pivot, I'm vindicated. Bro, what the fuck? I had no idea it was a stake event. Steiny recruited me for this. All he told me was it was a hustler casino. I'm sure he didn't fucking know, dude. That would be beyond the point of insanity if he was just like, I'm tight with Kick. His next post was about you. Wait, what? He posted saying you were going to talk shit and call him mentally ill. No, I mean, I don't think his mental health is great, but I don't say that in a shit talking way. Yeah, it was the Jewish Virtual Library. Bringing back all the classic blood libels. If you have BLM in your bio and shocked by the kettle and corral strategy you saw the American police engage in where they push protesters in the pockets and gas them, you should know they learned that from the IDF. Bringing back all the classic blood libels. Can't believe the Jewish Virtual Library is doing blood libels. Shaking my head. What the fuck is that shit in the Explore section? Nick Fuentes and Destiny, an alleged leaked video. Yeah, I think someone leaked a lot of sex acts that Destiny is engaged in, including sucking a dude off or some shit. And people are saying it's Nick Fuentes' penis that he's sucking. I added his other stories to the Imgur if you scroll down. Obviously, I'm not going. Apparently, Steiny didn't know either. Hustler Casino had poker nights before. This is the first time it's been sponsored by Steak. I can't catch a break over here. Prediction, Hasan will read from a chatter I played in a Steak event and uncritically accepted while saying something about me being mentally ill. I mean, I was surprised when I first encountered it. That's cool, though. think he misses me. Yeah, he. One thing that I have noticed is that he is just always wrong. It's so funny. He accuses you of uncritically accepting info about him while he posts stories about you nonstop. I don't think you've posted one story about him. Does he want to fuck? No, this is a very common Hasan derangement syndrome symptom, okay? You did that before his post, and also he said 3 days ago he wouldn't mind pivoting to stay for AC money. I just don't I don't believe it. Yeah. I saw the announcement, the official announcement, and I said, damn, that sucks. What's the difference between accepting a gambling sponsor from Stake or from some other site? I mean, I get why it's like, I get why it's a little bit different when you're doing at least like poker. Prediction after you reacted to the news. Yeah, you were on an official announcement, big dog. Yeah, I mean, but now that I know you've pulled out, I'm happy that you haven't like gone that far down the goddamn rabbit hole. But as far as what do you call it? Like poker. As far as like poker goes, like I don't do it. I've said no to a $800,000 poker sponsorship before. But overall, it's a little bit different still because you're playing against other people usually. Even though luck obviously still plays a role in it. I think there's like, if there's a tier of like worst shit possible, I would place completely unsanctioned, completely unregulated crypto gambling casinos built out of an island nation on purpose at like the tippy top of it. And I would place like poker at the bottom of the harm tier. I remember when the Fed posted about you at 3 a.m. and called you the F word in the gym. He has been evoking that energy for the past 2 months. Yeah. The mighty have fallen. The mighty have fallen. Unfortunately. For crime reacts, when a killer thinks he's a genius, but he's an idiot.
I didn't know what to do anymore, so I just...
Oh, no, I think I watched this before. You're sending me shit that I've seen already. Pretty sure we've seen this. No murder, please. It's too sad. I kind of want to dive into this like guy talking about how he became anti-woke, but it's 55 minutes long and it's like terrifying to watch this man.
I think it is simply
Vince Vintage, America's Dumbest Heist. Did I watch this one? Bro, you literally said fucking FUNDAY. Come on, man. Y'all are so goddamn annoying. I should never say FUNDAY ever again. Because FUNDAY just means I'm not going to do hard pipe news coverage. That's all that means.
I'm talking about the little fat nigga. Yo, come on.
I heard Drewski made a little kid cry.
Bro, come on. Fat nigga. Yo. Y'all been saying that to me all fucking night. Everybody call me the fat nigga all night, but I can't call the other little fat nigga the little fat nigga. Black answer. Man, y'all niggas been wrong. Fuck out of here, nigga. No, come on. Y'all want to have fat phobia when it come to the kid, but not me. He's like the fucking nigga. What about me, nigga?
It's like funny, but also kind of sad at the same time. He put his earmuffs on. That's crazy. He just bullied a fucking child.
Nigga,
25. You're a grown ass nigga.
Man, y'all niggas been calling me fat all that.
Juicy, oh shit.
Oh, y'all. Fuck.
This nigga. You good? Yo, man, you messing my fucking
What, you
sweater,
want some
man.
food, nigga?
They might put something
What,
in
you
your
want some
food,
food,
nigga.
nigga?
Oh, God, he's crying. They might put something in your food. Juicy, oh, yeah.
That shit whack, bro.
Yeah, you know,
It's sad because, like, you know, in a sketch format, in a controlled environment, this is objectively hilarious. Okay. But that is the problem with Twitch streaming. It's not a controlled environment. And it's like a real person who's like crying. Does that make sense?
But that's what I'm saying. But y'all niggas want me to pay them. But y'all do it to me, though.
No, when you was younger, they called you fat. You
My bad, bro. My bad.
Wait, is it a child actor? Is it actually? Is he actually a child actor? Is it fake?
Good.
My bad.
But he's crying. He's dead ass crying. You fucking wild.
Oh, thank God.
Look how his father's looking at you. Look how his father's looking at you.
So he's not actually crying. Like he. Damn, this motherfucker's got range.
Hi. This is my little boy that was at Hasan's house last night.
Hello. So I was sitting there, you know, in character because, well, I'm supposed to be Pugsley from the Addams Family, so we mostly don't talk. Then he insulted me, Drewski.
Oh my God. Yo.
Drewski insulted me multiple times. And if you check on the YouTube video, they cut it out. You can only see me hugging LeBron James Jr. and HasanAbi.
So, with that, they wouldn't let me get my son. Security would block me. The person in charge of telling me what's supposed to go on was saying that my son was crying because he didn't get no food, which was a lie. A older person, Drewski, was physically and mentally assaulting my son, calling my son a fat ass nigga, whatever he was saying. But he's a big ass. So.
Oh my God. Oh. Yo, this is chef's kiss, dude. That's crazy. That is excellent. Yo. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. It is objectively a sad situation that this little boy was crying because he got fat shamed by a fat ass adult. I'm serious. It's fucked up. But in the process of defending his honor, her mother her mother ripping an N-word. I mean, this is perfect. Like the events that are unfolding is perfect.
I got a couple drinks for me, but that ain't no excuse, bro. For real. Like, I'm a bigger dude, you're a bigger dude. We on the same page, and like, I really do apologize. I understand. We got the same mindset. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, getting excited in here, you know what I mean? But I rock with you. What's your name? Joseph. You're a good dude, Joe. You're gonna go far. I got a cousin named JoJo.
Oh my God.
Silverback gorilla. He had no business talking.
What?
Ski was physically and mentally assaulting my son. Calling my son a fat ass nigga, whatever he was saying. But he's a big ass silverback gorilla. He had no business talking to a 9-year-old like this. My son was there to do a job for acting, and that was not a part of it.
Bro, what the fuck? Yo, why did you say any of those words, lady? Like you had a case. You had, dude. I mean, God, that's an iPad kid if I ever did see one.
So everybody's saying like, oh, wow, it's a skit. No. That was just abuse you were watching. That they wouldn't let me get to my son. And once our son came out crying and told us everything, my husband called out Drewski, and Drewski wouldn't come outside. Then 10 securities came. We got our stuff and we left. I cried with my son in the car because they were holding this from me. And
we crowed.
They let this happen to my son. And it's really damaged him. I don't think anybody should put their child in this. I don't think anybody should have their kids around drunk men.
Oh,
which is something that they didn't tell me was happening.
Something, Mom.
What?
They broke the law.
Oh, they also broke the child permit laws. Very unprofessional. We love Kai Cenat. We worked with him before. But ladies and gentlemen, no. Drewski, you are not it. You are not. This is a kid's show with Kai Cenat. And I don't think, like, for Kai to be having somebody like that, I don't think, like, that's a part of his criteria. Like, I'll never want to work with them again. You have anything else you want to say?
No.
He hurt my baby's feelings, and he wasn't genuinely sorry about it either. He was faking. He was all cap. You know, he was just a mean person, and you shouldn't have mean people like that around your kids or your child actors. Kai.
Drewski and Kai Cenat have.
What is the end of this clip? Wow. This was incredible. Kai Cenat's response, he calls it forced.
Drewski is being called out by the mom of the kid he called fat, accusing him and Kai Cenat for letting her son get bullied. Drewski was physically and mentally assaulting my son. That was abuse. No one should have their kids.
In character, because, well, I'm supposed to be Pugsley from the Addams Family, so we mostly.
I'm gonna be honest. As soon as it was said, we caught it and said he's a kid, chill. But not only that, I could kind of see that this is forced a little bit. Like Ma Duke's behind the camera, like saying, "Yay, say this, this, and this, and this." We cut it out solely for the fact that we didn't want to put it on YouTube to make a joke out of it. Anyway, so that's how serious it is. So we made sure to cut it out so that no other viewers on YouTube can even see the joke. You feel me? Not only that, but Drewski in detail, I think he apologized twice. Drewski is a comedian, so whatever the fucking first thing he says is gonna come to his head. But he knew he was wrong. He actually apologized for this one. But yeah, but you feel what I'm saying? I'm gonna see what he said. This is 3 minutes long.
Kai Cenat.
Because I know.
And they let this happen to my son.
Shout out God. If she wanted her son, she would have got let go. So I know something is a little, I don't know, something is a little off. Because I know for a fact, Sophie Rain made $43 million.
The fuck?
Anybody should put.
Yo, this nigga is. Now the reason why I can't say this nigga is serious is because he do too much fucking skits. I keep thinking this nigga's in a fucking skit. Yo, he's so good at his skits that I keep thinking that he's in a fucking skit, bro. Bro, this nigga is dumb as shit. Bro, this nigga is so... Yes, he's the first living, walking meme, breathing meme ever. Yo, this nigga right here.
Please collab with Drewski. No, I will never collaborate with Drewski. Fat shaming has no business. Fat shaming has no space in the HasanAbi broadcast. So I will never collaborate with Drewski. Okay? As a former fat kid, I will never collaborate with him. And it's not because he's fat. Stop saying fat people have no place in this broadcast. Stop it. You are doing the same thing that Drewski did. Just because you're fat does not mean that you can make fun of other fat people. Oh, God. Yeah, it was inappropriate when Lizzo did it to her dancers who were apparently also fat as well. It is an objectively funny situation. Why is your goat always pissed?
And LeBron.
Because Dalton wouldn't give him a bounce pass. Duh. The fuck? You can't do that.
And LeBron James trying to teach the rookie, if you want to get that pass to me with Wemby standing in front of me, you got to bounce it.
Well, you can't fake high, throw high.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the announcers are also in agreement. Unc is pissed. And he has every right to be. It's an educational moment. Okay, but this was the funniest thing with Drewski that day.
Who'd you vote for? Trump. Okay, all right. No, I well, we knew, but
Come on, buddy, sit.
yeah,
Wait, who is this guy? Who's Willie?
well, Willie, we kind of knew.
Yeah.
A Bama fan? They just got casual.
Can I be honest with you right now?
Be honest with me.
Look.
Oh, I
the
saw
only thing
this.
about this
He's so right. Dude, Kyrie is so right for this.
generation now is the vocabulary. When you call somebody unk that's in their 30s and we're over here really still getting after it in our own way, bro, come on, bro. Bro, even that sounded old, just saying it like that, like, yeah, I'm still getting after it. Like, bro, what?
He caught him. He caught himself. Right in the process of making a good point. Coming across unk-coded. Yeah. Listen. A lot of you, okay? A lot of you young Zoomers, okay? You run around calling everybody unk, not realizing that maybe someone who is an unk is not going to hear that, but your favorite content creator might. Okay? Yeah, you whippersnappers.
Fancy as you do, don't
He's him. LeBron dropped 12 points the other day. How are you going to cope with that? His career average is 27 points. Shut the fuck up. And not only that, but also his lifetime career average is 27 points. Keep coping. And not only that, but also, guess what? It's still above 10. How many games has it been? How many games has it been? He's never been under 10 for like 1,700 games or some shit. So he's had the longest streak of having over 10 points in every single game. Bro's doing tricks on it, goddamn. Okay, that's a crazy thing to say. This is the problem with people that say glaze, okay? This is the problem. Let me explain something to you. This is the problem I have with people that say glaze. You can't say I'm glazing if I just give you a factually accurate point. Okay? Like, it's glaze if it's not true and I'm just lying, okay? Like, at a certain point you got to realize, like, yeah, maybe you should be glazing him too. Maybe you should also be blowing bubbles on it. If you obviously think that the facts that I delivered about LeBron, the GOAT, James, about LeGod, if you think that those facts are so impressive that it must be glazing, then maybe you should be glazing him as well. What is this? Why is every time LeBron... Stop, dude. He's reading the books. He's reading the books. LeBron collab or you're washed, little bro? I am washed. 1,222 straight games and counting since January 6, 2007. 17 years. Did you see the Palestine part when Rage was on there with Kai? I think I saw you retweet. No, I didn't see it. I'm sorry I ever doubted your baller credentials, King. Yeah, I quote retweeted this. I quote retweeted this earlier today. For those of you who weren't here yesterday when I watched the video, here is me skunking Chris London, who is 6'8".
I don't know. Hasan had such a dominant performance, and Chris almost didn't make it here.
Yeah, if anyone can back down Chris, it will be Hasan.
Let's watch this 1 minute and 20-second video of me absolutely going crazy.
Honestly, I got Chris as well. Oh my God,
the bank is open.
3. He's already doing better than he. I brought 6.
Give me another one.
Top shot. Another bank! No way! No way he baited it again.
With the MJ Selly.
Can't leave Hasan open at the top. He's actually got most of his points off the check.
Give him another one.
No way.
It looked good.
If he hit that one, my goodness. Oh, one dribble pull. Oh.
I got lucky there.
Yes! Oh my God! The crowd is stunned. We're all stunned right now.
What is happening right now?
Can Chris make the 7-0 comeback? Hasan just needs one more.
Oh my God! I don't even know what happened. Oh my God!
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Doubt me. Hasan and Chris reminds me of LeBron and Kevin Durant. That's insane. Oh my God. That is the highest glaze I've ever. That's glaze. See, that's glaze. Wait, what is this? Is pure luck you cheated by doing the LeBron satanic pregame ritual? I did. I was like hitting the fucking Naruto style hand signals before the game.
Hey! Listen, wait, are you on? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought we was on the same type of timing. No, we
Oh, you're some Palestine. Okay, on some free Palestine shit.
Free Palestine shit.
I'm on some. I got some Kai Mafia. Look,
that's tough. Who made that?
Them.
Over tonight, bro.
Hey!
Wait, I thought he did say free Palestine. I got excited. In honor of your performance, huh?
Yes, sir. Get up, bro. Got you, big dog. Got you, big dog. Got you, big dog.
Everybody was wondering where the hand was at. There's the hand.
You hear me? Hit the rollie, start with the rollie on. Who was our getaway car, Jag portfolio? You hear me? Hey, I heard I had some sneak dishes.
He did say free Palestine? Did I not hear it? No, Rage did.
Over tonight, bro.
Hey!
Listen, wait, are you on? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought we was on the same type of timing. No, we
Oh, you're some Palestine. Okay, on some free Palestine shit.
Free Palestine
Okay,
shit.
I'm on some. I got some Kai Mafia. Look,
that's tough. Who made that?
Them.
Over tonight, bro.
Hey!
I think Chat's a little desperate here. If I did that to LeBron, I would never wipe my ass again. Yeah, he's not. Close enough, chat. We can act like he said it. Mom and child, dude. There's a lot of there are a lot of people in here being like, you have to watch this crime video. I should have never said. I should have never said that I was gonna do crime videos. Because everyone's going crazy. No, we're not gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch this. I'm only here because we used to watch JCS. Stop sending me dark matter videos, bro. They're fucking all 50 minutes long, and it's just him talking to the camera. Like, it seems like this is good. Like, he seems like a cool dude. Okay? But this is not conducive. This is not a dynamic enough video to watch on a broadcast. Okay? I love you guys. And I'm sure this guy's awesome. It seems like he's got a lot of great videos. Well thought out. But you just don't understand how content works. Okay? For a stream. That's the type of video that you put on, okay? When you're, I don't know, doing some other chores or something and you want to keep your brain busy. Yeah, I wanted to do the 90-day with an insane Turkish guy, but the problem is I don't know where to find it.
Safe for sponsoring this video. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Inside the bank vault, security guard David Gant had to make the biggest decision of his life. Commit the largest bank heist in history, going on the run as an internationally wanted fugitive, evading the FBI, Interpol, Mafia, and even Mexican hitmen trying to kill him, all to get in an old co-worker's pants, or just go back home to his wife, who was making hamburger helper for dinner. It was so tempting to David. Living paycheck to paycheck, he could use that money to solve every little problem he had, he thought. And even better if he took the cash, he'd get to leave his wife and never see her ever again. And although David hadn't even stolen as much as a pen from his work, on October 4th, 1997, David grew a pair of steel huevos and took the money and ran, stealing $17 million in a heist where every little thing went wrong. The Loomis Fargo heist is one of the most insane stories I have ever read about. So enjoy. Living in a trailer park with a dead-end job, at 27 years old, David Gant's life was unremarkable. With no friends, a wife he had settled on, every day was just more boring than...
Damn, why is Vince shitting on the wife? Uncalled for.
the last. While he was surrounded by millions as an armed guard for Loomis Fargo, he only made $8 an hour. And with no benefits or pensions, everyone there joked about robbing the place just to get their retirement pay. And then one day someone actually did. Philip Johnson, a Loomis employee out of Florida, stole $20 million while closing a shift. He shackled and kidnapped his co-workers, cleaned out the bank vault, and went on the run to Mexico. And it got David thinking, how the hell would he pull off a heist? Now, David had never been a criminal, but he loved true crime. If he really wanted to, he could outwit the FBI, he thought. But fantasies of life on the run felt like buying the winning lottery ticket. You know it ain't gonna happen, but it's always fun to dream. But as the manhunt for Philip Johnson turned up nothing for months, it looked like he was gonna be the next DB Cooper, but with $20 million. And that's when David got a call from an old crush that would change his life forever. Picking up the phone, David was excited to hear Kelly Campbell's voice. His old co-workers and close friends, David had a huge crush on Kelly, and she knew it. She chugged beer, she was bold, she was everything David's wife was not. But Kelly said times were tough. She was broke, trying to divorce her husband, and David could relate, being up to his knees in debt. And after talking about Philip Johnson's heist for hours, she just straight up asked him, how would you feel about robbing Loomis Fargo?
That's a sick shirt. Milwaukee Vibrator. That's a tough ass shirt.
While they were both desperate for cash, I mean, there was no way she could be serious, but he listened in. Now, Kelly said she had a childhood friend in the mob, Steve, who would help them out, and it was a real simple plan. David would just steal the money from the Loomis vaults, hand off the cash to Kelly and Steve, the money would get cleaned by the mob. With a fake ID, David would escape to Mexico, where his share of the heist would be cleaned and wired to him over the course of months. And assuming the haul was $5 million split 3 ways, he'd be a multi-millionaire sipping Patron on the beach, while the FBI would have no idea where to look, because the money would be held where it had no connection to David. It was enough to set him up for life. It seemed foolproof, they thought. What would it take for you to do it? She said. Now, David knew there was no way in hell he was doing this. He had never been a criminal. He had a family to support. But Kelly's question slapped him in the face. You see, growing up, David's dad had given him the American dream. A suburban home, trips to Disney World, Wonder Bread, all on a trucker's salary. But as an Army vet with no degree, the best David got was a minimum wage, dead-end security job. Working 80 hours a week for $8 an hour, he didn't even have a life outside of work. At 27 years old, he could barely afford rent on a broken-down mobile home. And once he figured it would take him 30 years to pay the minimum payments on his credit card, David wanted out of the system. Robbing Loomis Fargo could set him up for life, but at the cost of never seeing anyone he knew in this life ever again. After vanishing for 5 months, Philip Johnson slipped up from one little mistake. On a bus ride from Mexico back to the States, Philip Johnson, using a fake ID, somehow alerted a seasoned customs agent who said she could smell the fear on Philip's sweat. Once she found the stolen cash and his fake ID in his bag, Philip Johnson's dreams of being the next DB Cooper were totally done. Now, with the news of his capture, David met with Kelly to just call off the heist. It wasn't worth it. Philip was looking at life in prison, and even if their plan worked out with the mafia's help, David would never see anyone he knew ever again. He would be a millionaire, alone in Mexico. Kelly kisses him on the lips and says, I'll go to Mexico with you. I'll leave my husband, you leave your wife, and we can live our lives together. For 2 years, he had dreamed of kissing her, and it sealed the deal. This heist wasn't about money now. He would get the girl, too. Let's rob this joint.
I mean, doesn't seem to be an immediate upgrade with the exception of the t-shirt. The t-shirt is pretty sick.
Squealing with joy, Kelly said the logistics would be worked out with Steve and the Mafia, and David was going to drop his entire life, never seen anyone he knew ever again, to live in a third world country as a wanted fugitive, all to get in an old co-worker's pants, all based off of one kiss, and trusted that Steve, a man David had never met and was in the mob, would send him his fair share down to Mexico. That's how desperate David was. It all begins on Saturday, October 4th, 1997. Telling his wife he'd be home late, David heads off to work, knowing it would be the last time he would see her ever again. On the drive over, the song Take the Money Run plays on the radio, and for David, it was a sign from God. Now, October 4th was not a random date. That night, David was closing with a trainee who didn't know any of the security protocols, double-checking locks, vaults, alarms, which was huge, because when Philip Johnson robbed Loomis, well, he had to shackle and kidnap his coworkers because, they knew what the hell he was doing. And that kidnapping made Philip Johnson look at life in prison. So as David's closing, he forces the new hire to go watch training videos in the break room, while David's helping set up one of the biggest cash robberies in the United States. At 6 p.m., the two clock out, and smoking a cig, he watches the new hire head off home. And across the street, he winks at Kelly and 3 men parked in their car and heads back in to do the heist. Inside the vault, David knew the second he put that first stack of cash into his van, there was no going back. Whether he stole $1,000 or $1 million, he was gonna give either way. So why not go hard? Two hours later, the safe was empty, and now 2,700 pounds of cash, a literal ton, was in the back of the van.
God damn.
Smoking a cig in his boss's chair, he grabbed the 2 surveillance tapes that had recorded the entire robbery, locked the vault on a 3-day timer, and stole over 200 keys to the place. But as he starts up the van, loaded with millions of dollars for his final
They'll never know.
escape, there was one little detail he had missed. Double checking the batteries in the gate opener. I mean, honestly, a detail I would have missed. After screwing with the door for 30 minutes in a literal bank robbery, one of Steve's goons finally helped muscle the door open, and now phase 1 was complete. They had the cash. And across the street in her car, Kelly blew David a kiss, and that was all he needed to know, that this crazy plan was gonna work. At a private parking lot 2 miles west, David pulled up to see Steve's goons in a van loaded with blue plastic barrels, handing the keys off to the goons, aka the made men. The money was now in the Mafia's hands, and they told him the payments would come as they promised. Taking 25 grand for himself, Kelly drove David down to the airport for his final escape. Well, now the goons had the task of moving a literal ton of cash from the Loomis van into these blue plastic barrels. Now this had to be done fast. It's in a parking lot. They're in a bank robbery. But there's one little problem. See, David was already gone, and he'd given them a ring of 200 keys and just didn't tell him which one opened up the van. So for 20 minutes, they're trying each key. They're freaking out. They start trying to break the bulletproof glass, and then finally, the last key works 20 minutes later. Making up for lost time, the goons are moving the money to the barrels as fast as they can, and at the top of the barrel, they pour a little bit of dog food and put the cap on. Now, those barrels were crucial. Let's say they got pulled over in the van with the cash. Oh,
I think the biggest mistake he made was not take a cool mill. Like, because I feel like every other dollar that you have now officially given to the Mafia is now, thank you very much. This is now the Mafia's money. You know what I mean? Hey, we got another contest, another gifted merch opportunity. Hopefully this time the bot works. Is it not working? God damn, everyone's going crazy in the chat for this fucking merch. Y'all love free shit, huh? Also remember, all the proceeds are going to REACTSE, Texas.
officer, it's just barrels of dog food. It was genius, almost too genius. With 25 grand strapped to his chest, David hops out at the airport. Kelly hands him his new ID, Mike McKinney, and gives her a kiss goodbye, but something was a little off. Now, David had assumed that Kelly, Steve, or the Mafia would buy him a plane ticket to leave. I mean, that's the least they could do, right? He had just robbed a literal bank. But no, they hadn't even checked the airport hours. It was fucking closed. And even worse, the closest airport with a flight to Mexico was a 5-hour drive away. But Kelly ain't got time to drive 5 hours, so she buys him a bus ticket to get to that airport so David could go buy his own flight to escape the country in this grand heist. And David, with rose-tinted glasses, thinks it's totally fine. As the barrels rolled into Steve's mobile home, the stench of grimy cash filled the trailer. Steve, Kelly, Steve's wife Michelle, and the goons were going to count it all one by one. Now, they were expecting $5 million, but hours later as the sun rose, Michelle makes an announcement to everyone in the trailer. They had just counted $14 million, more money than any of them had ever seen in a lifetime. While everyone cheered and clapped, saying the things they were going to buy with their share of the fare, one of the goons screams, "We're going to get fucking caught," and darts out of the room. Now, Kelly thought this was a bit odd. Weren't these hardened mafiosos who had chopped off fingers and took people to swim with the fishies? Well, no one really knew it at the time, but Steve actually was not in the mafia. He just said that to freak people out. In reality, he was just like a small-time crook who wrote bad checks and watched Goodfellas one too many times.
Close enough.
Steve's goons? Those were all kids he knew in high school. Mafia banks up north? That was his parents' house. But as long as people thought Steve was in the mafia, people wouldn't with him. But in celebration of a successful heist of $14 million, Steve took everyone to Denny's for grand slams and to give him the talk. Now, a heist this large is going to bring a lot of heat, probably a year, maybe even 2. Now, during this time, he would give everyone the cash as they needed, not wanted, while the rest of the money would be sent up to special banks the mafia owned to be cleaned. Now, when the heat died off within a year or 2, everyone would get their fair share of now cleaned money. But any big spending they wanted to do had to be approved by Steve. But apparently Steve himself was exempt from his own rule. Now, I've actually had a real-life run-in with a burglar before, and I made a huge mistake. Now, as I'm getting ready for work, I noticed a BMW parked on my neighbor's lawn. Now, they never didn't even own a BMW, and I thought, nah, it's a little weird. 10 minutes later, my neighbor pulls up, and he comes over, and he's like, "Hey, Vince, do you know what the heck this BMW is doing on our lawn? Like whose car is this?" I tell him I don't know, I'm running late for work, so I head out of the house, and I leave. Later that day, I get a call from the cops, and my jaw drops to the floor. When my neighbor walked inside of his home, he was pistol whipped by 2 burglars who ransacked his home and then took off in that BMW. But because I was so focused on trying to get to work on time, I didn't think about calling the police for the 10 minutes I was there. But with today's sponsor, SimpliSafe, they can make that call for
Ethical
you. Now,
reaction,
SimpliSafe is a
up.
complete security system with advanced sensors and cameras to detect fire, floods, and even break-ins. But the best part is their 24/7 live guard protection. SimpliSafe agents respond to an alarm trip within 5 seconds to see and speak to intruders in real time, stopping them in their tracks, relaying details to the police, and then calling 911 on your behalf. Now, what I love about SimpliSafe is everything's controlled from one app. Door locks, security sensors, cameras as well. My favorite part is when you arm the system, you're also locking the doors as well. Like, how cool is that? Now, I've set up a lot of tech over the years, and SimpliSafe is some of the easiest to install. So you just pull out the little battery tab, you press the little setup button real quick.
Entry sensor added.
That was pretty easy. And for those who want the expertise of a pro, SimpliSafe has professional installation as well. Just having an actual human monitoring my security locks, my cameras, motion detectors, all for less than $1 a day with no long-term contracts, really lets me sleep easy at night knowing that SimpliSafe, they're always watching the house even when I'm not there. So save 20% on your system, and your first month is free when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/YouTube. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. As Luma's employees arrived that morning, something was off. The van was gone, the tapes were missing, the vault had been locked for 3 days. Now, remember those 2 surveillance tapes that David took with him that recorded the entire robbery? Well, Loomis also had 13 hidden cameras, aka they had recorded the entire thing anyways. And by noon, David Gant was the FBI's #1 suspect. Only problem though, they didn't know where the hell he was at. They looked at flight records, bus tickets, friends, families, rating, immigration, nothing was coming up. His wife said he had to have been held hostage. I mean, he had made a dentist appointment for the next week, and with no criminal record, the FBI had to seriously consider this. Because with how much cash David stole, this didn't look like a one-man job. So the question was, did David work with help under a gun, or under his own free will. And David's wife was really tortured with these two theories. One, David had ditched her forever, acting like someone she'd never truly knew. Or two, David was dead. Now, Steve and his wife were idiots. While they told everyone to hold off on spending any big bucks, they had been looking at mansions to purchase with their heist money for the past month. Mind you, they lived...
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's amazing. Just straight cash, dude. Buying a fucking house with straight cash after living in a trailer park, that will certainly not ring any alarm bells, dude.
Lived in a trailer park. So the day after the heist, no joke, Steve signs an offer to buy a $635,000 mansion in straight cash. Told the buyers it was all cash from his gambling winnings. But then later that day, Steve's wife, Michelle, walks into the bank with the briefcase and asks the worst question you could ask as a criminal to a bank teller. How much money can I deposit without it being reported to the IRS? The teller says,
yeah,
it's $10,000. So Michelle, thinking she's all clever, pops open the briefcase with 200 grand, takes one small stack, removes a couple bills, and hands it to the teller and says, it ain't drug money, here's $9,500. And technically, she wasn't lying. Yeah, that deposit, it was reported to the feds anyway. Landing in Cancun, Mexico, David felt this was his new chance at life. Now, to coordinate the money being sent down and plan their future together in Mexico, Kelly promised she would be at the exact same Circle K payphone every Tuesday at 2 p.m. so David could call her while staying anonymous, back when payphones existed. But now with 25 grand burning a hole in his pocket, David Gant, or now known as Mike McKinney, had pulled off the heist of the century. He had to look the part. He got a tan, he dyed his hair, pierced his ears, bought the pointiest python skin cowboy boots to blend in with the Mexican peoples, and to top it all off, a pair of Oakleys in 3 different colors. David in this new life was cool. He was kind of a dork, to be honest. I mean, let's be. But making up for lost time, having never been on vacation, he goes jet skiing, mine ruins, tacos, beers, beaches. Money was just no object to him right now. He couldn't wait for Kelly to come down. He daydreamed about their kids bragging on the playground about their badass dad who pulled off the heist of the century. But every Tuesday when David asked her when she was coming down, she always said it just wasn't the right time. But for David, it was the perfect time. According to news reports, even a month later, the FBI still had no idea where he was at. But then David also knew the FBI also played their cards very close to their chest. Now, all the FBI needed was just one thread to lead him somewhere. They had nothing. They'd put up a $500,000 reward, blasted his face on TV, nothing. But that one thread would actually come from a coworker who said David's only true friend was Kelly Campbell. Rolling up to her mobile home, Kelly told the FBI she had heard all about the robbery, and she was so shocked because, oh my god, David was such a close friend. She said they hung out and they smoked weed, but the last time she'd ever talked to David, well, it was 3 weeks before the heist. And while the feds insisted she do a lie detector test, Kelly refused. They knew she was hiding something. Was it an affair? Maybe it was the weed, or maybe she was involved with the robbery. But it wasn't just the FBI breathing down Kelly's neck. David demanded an answer to when she would come, when he would get more money, so Kelly just goes to Steve to figure out what to do next. In Steve's new mansion, he had all the accoutrements of excess.
I mean, just surveil Kelly at that point.
Robert E. Lee paintings, Baccarat crystal chandeliers, Robert E. Lee statues, and the crowning jewel, an Elvis painting on velvet, gifted by the previous owner. The place was beautiful. Yeah, the place was gaudy as shit. Now, with the money being controlled by Steve, Kelly visited weekly to get cash for, bills and rent, and somehow just saw no problem with Steve's excessive spending. I mean, he was a mobster after all, right? Because this whole heist wasn't actually Kelly's idea, it was actually Steve's, and David was just a pawn. Kelly had never actually planned the move to Mexico. She knew David would be willing to commit the largest heist in history just to get the box. And Steve's master plan? String David along for as long as possible. A month later in Mexico, David had nearly spent all...
Yeah, he's so fucking dumb, dude. Only 25 grand is the dumbest thing he could have done. Thinking that he's like aligned with the mob, even if the guy isn't a mobster, still dumb. Like, you just stole $14 million. You stole $14 million for someone else at that point. That's it. Not taking a mill is so stupid. I know. At least a mill. Isn't there a limit to how much you can bring cash on an airplane? First of all, this is like way back when. Okay. Secondly, who cares? Just lie. He had already gone over the legal limit of how much money he can bring into Mexico to begin with. Back then, you could just walk onto an airplane with a gun, okay? He was over the limit of money he could steal from a bank, too. I know. It seemingly was not a concern for him when he went over the legal limit of how much you can steal from a bank.
All of his money. To stretch his dollar, he moved from the 5-star resort with lobster dinners into a cheap Mexican motel filled with top ramen. In the nighttime, he partied at Cancun's seediest clubs just to forget the mess he was in. Desperate, he demanded 50 grand from Kelly, but her story was always the same. She'd talk it over with Steve, maybe next week, she said, and David, a man who had left it all behind in dreams of getting the girl becoming a millionaire criminal, was now going broke in a third world country. Wherever you go, there you are. And David was now forced to penny pinch just like how he did at home. Now, Steve felt like Kelly deserved a treat, and that for her was a brand new minivan. So he picks one up, and Kelly's totally stoked on the van. But Steve actually did one of the dumbest things you could do as a criminal. He bought it under his real name, and even paid for the van with cash. But it didn't matter. With Kelly in a good mood...
Bro, this guy's the dumbest... Oh my God, bro. Honestly, not to sound like jank, but back then, crime was free. Okay? I swear to God. I guess it's kind of comparable to like doing crime in crypto now. You know what I mean? It's like straight up easy mode. Law tip: Trump should pardon these guys. They're very January 6th coded. True.
Steve has her over to his mansion to talk about David being a liability. I mean, if David got pissed off, he could just turn himself in and bam, they were all toast. David, he was just a risk straight up. So after pounding his...
He was a risk. He's the guy who did the whole thing. Assuming he's the liability is crazy. Bitch, saying that in the fucking mansion that you bought with straight cash is crazy, okay?
Fourth Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Yeah. The point in that situation is like you're supposed to drip feed him some money so that he doesn't actually turn around and fuck you over.
Steve actually lays it out to her that he's actually wanted David dead this entire time. There was no way, she said. They were close friends. I mean, she couldn't be a killer. Steve tried to lessen the blow, saying David could die peacefully being injected with bleach, even though that doesn't kill you. Kelly refused, but I mean...
Yeah, that's right. Vince is a Trump truther. It doesn't kill you. It actually makes you stronger, especially against COVID.
Would it really matter if she said no? I mean, Steve was in the mob and they always got their way. So backed into a corner, she just told Steve, do whatever you need to do. Giddy with joy, Steve offers the hit job to an old friend from the army, the man who could take him out, Bruno. But you see, Steve didn't want Bruno knowing that he or the man he was supposed to murder were involved with the Loomis heist, so he lays out an intricate lie. A man named Scott was in a shooting in the United States and forced to flee to Mexico. While Steve had been giving him money as a part of their mob relations, Scott was now a liability. So Bruno would go down to Mexico to give Scott cash at the Rainforest Cafe, befriend him, and then murder him when he got the chance. All for 250 grand. And Scott was really David. A hit job at the Rainforest Cafe. I don't know much more 2000s you can get than that. And Bruno was totally down. Now, while thousands of tips about David Gant's location came in from America's Most Wanted, all of them led nowhere. But 3 months into the investigation, they finally got that little thread. Now, Kelly had told the FBI that she had last talked to David weeks before the heist. But according to her phone records, the girl was lying. She had actually talked to David the day of the heist. So the FBI look into Kelly Campbell again, and they find out, oh my God, she's driving a brand new minivan. Oh, and it was purchased in all cash. Oh, and it was bought by a man named Steve Chambers. So the feds look into Steve, and they find out, oh, He had just moved from a trailer park home into a $635,000 mansion that he paid with all cash the week after the heist. They knew that Steve, Kelly, and David were all in on the heist, but they needed more evidence because number one, they didn't know where was the money or where was even David Gant, or was he even alive at this point. Inside the Rainforest Cafe with $10K in his pocket, Bruno, he had a little problem. You see, he didn't even know what Scott looked like.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh my God. So they sent a busted ass hitman who's not even a real fucking hitman without telling him what his target is supposed to look like. That's amazing. In a Rainforest Cafe, this is perfect. Yeah, the profile of the types of people that are doing these sorts of crimes are fucking hilarious. Like, it's just, they're so dumb.
Steve never gave him a picture, so Bruno really thought about
with the wrong name too.
The situation. He was supposed to give Scott 10 grand and then murder him. So he thought, why not just spend the money and murder him later? So he walks out on Scott and blows 10 grand on hookers, coke, tacos, all in one night. He heads back home and tells Steve, oh my God, I just couldn't find Scott. And even worse, the 10 grand was confiscated by customs. Now Steve's really livid, but he wants David dead. So he gives him another 10 grand and a picture.
Oh my God, this guy's giving more money to, bro, if he just gave this money directly to him, he would have no issues. Actually, it'd be less money for him to spend stupidly, as a matter of fact. Meanwhile, he's just doing the free money glitch for some random guy.
Scott, and next week they finally meet in a hotel room. Now mind you, David stole $17 million, but now he's broke. All he wanted was just 50 grand. But as Bruno opens up the
misinformation alert, he posted in his Insta that he didn't know the gambling night was sponsored by Steak and isn't going. Yeah, we know, man. I already covered it. Misinformation alert. Misinformation alert. Yeah, we know. I know. I know he's not going. I already covered it. Sorry, I am behind stream.
Suitcase, he says, here's $8,500. It's all they gave me. Bruno took $1,500 for himself. Pissed off, David grabbed the suitcase and just left the room. Then for the first time, he began to doubt this entire thing. Would he really have to live his entire life begging for money like this month after month?
Yeah, also, there wasn't misinformation. I mean, he was on the official announcement. Like, what do you mean?
Now with some cash, David treated himself to his favorite meal to get his mind off things. The Hard Rock Cafe, baby back ribs. So good. But as he's chowing down, an American tourist walks up to him and says, you look familiar. You look like that guy that stole all that money. Cleaning his hands with a moist towelette, David hands him his ID and tells him, hell no, my name is Mike McKinney and I've been here for years. Disappointed, the tourist heads off. David drops a $100 bill and runs out of the Hard Rock. This was the reality check he needed. He was a wanted man. He needed to get out of Cancun ASAP. People wanted his head. Now, on their next call, David told Kelly he'd just been recognized by a tourist, only to be saved by that fake ID. And with a $500,000 reward for his capture, he needed to get the hell out of Cancun. Now, Kelly said, calm down, Bruno will meet with you ASAP, and he'll give you more cash. And Bruno will help him move to another city in Mexico. And once David settled into that city, Kelly would finally escape to Mexico with them. For Bruno, it was perfect. He would finally get that little moment to take out David. And once again, David thought Kelly was finally gonna come down. Hey, I'm never going home, dude. Yeah, Steve told me you're like involved in like a shooting or something. What the f are you talking about? He hasn't like Steve helping you out like with the money. Steve didn't tell you? I'm the dude who hit the Loomis robbery. Steve has all the money and won't give me my f***ing shit. That's why you're here, to give me my money. Bruno was shocked, but told David, it actually made sense. Steve had just bought a new mansion, BMWs, blowing through the cash like no tomorrow. Steve had lied to the both of them, and they were both pissed. David was pissed that he'd risked everything for absolutely nothing. And Bruno was pissed that the guy he was gonna take out was on the FBI's most wanted list. Definitely not someone you want to get tangled with.
Bro, at that point, you should be like, damn, there's a much larger reward if I just turn you in. God, everyone in this story is so dumb. Everyone involved in this story is so fucking stupid. Like, just snitch him out to the fucking feds and collect the 500 grand, stupid. But then they know he was a hitman? No, you don't have to fucking admit that you're a hitman. What do you mean? Just be like, this guy, worst case scenario, you could be like, this fucking guy offered me 10 grand. I was like, okay, sure, I'll take the 10 grand. I didn't actually end up doing the job. I just ended up spending the 10 grand because this guy was a real dumbass. I didn't even know he was being serious about it. You know? Worst case, if they catch you, you could just be like, if they're like, excuse me, what do you mean it says here they're saying that like he took a hit out. Hasan for Prez 2028? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. If you found this dude in Mexico, would you personally snitch him out for the cash? No, but I'm not a hitman. I assume he has a very different moral compass.
But it got Bruno thinking. Steve wanted...
Bro, if you were gonna kill the guy, you might as well fucking give him up to the feds and get 500 grand. What the fuck?
the hit job done, but he never said by who. His house cleaner always did a good job. What if he could find a cheap Mexican laborer to take him out? So the next day, Bruno, a 50-year-old white dude, searched for the meanest looking busboy in the resort. Looking far and wide, he found Roberto Rodriguez, a tatted up Mexicano.
That's crazy that he's outsourcing. Bro, the global south can't catch a break. Mexico's included in the global south, okay? Can't catch a fucking break. Americans always got to outsource it to some Mexican dude, bro. That's fucked up.
Just trying to provide for his family. Bruno asked him if he wanted to make some fast cash. Roberto, thinking this was some weird sex stuff like he had in the past, said no. But after flashing the cash, Roberto knew he was serious. I mean, he could use that money to take his family out of poverty. It was more money than he'd ever seen. So he agreed to take out David Gann for $30,000. Bruno was like a Jeff Bezos, knowing how to perfectly exploit the poor to enrich himself. Now the plan was Roberto would meet with David to give him some cash, get him all liquored up, become friends with him, and then do the deed when the timing was right in a little private area. It was foolproof, although Bruno had missed out on one little detail. It was Monday Night Football, and David was a huge fan of the Steelers, and Bruno had happened to hire one of the only Mexicans on earth who was also a Steelers fan, Robert. Showing up in matching Steelers jerseys, instantly the two become friends. They're crushing Dos Equis, eating taquitos, and when the Steelers win the game, Robert just straight up levels with him. His life was in danger. Bruno hadn't brought him here to give him money.
Bro, they're fucking, they bonded over Ben Roethlisberger. They were like, listen, dog, Steelers fan to Steelers fan, we gotta have a heart-to-heart.
But paid him 30 grand to murder him. But Robert had a conscience. He couldn't kill a fellow member of the Steeler Nation. I mean, he loved the team. He considered him now a friend, being the only other Mexican who liked the Steelers. And David was furious. I mean, he should have saw this coming from a mile away, getting involved with the mob. So he gave Roberto $3,000, thankful that a Steelers jersey saved his life. But what pissed David off the most was, did Kelly have any part in this murder plot? Now, at the start of the new year, Steve was living life full throttle. Exotic vacations, throwing elaborate parties, inviting old friends from high school to show off all of his newfound success. Life could not be any better. In contrast to David, who looked behind his shoulder everywhere he went, was running low on cash, Kelly kept blowing him off, tourists were now recognizing him, the FBI was now hunting him, and now Steve and the Mafia wanted him dead, and his only friend was the man hired to kill him. He missed the routine of his family, his wife, eating hamburger helper on Sundays. Stuck in a motel, he was listening to the Eagles, eating peanut M&Ms by himself, bored out of his mind. Life sucked for David Gann. That next Tuesday, he made an ultimatum to Kelly. He was going to turn himself in if he did not get more cash now. Now, by the new year, the FBI still had no evidence of Steve Chambers' involvement with this heist. They knew they were all connected.
I would watch the movie. I think they made a movie of this, by the way. Someone was saying in the chat, Zach Galifianakis played a role in it.
But they
or
didn't
something?
have the pieces of string that tied all
Yeah,
together.
movie's called Masterminds.
You know, because in 1998, when constitutional rights still existed, a judge said they did not have enough evidence to get a wiretapping warrant against Steve Chambers. But all they need...
That's crazy. Pre 9/11 shit was different, dude. God damn. Post 9/11, you can still do all this shit. You just have to be rich. You can steal, lie, cheat, do whatever the fuck you want. As long as you're wealthy enough, you can avoid legal scrutiny, you know?
needed was
34% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'll just take the YouTube video. God damn.
just one more good piece of evidence.
1991 to 2000, God mode era to be an adult. Honestly, only if you're a white guy, I think. It was like I feel like that was the peak. White guys were truly on top.
Evidence. And then finally, they could listen in on all of their calls. Now, the FBI knew every single Monday, his wife Michelle went to the bank to deposit $9,500. While very sketch, nothing illegal. I mean, she's been doing this for months. But that week, Michelle deposits her $9,500 and just forgets to take the Loomis band off of the money.
No.
Bingo. It was the final piece.
That was the final piece? Oh my God, dude. Bro, this is an era I feel like that could be defined with you're stupid for not doing crimes and schemes. Honestly. America was truly fucking free, dude. That's crazy. That is actually crazy. Like, they basically telegraphed exactly what they did. They were like, we did this. We did this, officer, right here. Right here. It's me.
Piece they needed to get those wiretap warrants. They had the money, they had it somewhere, and now they needed to find out where was the cash and where was David Gann. Outside the Circle K, the FBI van listened in on Kelly's Tuesday call. Now, they knew she had been making these calls for months, but now finally they could hear who she was talking to and what about. It was a man demanding more money, or else he would turn himself in. Kelly told the caller that a man named Bruno would give him more money ASAP, and then she hung up the call. And while this man didn't give any details, everyone knew it was David Gann. And after tracing the call, it led back to the Hotel La Tortuga in Cozumel, Mexico. Later that day, the FBI listened in on Steve's call to Bruno, assuming the two were connected. They began talking about decoys, guns, Mexico, bleach, getting close to somebody. It looked like Steve was trying to kill David, and Kelly...
Bro, Bruno is not killing David, dog. Free my man Bruno. He didn't do nothing, okay? He is too incompetent to be an assassin. Like, it's one of those weird cases where, like, I know it's still... Like, you are still trying to attempt to do a very serious crime. But I think he might be the one guy who's so bad. He's so bad. He's like worse than Ryan Ruth. Okay? Like, as you guys know, I've talked about how, you know, Ryan Ruth should walk a free man because he didn't do nothing. Like, he literally didn't do anything. You know what I mean? He had the... Seems like he might have had the intent, but we don't know. Okay? But like this man Bruno, he should walk free. Like, he is literally not a threat to public safety because he's that fucking stupid. Okay? Like, it is, you're just using state resources for no reason. If you're prosecuting this man, if you're putting him behind bars, you are wasting limited state resources at this point because, like, What is the deterrence? He's stupid. He's too stupid to know he did something wrong. And it's not like he could do it anyway.
He was setting all that up. And now the FBI needed to get their ass to Mexico ASAP to save his life. As Interpol and the FBI raced over to the Hotel La Tortuga, sticking out like a sore thumb was the only gringo in the pool. It was David Gann. Asking him if they could see his passport, David saw a swarm of agents circling him. And the first thing he said...
He's trying to kill someone though? Yeah, but not trying hard enough. Okay? That's my point. Like sure, he's technically trying to kill someone, but he's unironically too stupid to pull it off, and therefore he should be let go. Like, I've never seen anybody who's just like so incredibly chill about this attempted assassination where he's just like, it's fine.
Please tell me you're an FBI agent. For David, it was the happiest he'd been in months. He didn't have to look over his shoulders now. Everything that was horrendous was now coming to an end. Handcuffed to the bed, waiting his flight home, much like that scene in Catch Me If You Can, the agents had one question for Kelly. It was the question that everyone wanted to know. Did he ever bang Kelly? I was in love with her. I only kissed her one time. Pretty expensive kiss. That was the first time they'd ever saw someone throw away their life because they had kissed one woman. Within an hour of David's arrest, the FBI and IRS arrested Kelly, Mike McKinney, Steve, wife, the goons, everyone. And as headlines broke around the country, David Gann became a celebrity. All of the inmates were impressed by him. The public was fascinated. But David knew that when he got home, he was going to have to face the music. His wife was probably going to divorce him, his family was going to disown him, and he was going to go to prison for a very long time. But people actually felt bad for David, and they kind of related to him. I mean, he did what a lot of people want to do. Change his life the quick and easy way. He had been roped into this heist from a girl that he had a crush on, and while he was living in a hotel eating peanut M&Ms, all of the co-conspirators who really did nothing with the heist were just buying mansions and blowing and spending it all, and people felt so bad for David Gann. It just seemed...
I get it. I mean, it is true. Like, should he be arrested for what? Dreaming? Is it a crime? Okay, sure, a bank heist is a crime, but really think about it. The real crime he committed was dreaming of a better future for himself, and also maybe getting some sweet Kelly pussy. Okay. Also, as you guys know, bank robbery's victimless crime. You know my attitude on this. Okay.
Seemed like he couldn't get a break. But through a long court case of all of the evidence, David was sentenced to 11 years in prison, while everyone else would get similar sentences as well. Now today, David's out of prison and has turned a new leaf. He says that one mistake has brought him everything good in his life today. He remarried, he has a kid, and he gets up to go to work every morning just like everyone else. And if asked if he would do it again, he said, hell yeah.
Someone said, is that Dan Clancy? When 2,000 IQ lawyers destroy corrupt
In most
cops?
arrests, the suspect doesn't know their rights, with some corrupt cops who decide to abuse this. But what happens when cops encounter 200 IQ lawyers who know the law better than they do?
I asked to search the vehicle to verify what you're saying is true. You don't mind? I do mind.
And this is just one of 5 examples when
genius lawyers destroy corrupt cops. Oh God, I love this kind of stupid ass fucking video. Oh, it's so
lawyers
good.
encounter and destroy corrupt.
Yeah, algo. This is when the algo really starts kicking, dude. It's hidden. That algo is hidden.
Cops, starting with possibly the most humiliating of them all.
Hey, brother.
Hi, how are you?
How long ago did you get in a crash?
Like a year?
Okay. The reason I pulled you, you can't have white light emitting back.
What do you mean?
Your tag lights, they're supposed to illuminate your tag. Those 2 white lights, all they're doing is shooting straight back. You can't have any white light limiting them back.
So far, this cop's reason for the stop is valid. In the state of Florida, the tag light...
Explain your stance on robberies, bro. Bank heists are cool. And if you're able to pull it off, you should be allowed to keep the money and not go to jail. W crime. I said bank heists are not only cool, but they're a victimless crime. And yeah, especially if you're able to pull it off without hurting anybody, you should be able to keep the money. Wage theft? No, on the other hand, if you do wage theft, you should be hit with the entire book. Throw the kitchen sink at it. If you do wage theft, on the other hand, you should go to permanent prison.
Lights are used only for the purpose of illuminating.
I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Max Left.
The tag, and it's considered a traffic violation if they were instead shooting white light. The officer hasn't necessarily done anything wrong yet, but that would change in a matter of seconds.
Or you can still weapon.
That's a very dangerous statement. Wait, what? The statement about wage theft? Yeah. Wage theft equals 1 life sentence plus 1 life sentence for each person you stole from. Yeah. Why don't you slander the Brits more? Because I'm coming to Britland soon. So I'm putting a pause. My dad robbed the same bank 3 times with water guns and a wig. He did not get away, as you can imagine. 3 times? He got away twice. Damn. Seems like he was a victim of just being too good. And having some confidence. Earned confidence, mind you. Maybe you should have switched up the bank on the 3rd one, you know? I still do respect it that he was like, this is my territory. Like, you know what I mean? It's a bank I'm familiar with. What? That's a very dangerous statement. Yeah, the statement of that, you can keep the money. It is as if you're supporting. What is your point? Dude, come on, get the clip out. Come on, just clip it. Yes, Hasan loves bank robberies. Okay. God, you guys are so fucking annoying and lame. Yes, dude, I'm saying it's good. Okay? I didn't say that. No, you just want to fucking debate about it and be a boring ass fucking nerd. Jesus Christ. Yes, the point is bank robberies are fucking A-okay. All right?
Holder, any weapons in the vehicle I need to be aware of? Nope, nothing illegal in the car. All right, so after I'm done, if I ask to search the vehicle to verify what you're saying is true, you don't mind?
I do mind, but it might be because I'm a lawyer.
Okay. So you know what consented? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So you have nothing in the vehicle?
I have absolutely nothing in the vehicle.
Okay. And you don't mind confirming that by allowing us to look and make sure there's nothing in the vehicle? As you can imagine, we hear no all the time as they have nothing and we find stuff.
I'd rather not search people.
Okay, cool. Just hang tight, brother, okay?
Even though the officer attempted to trick his way to search the car, this lawyer knows exactly what's going on and refuses the search request. Police officers need to have...
You're underestimating the trauma a bank heist can cause to the bank or to the cashier. That's why I said if it's not, you know, if he's not harming anybody in the process. Yeah, I said if nobody gets hurt, unless you're talking about the bank's feelings.
Have a probable cause in order to search the car, which the cop didn't have, so he attempted to manipulate the lawyer and get his consent. Oftentimes when being pulled over by a police officer, people believe that they need to answer every question and agree to every condition. But even after you've been detained, you have the right to remain silent and refuse to answer questions. But if you handle the...
Neo-Nazis love robbing banks though. Well, so did Stalin. So it's maybe like maybe that's the real horseshoe.
a situation as gracefully as this lawyer did, you won't ever have to deal with a series of trick questions.
All right, Nicholas. So one, you got to get that fixed, those white lights in the back. Okay? If you keep getting pulled like that, you're going to get tickets nonstop. You understand that? That border? Take that border off. Understand that?
We get home.
Fix that address. Just giving you a warning, boy. Appreciate it,
The officer realized
he didn't even own him. Like, what? This is...
He's not getting his way with this lawyer, so he sends him on his way, and things end peacefully. In this next case...
That's it? That's it? Wow, 200 IQ is just a guy who was, like, short with a police officer. Fucking lol owned.
However, the situation becomes much more aggressive as this lawyer tries to protect his rights.
I don't have to by law. I have the Fifth Amendment right.
This district attorney was calmly sitting in his truck waiting to inspect someone's roof when he was approached by the police.
How's it going, man? You live over here, or what's we doing over here? I've had a couple people call in on you.
Something illegal?
Well, no, they're just calling on you saying that I recognize a truck in the area. So, my duty to check and see if you live over here or what's going on.
Live over here. I'm here for a purpose.
Okay. All right. You working? You see you got a ladder in the back. You working somewhere?
Yes, sir.
The situation starts out civil, but it quickly escalates as the officer asks the lawyer for his identification.
You got a driver's license on you, just so I can identify you?
Dog, that's not a lawyer. That's a district attorney. What is this AI voice saying? If he's actually a district attorney, this is an entirely different type of lawyer, okay? He is a omega lawyer, okay? He is leveled up in the debate lord. Also, he's a DA and a contractor, brother. Yeah, this is cop on cop violence. Also, you know, I guess Brandon's America. You know what I'm saying? Well, I guess technically this was Donald Trump's America when even a DA can't make an honest living. You know, you got to do contractor on the side. Donald Trump is your daddy. Nice, dude.
Yeah.
Have I done something illegal?
Well, I like to identify you, just know who I'm dealing with. Make sure.
What's the right now? Show it.
Well, if I make a contact with you for a reasonable suspicion call like I am right now.
Being suspicious is a misdemeanor and felony.
I don't know if you belong over here. You said you don't, so I don't know if someone over here's got a veto or something against you, and if you got your ID
Did
or
I
something.
say I didn't belong over here?
You said you had purpose.
I don't live over here.
Okay.
Okay. I do belong
Okay.
here.
All right.
So that's as far as I'm willing to take it.
So you're not willing to give me your ID?
I don't have any reason to.
Okay.
The lawyer does not have to show his ID unless he is stopped on suspicion of a crime or traffic violation. Sitting in his parked truck does not fall into either category.
So if you're not from here, I'm not sure if you are or not, because I don't know who you are. Okay.
My plate's right back there. I'm sure you can run it.
Yeah. Okay. So is that how you want me to identify you, through your plate?
If that's what you have.
Are you the owner of the vehicle?
Do you suspect that I'm not?
I have no reason to believe you are.
Well, I'm sitting in a truck in front of the house, waiting.
For what?
Keys right here.
Okay.
That's none of your business.
It is my business.
No, it's not. How? Why is?
It's funny because, I mean, this is the one guy that knows that it's not your business. Like, genuinely. Like, he is a cop lawyer. Okay? He's not just a lawyer, he is a cop. He's a cop lawyer. God, cops are so fucking annoying. Jesus Christ.
Is it your business?
Because I want to make sure you're not going to break into these houses or anything like that.
That's crazy, man.
I don't know. You have a ladder. You have a ladder.
Now the cop is starting to get more aggressive. You can tell that he's upset that the man won't listen to him. Sometimes cops just expect everyone to do what they say without question, but this lawyer is not about to let that happen.
You already ran my plates. They gave you the information that you needed. You can ask them to go ahead and run me through NCIC or...
Do you have a date of birth then? Because I have to run it with a name and date of birth.
I'm not going to answer that question.
So you're telling me how I should do my job, yet you're not allowing me to do my job.
I'm standing up for my rights.
And I understand that, like I said.
I haven't done
but
anything wrong.
I'm doing my
This is the day he became a woke. He became a woke DA. This is the day. This is the day that this guy turned into a fucking George Soros DA, dude.
Good job. Conducting an investigation.
I haven't committed a crime. I'm sitting here in front of.
Tell me these motherfuckers aren't paid too much. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry, but like, this does not strike me as a profession that is in a dire need for more funding. Okay? It just doesn't have those vibes at all. I feel like they just sit around and twiddle their fucking thumbs all goddamn day and annoy people.
The house, which is perfectly legal.
Well, you're not.
You try doing their job for a week? No thanks, dumbass. Oh, the anti-bank robbery nerd is in here still. Yeah, I'm good, man. You know what's really funny? If I banned this fucking idiot right now, he would cry about it. Okay? Which would be, you know, kind of cop-like. He'd be like, oh my God, I would not. Yes, you would. Shut up. Here you go. Okay? Well then, bye-bye. I do still want to unban him because, you know, I want to hear him chirp. Meanwhile, these guys get to ban you from life with no repercussions. He said, try harassing fucking law-abiding, tax-paying citizens for a week, dude. Then you'll understand how difficult it is.
Not completely on the roadway there, sir.
Okay, has anybody asked me to move?
If the DA was 200 IQ, he would say what he's doing instead of being a debate lord. No, he has every right to fucking push back against this kind of shit. I'm fully in favor of this police-on-police violence right now.
Do they have to ask you to move if it's private property?
Okay, but there's also a public easement right here.
Oh, is it public? Because this is the city of Blanchard Road, so it's a public easement?
No, the side of the road is.
Oh, because this is the city of Blanchard Road, so therefore make a city easement of a city road, right?
What are you trying to accomplish?
What I'm trying to, all I want to do, sir, is identify you.
The cop is getting more and more ridiculous. He's obviously just trying to find any excuse to charge the man with something just because he is annoyed with him. And if that isn't scary enough, it starts to get worse.
I haven't done anything illegal.
Okay.
You understand that by not identifying yourself appropriately.
Like, the only crime in so many police interactions that the civilians commit is just the crime of annoying a cop. That's it. It's just like not respecting a cop unconditionally. Like, that's the crime. That's the gravest threat.
Really, as requested by the officer, is illegal.
Okay. Obstruction.
That's a secondary charge. Okay, I have to be, for you to ID me in the state of Oklahoma. Okay, I have to be suspected of committing a crime, about to commit a crime.
Well, you're already you're trespassing.
Somebody has called in that you're suspicious. Shut up. Somebody has called in.
You don't tell me to shut up.
I'll tell you what I want to tell you.
Okay, you're not going to tell me to shut up.
Somebody called us in. I don't care how old you are.
You're not going to sit there and tell me to shut up.
It's insane that the officers are being so unprofessional. They just can't accept that the lawyer
Is it that insane, honestly, that they're being so unprofessional? Because it feels like it's part of the trade, you know?
is beating them at their own game. He refuses to back down no matter what they...
I don't think this guy is really a DA, by the way. I think the AI narrator is wrong, because I feel like if he was a DA, he would have popped off a long time ago.
They tell him until finally one of the cops calls another attorney for help.
Hey, what's up, man?
Nothing. Sorry to bother you. I got a random question for you, though. I'm dealing with something right now. Yeah. So I got called out to an address.
Wait, he phoned in? He did a... he phoned in for help?
For a suspicious vehicle, and gentleman's parked in a black pickup. He's from Oklahoma City, but he won't give me his name and tells me he doesn't have to give me his driver's license because he's not done anything wrong.
Driving a vehicle?
Well, he's parked right now.
Well, technically, there's no obligation for him to identify.
Dumbass. He hit the lifeline, and the lifeline was like, "Yeah, you're in the wrong, dumbass."
Myself, I mean, unless you've got reasonable suspicion that he's committing a crime. There's no compelled ID statute in Oklahoma. I have to think about. I mean, do you have anything else to suggest he might be involved in something illicit?
He asked if he was free to leave, and I said, not at this time. I have my emergency equipment activated, and I'm trying to investigate.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're going to drive away, absolutely. But you can have, or he's driving and he's operating a motor vehicle, but you don't have a traffic violation. That's fine.
Well, I follow him out of town until I get one.
Even after getting caught.
Oh my God. Oh God, he's such a fucking piece of shit. Oh God. Oh my God. Oh God, cops are such assholes, dude.
Confirmation that he was wrong, and there's no law requiring the lawyer to identify himself in this situation. The cop is so petty that he is willing to follow him out of town until he commits a traffic violation. Unfortunately, things continue to escalate even more when the chief of police arrives at the scene.
That's in court. Huh? He isn't violating.
Look at him! Bro, the theory stands. Yo, the more thumb-like you are, the higher you get elevated in cop land. Yeah, we had to bring in the head hog.
Really a crime, that's a problem.
Are you investigating a crime or a possible crime?
Possibly.
Okay, he's obstructing an officer from doing his duty, right?
Okay.
The officers have a legal right to make contact with you based on a call. And you're obstructing that.
Bro, the entire precinct is here. Go ahead, chat. Tell me, where's that? Oh fuck, we banned that one chatter. God, I want to unban him because I want to hear what he has to say about how this is a good use of police funds, and that these guys are doing. Yeah, I'm gonna unban him. I hope he's still in the chat. I want to hear what his dumbass has to say. This is why I let pets in. Bro, they brought the entire precinct. They brought the entire precinct. Yeah, I am here. They brought the entire fucking precinct to investigate these matters. Okay. Oh, excuse me, sir. We're about to call the FBI. Why? Because you made one of my officers feel small. How dare you? How dare you make my officer feel small? He already has imposter syndrome.
I'm not here to listen to you. I'm here to tell you what's going on. Okay? I don't care if you record me. Okay?
We've all got cameras on. This isn't a problem.
Okay, you're obstructing an officer from doing his duty, so now you're under arrest, unless you want to cooperate. Okay? That's the way it goes. Have a nice day.
Look, all I'm trying to do, man, if you're PI, no big deal. We'll get out of here. We gotta confirm who you are, make sure.
Okay, but I mean, why do I have to answer questions? I'm here for a legal reason.
They're doing an investigation and you're obstructing them.
If we're doing an investigation, how about you investigate some bitches, dog? Fuck you. God damn. God damn, dude.
I'm just not answering questions.
Can I get your date of birth?
You're failing to identify yourself.
By law.
You are failing.
Amendment right.
You are failing to identify yourself.
Questions.
Put him in handcuffs.
What law have I done?
Turn around and turn back for a second. You need place investigative detention, okay?
You want to go talk to that neighbor?
Why do you hate cops? Do you think genuinely that all cops are the same? Where do I begin? I think that policing in the United States of America is fundamentally broken. Okay? It's just broken. We just let them loose, and it is entirely a corrupt institution from top to bottom. The system is just broken. You might be like a guy who is like, oh, I want to fucking protect and serve. I watched a lot of Hollywood movies, and I think this is the best job for me. You know, oh man, I can like help my neighborhood. I can save people's lives or whatever the fuck. And you join, and then you go through the academy, and then you become a full-fledged cop, And then you realize slowly but surely, no, you can't do any of those things because the job is directly created to not do those things at all. Okay? Do I believe in theory or just in practice in general, like that there is no need for cops? Of course not. I do believe that there is a need for some semblance of law and order, okay? And a group of people that are going to investigate crimes, okay? I do. The problem, however, is that that's not what the cops do. Their clearance rates are dog shit. Most of the job is just like harassing random fucking citizens. And also, they have no accountability. So the entire culture is busted. They constantly escalate instead of de-escalating. They never talk to human beings like they're fucking human beings. They have a sense of unearned superiority over other people. And also, they never get any accountability. And also they're armed to the fucking gills. Like do you really think that we should let the dumbest, most low IQ motherfuckers roam the streets with arsenals of weapons? Like, do you really think this is a good, solid system? We have the dumbest bullies on the fucking planet roaming the goddamn streets with weapons, and they have a license to kill. They got military equipment, and they literally can just kill you or just take away your freedom. It's so busted. It's so busted. It's so busted. Like, look, I'm a white dude, okay? And in spite of that, I never feel safe around cops. I don't know how people will be like, no, I don't understand. I feel super safe around cops. Like, I don't. I'm always thinking, that's a motherfucker right there with a gun on his hip, and he could just kill me and probably get away with it. That's the way I think about it because, you know, I see the reality. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know how more Americans don't lose their minds over it. Like, because policing as an institution is so unimaginably popular. Like, this community is one of the very few places where people unconditionally are like, yeah, nah, fuck cops. You know, cops are shitty. And it's kind of wild because this is one of the issues where I'm like diametrically opposed to the majority of Americans in my attitude towards this, because it's like they don't protect, they don't serve, they don't do anything right. They are the most consistently dog shit industry. They're the most consistently dog shit profession in this country. I'm not even talking about like the history of policing and how it was created to protect trade, and you know, it's always main priority has been, you know, commodity extraction, slave catchers, you know, that sort of thing. That's not even like, I'm not even doing the Marxian analysis here, okay? Even though it is objectively correct, that is what they were designed to do, and that's kind of what they do now as well. But like, I just want cops to do their fucking jobs. You know what I mean? Just do your fucking job. And they never do. If a motherfucking fry cook had the same level of failure rating as a cop, they get fired. When you're a cop, if you're fat enough, they make you the fucking police chief. So yeah, I don't really like this, okay? I think this shit is fucked up. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't understand how people turn around and be like, nah, man, I feel super safe next to the most racist guy you've ever seen. Like, the dude that you go to school with, okay? The dude that you go to school with, like the high school bully that you went to school with, that is the dumbest fucking guy, just dumb as bricks, okay? That guy now has a gun and can just fucking kill you and get away with it. And you're over here being like, nah, this system is great. I don't understand. This makes me feel very safe. It's ridiculous. And there's still motherfuckers in the chat chirping at me, being like, dude, I don't understand. Where's that guy? Where's that one fucking guy who's like, you couldn't walk up. You couldn't live a day in the shoes of a cop. What was his name? Veritasium or whatever? Virgo Genesis. I don't think it's fair to say that they don't have any accountability, especially now that everything is recorded. They're super careful too about what they do. Yeah, they're super careful, dude. Yeah. Notice how they're being recorded right now and they're still behaving in the dog shit ways that they are, because it doesn't matter when you're wrong. Okay. I'm not generalizing. I just know more than you. I'm sorry. They're super careful about what they do. Yeah, they're super carefully fucking brutalizing teenagers. You know what I mean? It's a shit job. Okay, then quit. Oh, it was a shit job? Quit. Fuck you mean? I think you just see the extremes and base your opinion off that. Yeah, extremes. No other fucking OECD nation where there is a militant group of people that are unaccountable that kill 1,000 civilians a year. 1,000. Cops kill 10,000 pets a year, dog. Get the fuck out of here. They're super careful to do that, though. Hey, they're killing 10,000 dogs a year. They're killing 1,000 humans a year. Okay? But hey, that's just, you're being extreme. You're being extreme. It's not even in the top 20 most dangerous professions in the goddamn country. Not even in the top 20. They barely make it into the top 20 on bad years where they get like 17. Okay? 17, number 17. If you had a system where landscapers, the number one most dangerous profession in the United States of America, could just be like, sorry, my job is real dangerous. I could just dome you. You'd be like, this is madness. This is chaos. We can't ever let this happen ever again. Can you imagine if pizza delivery drivers could just be like, I felt unsafe, so I just shot him in the head? They have a significantly more dangerous job than cops do. Where's that statistic coming from? Bureau of Labor Statistics, motherfucker. Yeah, here's more facts. 219 dogs a day are killed by cops. They lose $13 million worth of handguns a year. And this is before we get to all the worst shit, like planting drugs or rampant corruption within certain forces. Like, I mean, look at Baltimore. Baltimore is a great example. Half of the fucking departments that get investigated by Obama's woke DOJ were found to be guilty of racial discrimination and a litany of other insane practices that they were just doing. Policing is a gang, okay? Yeah, this is before we look at civil asset forfeiture. Don't get me started on cops, man. Come on.
Right there. He has the garage door to let me into the house so I can get a photograph of the inside of that garage door.
That's all you had to say from the beginning, man.
I don't have to tell you that. Don't you guys understand what my rights are?
Nobody said you have to tell us that. What we said is that you have to identify yourself. You do have to identify yourself.
Police used to be the 17th most dangerous job, and that was in the low 20s as of 2023. Yeah. Improvements.
Trespassing. That's number one.
Okay, sir.
To be transparent,
Peeping Tom for all we know. Okay, for all we know.
Projection. He said, you might be a peeping Tom. Phantom in the chat, by the way. Oh, shit. What did he say? Oh, my God. I just hate pulling over on a dark street. Genuinely get nervous. Hey, what's up, Phantom? He saw me fucking talk shit about cops and dipped out. And he's like, never mind.
That's right. And in doing that, we have to identify you. Yeah, we do.
No. You can ask for my identification. I am not legally required to give it to you.
Except that you are.
No, I'm not.
Shortly after this, the lawyer was released and no charges were brought against him. It is only because of his clear knowledge of his rights that he was able to get out of this position without being arrested.
Yeah, June 28, 2005, Supreme Court ruled on Monday the police did not have a constitutional duty to protect the person from harm. Even a woman who had obtained a court-issued protective order against a violent husband making an arrest for a mandatory violation. Yeah. That famous Supreme Court case came after cops refused to stop a stabber in a fucking in a New York City subway station where the dude was getting stabbed in front of cops and they got too scared to do anything. Okay? And he had to literally stop the stabber himself. He got stabbed in the fucking hand in front of cops. And they didn't do shit. They were too scared. And the Supreme Court was like, oh, you have no constitutional duty to fucking protect and serve. You don't have to put your life on the line. Then what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, he got stabbed in the head. Oh, wrong case. This is a case when a woman's husband kidnapped and killed her and himself after the first. Told him he was going to say, what? Dude, you got so excited to type this, you just fucked it up. I don't even know what you tried to say here. Gonzalez v. Castle Rock.
But in this next case, the lawyer even has to go up against other attorneys to make sure that his client is protected. After being charged with a DUI, this individual decided to fight against it in court. As his defense attorney prepared to handle this case in court, the prosecution questioned an officer involved in the case.
Would you estimate how many DUI stops or investigations you've been a part of?
Oh my God, I forgot to mention DUIs. Cops fucking love DUIs. That's the other thing. That's another fucking famous... Yeah, none of these lawyers are a 200 IQ, by the way. They're not even owning the cops. I wanted to see some real fucking police ownage.
Since being with Radcliffe, at least.
Approximately 25.
Okay, just over the past year or so that
Yes.
you've been, all right. Now, did you have specialized training in DUI investigations?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
just what they have at the DOC.
At the academy, though?
Yes, just
Yes,
the
all right.
2 weeks of DUI training.
Combining the simple questions with the officer's ability to answer them so easily, the whole situation starts to seem incredibly suspicious. Witnesses aren't typically this fluent and relaxed, which makes the defense approach this cross-examination in a very direct manner.
Officer Sutherland, did you, prior to your testimony, which began at approximately 3:10 p.m., have you had any conversation with the prosecutor?
Excuse me. I can't see the witness.
The prosecution quickly asks defense attorney Larry Foreman to move the podium right as he asks if the officer had talked to the prosecution beforehand. Though this could be a genuine request, it could also be an attempt at throwing Foreman off by interrupting his hard-hitting question.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Have you had any conversation with the prosecutor?
Yes, I have had conversation, and he made it very clear that we are not to discuss anything that was happening in here.
He doesn't let their request deter him, though, as he repeats the question incredibly slowly to show just how serious he is about this matter. The fact that the officer felt the need to clarify that, though she had spoken with the prosecution earlier, they hadn't discussed the trial is a major mistake on her part, as all it's going to do now is make Foreman even more suspicious, which is exactly what it does.
While you're outside, how many additional police cruisers arrived on scene?
I don't recall any other cruisers that were on this scene. I've looked at our dispatch calls for service logs. I didn't see anybody else call out there, and we have a very strict policy. If your boots hit the ground, radio better know where you're at. And I don't recall anybody else calling out there. I don't remember seeing any other vehicles in the area.
So it is your testimony to these ladies and gentlemen of the jury today that there were only 2 police cruisers at 1204 West Lincoln Trail Boulevard at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes. That's
Thank you.
do not recall any other vehicles out there.
While being questioned by the prosecution, this officer was able to remember a majority of the details that they asked them to provide. But suddenly, when the defense approaches and starts to ask for specifics, the officer cannot recall them. She continuously uses the word recall to ensure that if it is revealed that she isn't telling the truth about something, she can simply state that she didn't recall that. It's a flimsy mechanism, but she might believe that this ensures her safety in case the prosecution's case
This video's kind of dog, dude. Like, yeah, I mean, it's classic.
completely falls apart, which is exactly what Foreman is trying to do here.
I'd like to discuss very briefly, you have followed Lieutenant McLeod's SUV as he was leaving, correct? No. You were not at the scene where the field sobriety tests were conducted by Mr. Symington.
Shut up after. It was, I don't know the exact time.
Thank you, bro. Bring back JCS. I can't. We don't have JCS. I've already watched every JCS out there.
But I stayed behind while he left, and I had heard his location on the radio, so shortly after he had begun his traffic stop, I had headed in his direction.
Did you...
Evidence. While the conclusion to the arrested on previous cases dealt with somewhat reasonable interactions between lawyers and police officers, the case of Beatrice Bijou involved cops dealing with a completely insane attorney.
I can try and kill you.
That's not going to go well.
Yes, it will go well.
Bijou's was arrested on February 22nd, 2022 after running over 4 individuals with her car.
What?
When the police
Bro, what do you mean 200 IQ lawyer destroys corrupt cop? Is this person even a lawyer? They're like a serial killer.
started interrogating her, she surprised them with her overwhelming confession.
What are my charges?
Probably 4 counts of aggravated battery and another count of aggravated assault.
Okay. I attempted to murder that woman.
Well, conferred with the state attorney, and they don't want to charge attempted murder.
What is happening in this YouTube video, bro? What is going on? What?
Right now.
Yeah, that's not a 200 IQ move, but let's see how this goes.
But if you're adamant, you know, you can always explain that to your defense attorney, but I'm sure they're going to.
No, I want the attempted murder charge.
You want the attempted murder charge?
Yeah, because I tried to kill her.
What? We are documenting.
And I would like to walk out of here right now.
Well, the two don't go hand in hand. Okay?
What?
You can't try to kill people and then just walk free. So, we fed you lunch.
I can try and kill you.
That's not going to go well.
Yes, I'm going to kill as many people as I can.
You can already tell from the first interaction that there's something else going on with Beatrice. Threatening to kill an officer and as many people as she could is not something a regular suspect would say, let alone an attorney. The detective manages to calm her down by offering to charge her with an attempted murder, then proceeds to try and figure out what is going on.
We've had a big day today. One of the things that worried me is someone said that you heard voices. What can you tell me about that?
Oh, 200 IQ. Watch this space, Chaz. She's going for an insanity plea.
Yeah, I've been hearing voices telling me to kill myself and to kill other people. I have a gun at my parents' house right now.
Okay.
And my brother took it away.
Okay.
He put it in his safe.
Okay.
I've been trying to kill myself for quite some time. I moved to Texas. And I tried to kill myself in Texas and it didn't work. I tried to shoot myself and the gun didn't go off.
Okay.
And then I tried to do it again.
How long ago was that?
Last year.
Okay.
Around April 2021.
What was that noise?
The fact that Bijou feels the need to turn herself in.
What the fuck was that noise?
And express just how unstable she is right now to law enforcement shows that, thankfully, she's not too far gone. As she continues to tell her story, it becomes even more clear just how badly Bijou needs help.
I got diagnosed with bipolar and schizophrenia.
Okay. When was that diagnosis?
2019.
Okay.
And it ruined my life.
Okay.
I've been in and out of mental institutions. I think this is last year was the 4th one and they locked me up for an extended period of time. Where are they going to take me after this?
I'm not sure what's going to happen next.
Bro, this is not, and I mean this in all sincerity, a 200 IQ move. I'm not gonna lie. This doesn't come across like a 200 IQ move at all.
I'm really not sure. Okay?
I want to take my own life right now.
Oh, that's not good. And I would like to talk to you, but like I said, when you...
Can I speak to a doctor?
We're probably going to get you a doctor to talk to, at least to start with.
The fact that Bijous is taking the initiative to get treated for these illnesses is interesting at this point, as she continues to show how she's completely willing to cooperate with law enforcement. After spending a long stretch of time trying to make Bijous feel comfortable so that they can continue to hear what she has to say, the investigator starts to get a better understanding of her state of mind.
The voices told me to do something to my little niece this morning.
Did you? Good.
I didn't touch her.
Good. Well, you have control over it. You got to keep control over it. I don't know what all the answers are. This is, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist.
Bro, it's crazy. If you just tell cops that you got the ultra instinct and you got a taste for blood, they become so much more reasonable and amicable with you, it seems. What is happening? This is the most like cops like me too, man. You know, honestly, I can relate to that. I can totally relate to that. Who amongst us has not seen red, you know? This is just... Bro became empathetic, yeah. This is the wildest thing I've ever seen. I would not have expected a thumb-like cop like this to behave this way.
I'm a psychiatrist, so I don't know what all the answers are, but those are the people that can help you at least get to some semblance of normalcy.
Yeah, I thought about killing my little niece.
Yeah. How would you want to do that?
I'm not going to talk about it.
Okay. We don't have to talk about that.
Most likely by...
She said, we don't have to talk about it. I'm going to tell you exactly how I would do it, though. I got to pee.
Drawing.
Her sudden change from not wanting to talk about her thoughts of killing her niece and then immediately providing him with an explanation on how she would have gone through with it could be a cause for concern, as if she cannot control her own mind here. After the interrogation slowly dies down and the investigator feels content with the amount of information he's received, he leaves and Bijous is then transported to the local prison. Beatrice was later charged with attempted first-degree murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and fleeing police. She pleaded not guilty to these charges and was later found not guilty by way of insanity. She was committed to a mental health institution for treatment. While all previous cases ended peacefully, the final case of Claire Hall takes a violent twist and shows what happens when a lawyer thinks she's a lot smarter than she actually is.
Get your hands off me right now! Oh my God! Stop!
Attorney Hall arrived on the scene of an accident she wasn't even involved in and immediately started interfering with the cops' investigation.
Yeah, the key's stuck. Okay.
Are you gonna? Well, so you think he's gonna be taken with the scene, or will he just?
Are you?
I'm not. No. I'm on the phone with his father.
Yeah, something like that. But
How many cars are involved right now?
Not mine. That's mine.
All right, let's. We need to get that off the road. All right, can we get that into the parking lot? We'll take care of him, man.
I'll make you second.
I'm just trying to tell his father. So.
Okay. Well, we're in the middle of the highway. Right? So.
All right. Can you move your car, please? Thank you. My man, is your car drivable?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna get it off to the side of the road. All right.
All I'm saying is I can leave. I just want to tell his father.
You don't have to leave. Just move your car.
Though she is trying to communicate with the teenager's father about the incident, she is interrupting the officers while they are trying to make sure that they handle this situation correctly. Quickly, the officers become frustrated with her constant interjections and decide that they cannot continue to be patient with her.
Is that your mom? No.
You want to talk to his father here? Why don't you talk to his father?
I'm working. Can you please go sit in your car? You have nothing to do with
His
this.
father.
I
He's
understand.
A minor. I'm an attorney because he's a minor. You need to tell me. Is he going to be here?
I don't need to tell you anything. I'm going to arrest you in a second if you don't get in your car. Do you understand me?
Well, how'd she get away? I was pissing. Wait, she didn't even get away. Damn, dude. 200 IQ. This video sucked. Yeah, I mean, she hit an insanity plea. I'm done. I'm done for today, chat. I'm tired. I'll be back tomorrow, though. Sorry, I'm not doing the Karen lawyer. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. More fun shit. Even more fun content as opposed to today's content that was not fully focused on the fun. And then regular news day on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I'll be fucking live from England, lads. Live from England. Already know it. Kaya immediately wakes up, perks up because she knows. Okay. She knows is the ending song. Good girl. Good girly. Anyway, love you all. Yeah, a Pavlovian response, I guess. She knows the music. But yeah, love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.